Punishment for a thief. 3. First, my name is Bai Yan. Secondly, in my mind, my father is already dead and you are just strangers to me. If you bother me again, then I really don't mind removing someone like you from my view. Yeah, shut up. This time Wen Shan really shuts up for no other reason aside from the immense killing intent coming off of the other girl. He's not mistaken. If he does spout another word, Bai Yan would kill him on the spot without another thought. Her strength, has it grown so strong that it made me terrified of her? Wen Shan shuddered at the thought and stumbles back a few steps in retreat. When it came to his own life, there's nothing more important. What's more, this lady in front of himself was no longer that delicate young daughter of his anymore from 10 years ago. She's a stone-cold killer that's going to slay anyone that gets in her way. Wen Fei did not notice the strange atmosphere here though between her own father and stepsister. She's too dense and elated to care. She actually said, she wants to kill Papa? Is this Bai Yan stupid? How could she have said something like that? It's the same as cutting off any ties and right to inherit the wealth of this family. From now on there will only be me here who is the miss of the house. However, right as the attention got shifted to herself from her stepsister for unknown reasons, Wen Fei promptly retracted that eager joy in those eyes to make a face of anger in retaliation. Bai Yan, you are too outrageous and rebellious. He is your papa, yet you're saying you will kill him? A daughter should be filial and piety, listen to every word from their parents. How can you be so unruly? Her tone seems to be looking out for Wen Shan, but it's also a message directed at the coward who didn't speak up. It's to say only she deserves to be the miss of this family. Bai Yan could care less about what the other side thought. Instead she shifts her tone into a mild voice while speaking. Tell me, who is the one that crippled your strength? The foster sister bites that lip in grievance. It's Wen Fei. She broke my dantian core, so I can no longer practice breaking a dantian as a mean of punishing thieves. I'm rather of agreement for such means in punishing a thief. That said, Bai Yan now locks onto Wen Fei like a hawk seeing its prey. Then what should I do to punish you since you stole my things? You're spouting nonsense. I didn't steal it. Wen Fei sounded angry, but it's only a ruse to hide what she really thought. As long as I refuse to admit it, then what else can she do? Not like there's any evidence to point to me, right? Bai Yan sneered at that. Did not tell you that one can't overtake the Dan pills in a short period? Your foundation is weak and unstable, sometimes to the point where you can't even train anymore. That's all because of your misuse of those pills. Wen Fei's complexion instantly got deathly pale at the news. She had a look of horror and panic plastered all over that face. How did she know? Fei. Chai Moon cries out, afraid her daughter would expose themselves. She is trying to scare you. Don't you know your own physical condition? Coming back to her senses at the reminder, the pale-faced girl clenches her teeth and pushes through. When did my foundation get unstable? I'm very good, so don't try to bluff me. I don't have any of those Dan pills. After saying this, Wen Fei then turns to her own father for help using those red teary eyes. Papa, she hates me, I know it. If she wants me to go then I can leave, but I refuse to be framed as a thief when I never stole anything. Bang! Bai Yan could care less what her stepsister was trying to pull here. Without another thought or delay, she directly throws a kick against the girl's chest and sends her shooting out once again to the ground. I will have you spill those Dan pills back out sooner or later, it's just a matter of time. However, the debt with Yi's injury is still unresolved. Smirking in a sinister fashion, her expression was frightening and dark as she leaned downwards like an evil demigod. You can quit hoping for Wen Shan to save you as well. I said it already, if he gets in my way then I won't mind removing him from the picture entirely. The young lord's child, Wen Shan just stared at Bai Yan in amazement. It's only now does it occur to him how foolish he's been up until this point. What gentle and kind daughter returning to his side? That's all in the past and would never return after all the trauma he put her through. No. Chai Moon throws herself in between with her arms spread. Fei Fei is innocent, she's only doing this for your sake, but that's all this woman could get through. Before she realizes it, a hand had already reached over and grabbed her by the throat into a choking hold, nearly suffocating the lady in the process. There's no other way to describe this aside from Bai Yan being very irritated by the fakeness portrayed by this lady. Without any hesitation, she slams her down onto the ground as well and onto Wen Fei Fei's body to make a ball of them both. Leaning down again to her stepsister but even closer so that others couldn't hear what she's saying aside from the recipient, I'm always of the opinion one should always receive the proper punishment, but I don't believe abolishing one's strength is the right course of action in this case. Despite those words, Wen Fei Fei's heart only grew more tense and thumped even harder. No. I think it's better to make you abolish your own strength using your own hands. That way you will know what despair means. This sentence hits the girl like a thunderclap, thus sending Wen Fei Fei's eardrum into a ringing pain of horror. No matter how she imagines it, the lass here simply couldn't fathom what possible punishment could warrant someone into ruining their own life. But in reality, she didn't need to imagine, the answer was right around the corner as Bai Yan forcibly stuffed a round beady pill into her mouth. "Yo you, what did you feed me?" She stammers this with fear hovering in those eyes. "Don't worry, it's not poison if you're thinking that. In fact, it will help enhance your strength and help you grow faster." Upon hearing this, Wen Fei Fei's eyes grew even more shocked. How can it be? Why would this woman be so kind? It's just that Bai Yan's next words completely crushed her soul from the high point. "But this medicine will make your body feel immeasurable pain at the early afternoon." "Oh right. Have you heard of the painful torture of being grinded by a wheel in hell? I bet the sensation would be similar to that." Grinning even harder now, Bai Yan's face appeared no different from a devil right now to her stepsister. "Also, the stronger you become, the more intense the effects will have on your suffering. Unless you destroy your own dantian, the effects will never dissipate. Oh, by the way, there's no cure for this medicine." A chilling shudder filled Wen Fei Fei's heart then. What did I do to deserve this from her? Why is she doing this to me? All I did was cripple Bai Yi's strength, why is she reacting so strongly for an outsider? I'm her real stepsister. You can choose to tell Wen Shan about it too, but I can tell you he won't do a damn thing to help you. In addition, if the Wen clan learns of your predicament, what do you think they will do to you? Someone that is no longer of use to them? Probably abandon you, am I right? Wen Fei Fei couldn't deny her stepsister's prediction. Unlike those happy families out there, the Wen clan places a very strong emphasis on the talented. For those who couldn't perform, they're promptly shoved to the curb, which was exactly what occurred prior to her using those Dan pills they took from Bai Yi. The young lord's child, too, I won't believe you. After a long period of silence, Wen Fei Fei's only response was to shout this aloud. Bai Yan expected such a reply though, so she didn't mind. Still grinning in a sinister fashion, "You can go ahead and try later, there's no need for me to persuade you. See? The pain at the stroke of noon will prove whether or not I'm lying." After saying that last bit, Bai Yan was done here and slowly headed for the exit. "You, what did you feed my Fei Fei?" Chai Moon saw how the woman's about to leave, so she hurried to cry out for an answer. She didn't hear the conversation due to how quiet it was, but she did see the black beady pill that was forced into her own daughter's mouth. Swinging her head to one side to show that sarcastic grin, "I fed her what she needed to eat. If you want the details then you can ask her yourself. Lastly, I'm going to be sticking around for the next few days, so don't come bother me. I won't be so kind like today if they disturb me. We're leaving." As for the remaining debt owed to her by Chai Moon and her daughter, Bai Yan had every intention to take it all back and more, but that would come later after she's done with her other business. Oh. Coming back to her senses, Bai Yi quickly gave chase from behind. 10 years, it took 10 years for her older sister to return, there's no way the lass would fall behind again. Through all of this, the humiliation and punishment for his family, when Shan never uttered a single word in protest. He's too much of a coward, especially before the woman's incredible level of killing intent. Therefore, the man kept to himself there like he's invisible. It's a sad reality for those involved, but compared to his own life, there's nothing more important for this one Shan. Chai Moon also knew this of course, otherwise why else would she not try to force the man to take her back then? However, experiencing the cruel reality of her husband being a coward still hurts. Any woman would be disappointed, she being no exception. What am I thinking? I always knew Wen Shan's character, he only cares about his own well-being and no one else. Outside the manor. The woman in front abruptly came to a halt and causes the one from the rear to bump into her back like a deer that's lost its way. Sister Bai Yan, what's wrong? Turning around, Bai Yan softens up in her voice to say something that she's been holding back. I have something I need to tell you. What is it? Didn't understand, so she got a confused look all over that face. I won't be able to stay here for long, and when I'm done, I will probably need to leave. Still not getting it, Bai simply smiled to say the obvious thing, that's okay, I will go with you. I have no relative here, I only have you. In the past, her life only had Bai Yu and Bai Yan as her family. With the former passing away, there's only this older sister of hers left. I'm sorry that place. I fear you might not be able to go. To be clear, Bai Yan specifically used the word might, because even she doesn't know if it's possible bring her foster sister along. It's not like she doesn't want to, she honestly do, but unlike coming back to Earth with the help of the amulet in her possession, there's no tried and true method of bringing someone of this world over to the next. The smile on Yi's face disappeared, replaced promptly by the look of disappointment and sadness. Sister Bai Yan, are you going to leave me behind again? I'm very good, I can do anything, like laundry, cooking, and cleaning. The young lord's child, 3, listen to me. Bai Yan grasps onto her foster sister's shoulder so she would listen. The place I need to go is in another world, it's where I've been all this time. And that place, it's not somewhere one can just travel to at a whim. It's not that she wants to leave the girl behind, it's that, she doesn't know if she's able to take her along. What point would there be in giving false hope? That would only cause more damage and hurt later on. Only then does Bai Yi's happy gaze let up, her lips pursing into a thin line. Then Sister Bai Yan, do you have other relatives over on that side? Bai Yan slowly nods to answer, yes, a lot over there. That's a relief then. Are they good to you? Though still sad in the face, Bai continues to ask. They all love me, a nod comes again. That's good, I'm relieved then. As if trying to keep herself from crying, Bai puts on the most difficult smile of her life. I was always worried that you would be alone without me. Back when we were young, you didn't know how to care for yourself at all. There were attendants to help back when we were living with Shifu, but afterwards it was I who did everything afterwards. Like fixing the bed, cooking, cleaning and stuff. Now that I know someone else can look after you, I'm relieved. Bai Yan immediately got all sweaty in the forehead after having all her flaws pointed out. True, her foster sister was smaller than herself, but she's heck a lot more mature in more than one way. I of course want to take you with me if possible. Hurrying to change the subject, the conversation was leading into a hole that she didn't want to head down into. You know, I have a friend over on that side that's the polar opposite of your personality. You know how to do everything, she on the other hand doesn't know how to do anything, constantly making trouble in her wake. A real troublemaker. When mentioning Chu again of the Holy Land, the lady's lip would inexplicably form a smile like some happy memories would return. I wonder if that lass is doing well, I haven't seen her for a long while now. But her name is the same as yours though. She's Chu and you're Bai only a difference in your surname. If I can't take you with me to the other side, then I will make sure you have a good life on Earth. I won't let the same mistake happen again after I leave. This opportunity to return was a good chance to set things right. Not only does Bai Yan intend to find the missing item she needs, she's also going to rid Yi of all her enemies. Bai Yi could see her older sister's happy expression. As a result of this, a sense of sorrow hit her poor heart in a way that it throbbed. If only I could go there together with her. Sister Bai Yan, it's then does the lass remember something important? Is it wise to have a fallout with Wen Shan? What's wrong with that? Bai Yan sneered in contempt at the mentioned name. You're my people, he's not. You're my people, he's not. This sentence instantly brought a ray of sunshine to the depressed girl's mood. Looking up with hope in those eyes, she murmurs the only thing that she could, Sister Bai Yan said I am her people. It feels so nice to be recognized. Feeling much better now, Bai Yi's next thought wasn't about the future anymore, but about something more pressing at the moment. Sister Bai Yan, where are we going to stay now? Stay in a hotel, of course. A hotel? But those are expensive. Counting her finger, the young lass immediately started to go over her earnings from handing out those flyers. As for the wealth retrieved today, that's not in her consideration. It's not like Bai Yi was homeless or anything, she also has a place to stay. However, there's no way she would let her older sister stay in that basement unit she rented, that's not even within the equation. It's all right, don't worry about. Reaching over to grab the other girl's hand, Bai Yan makes a reassuring smile so her foster sister wouldn't fret. I got a lot of money on me, so don't mind the expenses. The young lord's child, for she extorted so much money from Ling Lang, it's only natural that she spends it. Not like Bai Yan could take it back to the other side and use it, right? The manors of the four clans are all within one area, therefore the news of Bai Yan's return had also spread at a whirlwind speed. Ignoring the Lin clan who came after the demise of the Bai clan, both the Tian clan and Fu clan would undoubtedly be startled by the news. This was especially true when word spread of Wen Shan being walked all over by his own daughter. It's a well-known fact on how much of a coward this bastard was. After all, he didn't lift a finger after his wife got murdered by them. This meant that unless Bai Yan's strength had surpassed her old man, what transpired wouldn't be possible. This girl's been missing for 10 years, and now she's back, and for 10 years, we haven't heard from her at all. Tian Wind of the Tian clan frowns as he spoke, his finger drumming the table as he contemplated the issue. Sitting in front of him was another individual, a middle-aged beauty with a body worthy of being called a model. As she carefully poured a cup of tea for the man across from herself, her soft smiling face showed she didn't seem worried. It's nothing to be worried about just because her strength is higher than Wen Shan's. There's still the current head of the Wen clan taking charge. Besides, even if the Wen clan fears her, our Tian clan isn't. However, squinting her eyes, the beauty curves those lips into a snarling sneer. Nipping the flower in the bud is the smarter option. Her talent is not bad, so we can't let her continue to grow. Bai Yu's apprentice is already a cripple, so that's not a threat. As for Ling Kaiyuan's daughter-in-law, Bai Yan's aunt, it's nothing to fret either. That old general may be a founding member of the nation, but he's not going to mobilize the military just for one clan. That's unreasonable and unrealistic. Others in the government will definitely stop him before then. There's actually good reasoning behind this lady's logic. Unlike in the other world where one's personal power reigns supreme, on Earth it's about a country's strength. What does it matter if a family clan had a lot of influence and abilities? A few missile rockets and a nuke would do the trick right then and there. They're martial arts cultivators, not celestial or demonic cultivators like Bai Yan has become. There's a big difference between a mortal and an immortal. You snowing, Tian Wind warmly reaches out to take hold of the woman's hand, your older brother. Doesn't he have that person's trust? Do you think we can find a way to get our daughter closer to the young lord? Snowing's expression promptly changed for the worse at the mention. I don't know. Since a few years ago where the young lord fell ill, he's had a major change in temperament. Besides, I've heard the young lord now has a child he made with an unknown woman from the outside. The idea won't turn out well. The 4 family clans are all subservient to the Water clan, all for the one very single reason: there's a special existence inside that house. Unlike the other inferior clans that could come and go with time, the Water clan has been around for hundreds of years, each generation producing countless talents in its wake. However, that's not enough to secure their position as the head, rather it's because there's a sacred beast under their control. The creature's able to control the water, thus making them the de facto ruler of the martial world. Imagine having a tsunami hit you from out of the blue, or a raging hurricane that wouldn't recede. No normal person could withstand such a might. Water clan's young lord. 1. Snowing. What's the big deal about a man having a few lovers outside? Which successful man doesn't have a few with them? Moreover, the young lord is not married and only has a son. That means the child's birth mother isn't fit to take center stage. The woman couldn't refute the idea, tempted her swaying heart as well. Speaking in a hesitant tone, let's ask our daughter's opinion first. She hasn't even married yet and is now going to be someone's stepmother. I just find the idea difficult to accept. No matter how much she liked the thought of being the mother-in-law of the most powerful man in the Water clan, she's still a mother. As a mother, she undoubtedly wants the best for her own daughter. Tian Wen didn't say it aloud, but his thoughts weren't the same as his own wife, who showed what she was thinking along the face. Snowing is thinking too much. Being the wife of the young lord? That's not possible. Perhaps a lover for him is more likely. After their conversation, Snowing soon left the tea room and arrived at her own daughter Tian Fragrance's room. Her hand hesitated when attempting to make a knock, but the hesitation couldn't hold out against the temptation still. A moment later, the door swung open and out came a girl with dreary eyes wearing a cartoon t-shirt. "Mom, do you need something? Why are you coming so late?" For this only daughter of hers, Snowing's attitude only had warmth and kindness. "Fragrance, I came because I have something I want to discuss with you. Let me inside first." Doing as told, Fragrance moves to one side to let Snowing in but kept her confused look up the entire way. "Mom, what is so urgent that you can't wait till morning?" "Sit down first," patting the chair so her daughter would sit with her. "You know your uncle is the steward of the Water clan, don't you? What if I say me and your papa can help you get close to the young lord?" When speaking up to this part, Snowing's voice grew hesitant and paused for a breather because she knew her daughter's temperament the best. Regarding something like arranged marriages, there's no way this daughter would be willing and happy. "What?" Fragrance's voice nearly shrieked at the suggestion. Jumping up and stomping her feet in protest, "You want me to marry that sick mule from the Water clan?" Going white in the face after her daughter's outburst, Snowing immediately jumped up to cusp the careless girl's mouth so she would stop talking. "Don't speak like that, you know how our Tian clan is heavily relying on the Water clan. If anyone hears of what you said, then not even your uncle can save us. I'm not making up stuff, everyone knows how sick that person is. After he fell into a coma 8 years ago, the guy had a huge change in his temperament and would lash out at everyone. And it's not like you don't know either, Mom, no one has seen him step out of the Water clan's estate. Why would you want me to marry someone that's terminally ill? I don't want to be a widow right away." Unlike her parents, Tian Fragrance wants to pursue happiness in her life like any young lady of her age. Marrying a sickly boy that's perhaps at the death's gate, who would want to? "Sweetie," Snowing sighs at the answer, "we aren't certain on the young lord's condition, that's only a rumor. How about you make the decision after meeting the young man first?" Truth was, despite her older brother being the steward of the Water clan, no one really knows the real health of the young lord mentioned here. Sure, the members of that family may know, but none would be stupid enough to spread it out into the public, especially after the supposed temperamental change after coming out of the coma. "Water clan's young lord, too. I don't want to see him, Mom, I don't want to see him." After shouting this out, Tian Fragrance's eyes immediately flickered with an idea. Hooking her arm around the other ladies, she forces her inner anger down to play her game. "I know so many young talented men in the city, why should I go with a sick mule that's about to kick the bucket? What if he decides to force me and not let go after being captivated by me? Just having the thought of being forced into bed with someone she doesn't like would gross the lass out, which showed along her young face. Mom, you know my personality better than anyone. If that young lord from the Water clan tries to force me, then I would rather die with him than submit. In that case, what do you think will happen to our family when the Water clan comes down with their fury? See? It won't turn out well, not well at all. Moreover, as the young miss of the Tian clan, what men she couldn't get. She's got all those wealthy and talented men of this city's upper society swirling around her finger. Why should she lower herself to being a sick mule's wife? It's not like the Water clan only has that sick mule in its younger generation. If I'm going to marry into that clan, then I'm going to take a healthy and powerful one. Afterwards I can pull some strings and then push my future husband into the lead position. I bet that sick mule won't live long anyways. Snowing's lips stammered for proper wording there. She couldn't find a good excuse to persuade her daughter because what the lass said was all true and reasonable. Fine, sweetie, I was only asking and not forcing you. If you aren't willing, then we can put the idea behind us. I'm sure you will find an outstanding husband in the future on your own. After saying this, the lady of the house got up and walked out of the room to deal with her own husband. The Water clan's main estate. Currently, two individuals, one small and one big, were staring off against each other. Eventually it was the older one who caved in and took the lead to turn away. You've been staring at me for 2 days, have you seen enough yet? The older man speaks, his voice getting a little bothered. Batty father, will mother be able to recognize you now that you've become like this? The steam bun across from him says, his eyes still staring wildly in amazement. Twitching in the mouth at being called out, the older man shoots a deadening glare at his own son. What do you know? I believe in her. She will recognize me at a glance no matter what. Their feelings have long passed the physical level and into the soul stage, it's unmatched. But Batty father, why did me and mother can come directly into this place while you have to use another person's body? I'm so confused. Scratching the back of his head, the steam bun wrinkles his nose like a confused child. That's right, the older man across from Bai Xiachen was none other than Di Tsang. The only issue was that it's his soul and not the body. If anything, the only evidence proving it's the great demon king would be that arrogant aura. It's unmistakable. That's because I didn't have all heaven to send me over here like you did. I had to ask state teacher to help me transfer my soul over to this dead body we found. Also, I came here 8 years earlier. 8 years ago, the Water clan's young lord didn't fall seriously ill, rather he did kick the bucket and died. Water clan's young lord, 3, that's right, he's been here for 8 years already. Due to the differing time frame of both worlds, Di Tsang purposely arrived earlier than his family so that he could locate Bai Yen ahead of time. But 8 years, how could he not go see her? Therefore, for the past 8 years he's been telling the world that he's sick, while in reality he's been running off to stalk his oblivious wife in secret. Sadly, at the time Bai Yen still hasn't arrived at the other world yet, that meant he couldn't face the old her from Earth. Knowing how much his wife cared for the family members on that side, this poor demon king could only live a life of a monk devoid of impulses. Imagine watching the love of his life bearing all those dangerous adventurers. Imagine watching the lady go through all those trials on her own. And most importantly, imagine watching his wife go naked to bath in the local lake. Now that's just pure torture, extremely painful and torturous for any man. Nevertheless, he's put up with it, 8 years of it in total. That was until after Bai Yen got struck down by the lightning bolt like fate intended. No one knows how much he wanted to rush over to save her that day, but Di Tsang also understood his wife would never forgive him if he did otherwise. History would change, the future of their children would change. There wouldn't be Bai Xiachen, nor Di Ling Yen and Di Jin Tian. None of their children would exist for that blunder. So, he stopped at the last second when his feet tried to move. For 3 days this man did not move from that spot. He buried her, of course, but he couldn't leave right away. Di Tsang was bleeding inside. Sure, his wife suffered as well for the death she went through, but his heart bled just as much in the spiritual sense. In the end, it took all his willpower just to budge from the mountain. What came afterwards could be summed up like most would expect. He returned to the Water Clan and began preparations for the return of his wife. Although he doesn't know when exactly, but that didn't hinder his will to welcome his woman's return. Thankfully the poor guy didn't need to wait long either when he came across his son by Xiaofan by pure coincidence. Batty father, fortunately you didn't stop mother from leaving at the end. The steambun happily stuffs a grape into his mouth, his eyes revealing delight at the sweetness. There's no warmth in this world for mother, but the other side is not the same, she got family there. If she had come to learn you took that from her in the future, then she will undoubtedly be very angry at you. The man could only shake his head helplessly due to his son's uncharacteristic mature speech. Xiaofan, we will go find your mother in 2 days. 8 years of patience have finally come to an end. When he gets his grubby hands on her, he would make sure to have his way of embracing that woman to his heart's content. And if possible, spend several nights of love making to satiate his near-bursting hormones. Why 2 days later? Batty father, don't you want to see mother? Why wait? Bai Xiaofan asks again with a look of bafflement. If it was me, I would go right now. I don't even know how Batty father could endure for 8 straight years. If it was me, I would be crying in pain already. I've received word from state teacher earlier, that's why I need 2 days to accomplish the task. 2 days is enough, then I'll take you to your mother. He really wants to see his wife, but in order to return to the demon realm as soon as possible, Di Tsang must finish another thing beforehand. He's waited 8 years already, another 2 days won't delay much. I don't want to, Bai Xiaofan puckers his lips into a displeased shape, I want to see mother, I'm going to find her first on my own. Those bad women all envy her, they will definitely try to pick on her. Water Clan's young lord, for Di Tsang doesn't believe his wife would be picked on by others considering her personality. However, that doesn't mean he's going to tolerate such an act against his own woman either. You're not familiar with this place yet, nor are you capable of finding your mother on your own. Let's do this, I'll order someone take you to her if you want to go ahead. It's not like the Demon King did nothing during the past 8 years that he's been here. Regarding Bai Yan's identity and history, he's learned it all and knew how wrong she's been at the hands of those people who ruined her family and killed her mother's side of the family. In addition, Di Tsang's gaze grew solemn and heavy, you must get a better understanding of your mother's situation. I will give you the information I gathered beforehand. Whether or not you can help your mother get revenge is up to you. I don't want my wife dirtying her hands with their filthy blood. Bai Xiaofan immediately jumps up in glee, his small face glowing with excitement. Papa. You mean I can go find mother ahead of you? Di Tsang crooked smiles to affirm the question due to not being addressed with that silly nickname from his son. Your mother is probably looking for you as well, so you go ahead. I can't be at ease unless someone is with her. He knows how much hate Bai Yan has for Wen Shan. Even until the day where she died under that lightning strike, she remains firmly under the idea of wanting to make the man regret the act of abandoning Bai Yu. Therefore, Di Tsang doesn't want anything to happen while he's not with her. Now here's where Bai Xiaofan comes into play. He may not be able to go right away, but this rascal could, and it's someone he trusts. That's awesome. Bai Xiaofan jumps up and down like a baby again. The doggy I met before is quite good, why don't you have him take me to mother? Di Tsang. Are you sure you want a dog to take you on a plane? He's not a demon beast. Di Tsang eventually throws this out after a long moment of awkward silence. If the dog can take human form then it's one thing, but he's a dog, a genuine dog and no more. That cat can do it too. I think that fat orange cat is quite nice, have him take me. This rascal, can he be a bit more normal? Besides, what does being fat have to do with helping you find someone? Di Tsang thought, unable to comprehend why his boy would suggest a dog and a cat in this case. "I'll find someone to take you. During this trip you must behave. If I find out you aren't and is acting up, I will have them take you back without a second thought." The stern voice of the Demon King meant he's serious and would really do that if the boy made trouble like he always did in the other world. Despite the pouting face, Bai Xiaochen did not talk back, a rare occasion for this parent and son relationship. "So be it, a human it is. Although I still think this water clan only has that doggy and fat cat as the cutest. As for the others..." Thinking of those people, Bai Xiaochen's eyes would darken into a displeased shape. "Baddie father, you've been here for 8 years, why didn't you form your own power? I don't like the people here in this water clan. He did it back when he was searching for mother the first time around, why didn't he do it again in this other world?" Di Tsang. These 8 years, this persistent Demon King has been busy following his wife around. Where would he find the time to go organize a new power on Earth? In light of that though, he did take in some stray animals like that dog and fat cat. They're not demons or demonic creatures, but they're still animals and instinctively attracted to the man. "Xiaochen, do you think I would need some kind of power in this place?" Di Tsang says it proudly and arrogantly like the very idea was a joke. "If someone does dare to challenge me, I will have Black Turtle go deal with them. Those people are not qualified for him to personally maneuver against them. My son won't suffer any grievances." Sure enough, Bai Xiaochen became stumped for words at that sort of an answer. True, considering his old man's status and power, why should he deal with those people from the Water Clan? Simply having Black Turtle order them would be more than sufficient. "Papa, how did Black Turtle know about you coming here anyways? Also, how did he know you needed a body to use and arranged the Water Clan's young lord for you from the beginning?" Biting his fingernail, the boy questioningly asks with a look of confusion. Donning a dazzling smirk, Di Tsang's reply left his son astounded. "I don't know. I don't know. Only a fool would believe that." Huffing and puffing, Bai Xiaochen didn't buy a single word of it. As curious as he was right now, the boy knew he won't get an answer from his old man. If anything, he could always turn to state teacher for an answer. After all, that guy always seemed to have the answer to everything. "Why are you being so nosy for? Didn't you want to go find your mother?" Giving his son's head a rub to shoo him along. "Then you can go now. Remember, if someone disrespects you then put them in their place. My son will suffer under no one." Giggling with laughter, the steam bun didn't need his old man to tell him that. "Papa, as if you need to tell me that. I have never been one to swallow any grievances. From the time he's been born, to the current day, this rascal has never eaten any grievances, not even once. Then go, I'll have things arranged for you." After saying that, Di Tsang's gaze inexplicably shifted to the exit and into the far-off unknown. It's as if he's looking at others that's not within his view yet within his senses. If these people in the Water Clan obey and listen then I can let them be, but if they get restless and try anything, I won't mind letting them fall from their current heights once and for all. Goodbye then, baddie father. Waving his hand, the rascal didn't hesitate and quickly ran for the door. His demeanor told everyone that he couldn't wait to leave this place. Meanwhile in the back, Di Tsang's face had gone all black again. This brat, does he hate spending time with his own father that much? And why is he using that nickname again? Unaware of the woes plaguing his old man, Bai Xiaochen only had the happy thought of reuniting with Bai Yan in his mind. Nevertheless, that doesn't mean his absent-mindedness meant his senses for the surroundings were hindered in any way, because he's quickly able to dodge to one side when a hand tried to push him after leaving the courtyard. The perpetrator of the act belonged to a child of about 10 years old. Considering the number of lackeys following this kid, it's obvious he's someone of important status in this Water Clan. Even so, that doesn't the steam bun would take this hostility lying down, which manifested into him pinching the other kid's wrist until a crunching sound could be heard due to the pressure. Ah! The kid wept like a screeching banshee due to the pain, causing the lackeys behind him to freak out as well. Sadly for them though, right as they tried to move forward to help, Bai Xiaoqin's threatening glare stopped them in their tracks. Lin Lin. Suddenly, an urgent call came from further ahead. Turning to look for the source, Bai Xiaoqin could see a beautiful woman running over in haste. Let go of my Lin Lin now. The lady orders, her eyes bordering on the line of tears due to the pained expression of her son. Smirking at the demand, the steam bun starts going back to his old way of acting innocent. Why should I let him go when he tried to push me? Is this how members of the Water clan act, such unruliness? My son won't suffer any grievances, too, you. The beauty angrily points her finger at Bai Xiaoqin in an accusatory manner. However, her rage promptly subsided a notch after remembering who she's dealing with. Xiaoqin, this is your cousin, he did not mean it, so can you let him go? Tilting his head at the plea like he's in contemplation over the idea, Bai Xiaoqin didn't let go though and instead bared his white teeth like a predator facing its prey. No. Mom, help me, hurry and help me. Water Lin Lin continues to cry out in pain as his wrist grew more purple over the pressure. This wild bastard came from some unknown woman. How dare he come to the Water clan to leech off of us? Hit him for me, hurry and hit him for me. That's right, the main reason this brat going by the name of Water Lin Lin tried to push Bai Xiaoqin was because he's upset and jealous of the attention being shifted away from himself. Coupling in with the negative feedbacks from his own parents in secret, plus the reminder from his own grandparents to be at heed with this new cousin, the boy's heart grew twisted and irate. That's why he came today, it's to deliberately stomp on Bai Xiaoqin to flaunt his status. Well, that was the plan anyways. The beauty's face got very pale after her son's outburst. There's open panic in her eyes because that kind stuff could only be said in the shadows, not in open public like here before the house attendants. Make no mistake, this beautiful madam of this house may hold a high position within the Water clan, but not even she would try to poke fun into Di Zong's business due to how famously cruel and cold the man has become after that incident from 8 years ago. Close your mouth this instant, Lin Lin. The woman snaps at her son, those teeth grinding due to the tense thumping in her heart. Xiaoqin, this is nothing but a little fight between children, why are you taking things so seriously? Moreover, Lin Lin here didn't mean what he said, he really didn't. Snickering in contempt at the obvious lie, the steam bun didn't believe a single word of it. He insulted me by calling me a wild bastard. After saying that, he immediately increased the pressure on his grip some more, causing the other boy to squeal out again. So, I want him to apologize to me and to scold himself by saying he's a bastard child for 100 times. I want that done this instant, right here and now as compensation. The beauty's face got even whiter. Have my son apologize and claim to be a wild bastard, and in front of everyone here? What does that make me and my husband then, the third son of this family? Xiaoqin, your father and your third uncle have always been close. If he learns of what you did to Lin Lin today, then he will undoubtedly be very hurt. By then he might get too angry and throw you out of the Water clan. It's said that the kid was brought in 2 days ago, meaning he's likely insecure inside and can be easily manipulated and intimidated. Cocking his chin after hearing his mother's threat, the naughty brat regained some of his vigor and started speaking garbage again. That's right, second uncle really likes me, he will definitely throw you out of the Water clan and have you return to that lowly and filthy mother of yours. Bai Xiaoqin could still bear dealing with an annoying brat at the beginning, but when the conversation shifts into Bai Yan, then the gloves are coming off. Without a second thought, the steam bun directly kicks his foe in the tummy and sends him rolling back. Damn it, how dare he scold my mother? The beauty became stunned. She didn't expect the boy to be so insane as to hit someone in this situation. However, right as she's about to speak out again, a chilling voice that seems to choke her by the throat spoke up instead. How come I never knew I had a good relationship with Water Longyun? How come I didn't know? Also, why would I go dote on another person's son when I have one already? My son won't suffer any grievances. 3. The man's low voice gave off a hellish vibe there. thus sending the beauty into a frozen state as she stood rigidly in attention. Second brother? Di Tsang didn't bother to reply to that call, only coming forward on his own. When he saw how upset his son was though, the man promptly reached out with his hand to give the boy a rub on the head. This maneuver was something Bai Yan did often when she's around, so he wanted to copy it to help elevate the mood. Sure enough, Bai Xiaofan's expression gradually let up as he felt that familiarity. Nevertheless, it won't change the fact that he's very unhappy and upset based on that pursed lip he's making. When that happens, the consequences are dire. Who's your second brother? Di Tsang shifts his attention back to the beauty. This body may be the young lord of the Water Clan, but this great demon king never once acknowledged he's part of this group. When the dust settles, he would instantly give up this fleshly container and leave. Second brother, I'm Mei Mei, I'm Water Longyan's wife, your sister-in-law. The woman answers with shakiness in her voice. Frowning like he's trying to remember the name, Di Tsang's next word downright hurts, no impression. Dunt. The beauty by the name of Mei Mei directly fell over backwards at the blunt reply. She couldn't even bring herself to stand up right now due to the heartache. Truly, the lady thought the other man would at least remember her name because she had actually tried to pursue him in their youth and not her current husband. Sadly, despite the effort of this woman and all her attempts at seducing the other side, the already deceased young lord of this water clan was a dunce and didn't get the hint at all. Then once the man kicked the bucket and Di Tsang took over, that's when the already stale relationship devolved to the point where she couldn't even make eye contact. Xiaofan, Di Tsang returns his gaze back to the little fella standing beside himself. I said it, you are my son and don't have to take any insult from anyone. My son won't be wronged or insulted. Water Mei Mei couldn't believe what she's heard and promptly stared up out of reflex. What does he mean by that? Have him kneel on the ground and slap himself. He is not allowed to get back up until I am satisfied. Di Tsang states this as an order, not a request. Second, Shen Mei Mei's heart shuddered at the idea. She wanted to say something more to defend her family, but against that frightening pressure, the lady instinctively swallows the pretentious words back down and pleaded instead. Please Lord, Lin Lin is still a child, he really knows his wrong, please spare him. You know you're wrong? Di Tsang turns to the brat and asks this. The brat never feared anyone in his life before, not even his old man. However, against this second uncle of his, he felt true fear for once and trembled profusely when replying. I'm wrong, I know I'm wrong. Coldly smirking, I've said it before, Xiaofan is my son, whoever dares to bully him will not be spared. Since you people take my words as a bluff and only admit to your wrong due to my presence, then Xiaofan doesn't need to accept your apology. My son won't suffer any grievances, for, in other words, the bratty kid must slap himself until he's satisfied, otherwise the matter won't be put to rest. After all, not even Bai Yan would dare lay a hand on the steam bun when he made a blunder. Why should some random fool be allowed to do so? It would be on Di Tsang's head if he let this issue go unpunished. Mom, I don't want to, whh. I don't want to slap myself. I don't want to. The bratty kid sobs continuously, regretting fully on coming today. Of course, the boy still doesn't believe he's in the wrong, just that he shouldn't have done what he did in this manner and went for another solution. Water Mei Mei was a mother, and as a mother, there's no way she wouldn't want to save her own boy. Unfortunately for her though, the second she cast her eyes upward to meet Di Tsang's cold gaze again, her courage crumbled without fault. Lin, be good, do what your second uncle tells you. Do it now. This man is too cruel, it's just a fight between kids and he's going this far. What is he going to do if I refuse right now? Will he kill me? He wouldn't, right? The order from his own mother only brought even more tears to the bratty kid, making him cry louder and louder. Gritting those teeth to steel her heart at the disobedience, Lin, if you don't listen then I will leave you in the beggar's den. Then you will be a beggar's child. In this instant, this very second, the bratty kid actually stopped crying, only looking up in disbelief over the very mother that's always been doting and loving to himself. Despite his own grievances, this child also knows his mother would always keep to her words when said, I'll hit. Flushing red in the eye, the boy kneels down to the ground and slaps himself in the face. Against this sight, Water Mei definitely felt the stinging pain as well. She's bleeding inside over what she's ordered. Sadly, as much as she would like to put a stop to this, that threatening gaze from Ditsang left her too helpless and weak. Since you and your husband don't know how to educate your child, then I will. He will learn today on what can be said and what can't be said. In Ditsang's view, his behavior right now wasn't cruel in the slightest. In fact, he's thinking he's already being quite merciful in lecturing someone else's child. After all, he's the great demon king. Such transgressions would have long warranted the death penalty in the other world, let alone a few slaps. Second, originally Water Mei wanted to plea again after that comment, but the death glare in the next left her too fearful for words. It's a known fact that the man across from herself didn't like others addressing him as family, only as Lord in the formal title. Apparently she didn't quite remember that tidbit until this instant and kept crossing the line with Ditsang. He's only a child, you wanted to say that, didn't you? Ditsang then continues to speak in a manner like someone that's able to read minds, but he did, that means others were uttering such things around him. As his mother, you are just as guilty. You think I will let this pass so easily after you gossiped behind my back about my wife and child? This time Water Mei could no longer keep her wits together. Plodding to the ground into a prostrating posture, "Lo Lord, please spare me, no matter what I still bared a child for the Water clan. Say what you will, but there are prices to be paid for your loose tongue." Still expressionless and cold as ever, Ditsang's attitude never wavers when dishing out punishment. "Someone come, drag this woman and Water Longyun out of the estate. I'm declaring they are no longer part of the Water clan as of this instant." Gawking her eyes out in horror and disbelief, Water Mei almost fainted in that second. She thought at the very most he would beat her or something along those lines, not directly banish them from the family. Her husband's the younger brother of this man. "Why, Lord, why are you so cruel?" she asks with that shaky voice. "Because my wife is coming back, so I need to eliminate all the disharmonious voices of the Water clan. These slurs and gossips will pollute her ear." Boom! The woman's brain exploded into nothingness, not being able to comprehend the gravity of that statement. He said his wife is coming back, that's why he's banishing me and my husband? It's so our words won't contaminate her ear? How can he go to such extent for a woman? By Yi's recovery, Water Mei always thought she knew enough about the old Ditsang to understand him, but it's until this moment does she realize how foolish she's been. This person, this individual whom she tried to pursue for many years, he's an absolute enigma. Lord, making a bittersweet smile, the beauty slowly pulls herself up from the ground to speak in compliance. "I understand now. I will go and clean up my things and leave this place." After saying that, she turned and left without struggle, giving off a frail and unsteady feeling of hopelessness. Make no mistake, it's not like Water Mei didn't want to protest and complain, contrary, she's too smart for that. If the lady had continued to linger and offend the man some more, who knows what might happen by then. Moreover, her husband was the third son of the current house chief, that means Water Longyun would always remain a son of the Water clan. Even if they couldn't remain here for now, it's without a doubt they would return someday once the heat dies down. Retracting his gaze from the woman now that he's done, Ditsang shifts his attention to the boy next to himself. "Xiaofan, go find your mother now, she should be somewhere in the capital city of this country. I'll go call someone to guide you." Immediately lighting up from his upset little face, Bai Xiaofan needed no better news than to find Bai Yan. Smiling brightly at the suggestion, "Then Batty father, when will you come find us?" "I'll be there as soon as I can." Slightly sinking in his eyes, Ditsang didn't have confidence in when, so he only said soon. At that, the steam bun didn't ask for more details and instead brought up his own thoughts. "Papa, you have to make these people take care of the big doggy and big orange cat, they're my only friends here in this place. Okay. Grinning at his boy's request due to being addressed properly, Di Tsang went ahead to ruffle that hair before turning to a middle-aged attendant nearby, you take him to the capital. His order is your utmost priority from here on forward, and if anything happens to him then you can forget about returning to the Water Clan. My son doesn't need to nor will he suffer any grievances in this world. The middle-aged attendant got white after hearing that order. Despite his own woes at the consequences, he didn't forget what happened to Water Mei mere seconds ago and hurried to bow his head, yes lord. As wrong as the bratty kid was in coming today for troublemaking, he's not entirely alone in this matter. None of these people from the Water Clan took the steam bun seriously. One being the unknown birth mother that they never met, they didn't have a clue about her background, second being how little appearance the little boy made before the public's eye. If the young lord himself didn't show his son around then why should they take the child seriously? Nevertheless, after today's incident and of how even the third young master has been expelled from the clan, no one here would ever have that thought again. Back over in the Wen clan, Wen Fei Fei, stepsister, was currently sitting atop of her own bed and allowing those spirit particles to infuse into her pores. She wants to verify whether or not Bai Yan was lying to her and has been hard at work. Regarding the method of cultivation on Earth and the other world, they're mostly the same by absorbing the spirit particles in the air. However, Earth only utilizes this power in their martial arts by covering their body in a thin layer like an armament, while the other world had a better understanding of this force and could manipulate it to their will by changing its form and use. Also, unlike the other world where power reigns supreme, the spirit particles on Earth could only be described as lacking. For example, those who manages to reach the monarch rank are far and in between on these lands. Like the Water Clan here, their founding ancestor still lives today and had reached the monarch rank due to the support of Black Turtle, but even the old fella could only sit at the monarch rank and not move an inch further. By Yi's recovery, too, not needing to wait for long, Wen Fei Fei soon felt a surge of strength rushing out from within her abdomen. With a bang, she breaks through her bottleneck in a flurry of air gushing out of her pores. If it had been in the past then the lass would be ecstatic after making such quick progress, however, there's only shock and panic left in those eyes right now as the words of her hated stepsister returned again. Bai Yan is right, my talent for cultivation has really gone up. Then does that mean, at the strike of noon, I will suffer unbearable pain day in and day out? Donk donk donk. It's then a series of door knocks catches her attention, startling the lass and bringing her back to reality. Hurrying to compose herself so others wouldn't notice the oddity in her expression, come in. Stepping in was none other than Wen Shan, the lass's father. Based on the level of love showing in the man's eye, it's clear he's thrown all of the mishaps of today's event out the window. Fei Fei, did you just make a breakthrough? I felt the surge of energy in the air just now and wanted to come check. Stiffly nodding as confirmation, the girl forces the panic back down and makes a smile. Ha ha ha. Wen Shan didn't notice the oddity and grew elated, laughing aloud for all to hear. Patting his daughter's shoulder, my Fei Fei is wonderful, you really are. I did not expect you to make a breakthrough this quickly after your last, but you did and that brings me great joy knowing you are my daughter. Brother Shen, Chai Moon also follows closely from behind after sensing the change in the air as well. Even if my Fei Fei's talent is higher, it will still not compare to Yenner's. I speculate she's already grown to heights we can only imagine. At the mention of his unfilial older daughter, Wen Shan's expression promptly turned ugly because he didn't want to remember. Enough Mooner, no one is allowed to mention that unfilial girl in this house again. She even wants to kill me, his own father. That girl is no daughter of mine, and I will not recognize her as such anymore. Chai Moon appears to want to speak again after that outburst, but after moving those lips a bit and stammering some more, she said nothing in the end and left it at that. Then that's when it happened during their conversation, a ringing gong of the old clock downstairs in the living room. Immediately, when Fei Fei's complexion turned ghastly white as her body trembled profusely, sweat rolling down her forehead like she's just came out of a pool. Fei Fei. Chai Moon was the first to notice the change and cried out in haste, "What's wrong, are you feeling unwell?" Although she had previously asked Wen Fei Fei on what Bai Yan fed her, but due to the fear of the consequences of others knowing, the lass in question didn't tell her own mother and kept it a secret. "It hurts." Clenching her fist, the girl throws herself on the bed and began rolling around. "Pa, Ma, it hurts, it really hurts." That pain could only be described as someone throwing her onto a grinding plate and then mashing her bones to powder. It's tearing her mind apart and sucking the air out of the lung. "Fei Fei." Chai Moon screamed at the terrible sight and attempts to help. "What's wrong? What's wrong with you? Why is this happening?" "Bai Yan, she fed me poison. She said that at the strike of noon I will become like this from now on. It hurts, Ma, it hurts, please kill me, kill me." Even until the end, she didn't want to reveal the secret to her pain. That's how much this current lifestyle meant for Wen Fei Fei. But then again, it couldn't be helped. The lass understands her own father very well. If it becomes known that only by destroying her dantian could she be relieved from such pain, then this man would definitely abandon them. Afterwards, the riches of life would be a fleeting memory, and they would return to the life of a beggar. Fei Fei, Wen Shan also steps forward and wanted to help his daughter up from the bed, but when he saw the twisted face his daughter made, those hands instinctively faltered and retracted away. "Are you sure it was Bai Yan who did it?" Bai Yi's recovery. 3. Brother Shan. Chai Moon wept uncontrollably and started to beg her husband, "Did you forget? Bai Yan force-fed Fei Fei a pill before she left, that must the poison. I've done my best to be good to her, yet why is she doing this to my Fei Fei?" That said, the woman gradually took to the ground as she continued to weep. She's a mother, and as a mother, there's no way she wouldn't feel the much pain despite her foul nature. "If there's any fault, then it's my fault. Fei Fei is innocent. She couldn't have chosen her own birth, it's all because of my mistake that she has to suffer. Brother Shan, please help her, please save our Fei Fei." That was a sound argument from Chai Moon's mouth. However, the woman apparently forgot the sort of harsh treatment Wen Fei Fei dished out to Bai Yi, who was also innocent in the whole story. Also, he ignored the fact that it's these two who stole Bai Yan's belonging and caused her to lash out, otherwise this incident wouldn't occur in the first place. Being the gullible him, Wen Shan didn't put too much thought into those words and simply accepted it as fact. Fei Fei is indeed innocent. She can't choose her own birth, nor is Yen'er qualified to hurt her. But Yen'er said it before, "If I go bother her then she'll kill me, her own father." In that second, Chai Moon's heart could only be described as cold and disappointed. In particular was how cowardly her husband was acting even when it's about saving their own daughter. It's giving her the shivers because she suddenly recalled back to how this man abandoned Bai Yu, which allowed herself to take over this home. Brother Shan, pulling herself up, the woman suddenly stopped weeping and showed a bittersweet smile as she spoke. "We may not be able to get Bai Yan to yield, but don't forget, in this city there's still a Bai Ran." Frowning at the name, Wen Shan didn't quite get what his wife was getting at but let her continue anyways. Bai Ran married General Ling Kaiyuan's son. If the public finds out her niece did such inhumane things, then it will certainly impact the old general's name. The Ling family won't let that happen, which is why we need to force Bai Ran into helping us get that antidote. Gently closing her eyes, Chai Moon began to sob again to push her plot. "Brother Shan, Ling Kaiyuan is a credit to the country and I respect him for that, but I don't know what else to do as a frail woman. I'm a mother, seeing my daughter suffer is unbearable for me. Besides, you don't want to lose a talented daughter, do you?" He didn't feel moved at the sobbing from his wife, he didn't feel moved at the sight of his daughter's suffering, but this coward did feel moved once the topic of a talented daughter got brought up. It's true, he doesn't want to lose this daughter who had caught the eye of his old man who was the current chief of the Wen clan. "I'll try as much as I can. If Bai Ran is not willing then there's no other way. After all, she's still Yuer's younger sister." Acting all submissive after getting her way, the woman deliberately lowers her face to hide that smirking grin. "If that's your wish, Brother Shan, I won't object to your decision. At the same time, somewhere not too far away, Bai Yi had just gotten herself settled inside a hotel room when her mind started wander off in recounting today's various events. It's like a dream to this girl who's been poorly treated by others so far in life. Sister Bai Yan is really back. I don't have to live in the basement anymore. Thinking up to here, Bai Yi's heart would feel all sweet and melty like being smothered in honey. The only demerit from all this would be the fact that Bai Yan said she couldn't take her along, but that's too far ahead for this girl to think about right now. Donk donk, exactly then a knock from the door catches her attention, causing the girl to rush over to the doorway where a dazzling female stood. Sister Bai Yan, she exclaims, wowed by how beautiful Bai Yan has become after some rest and cleaning. Take this. Bai Yan didn't mind the overreaction from her foster sister and handed a pill over. Bai Yi's recovery, taken aback by the gift in her hand, Bai Yi nearly drops it before catching it after a fumble. This is? Dan pill, it will allow you to cultivate your internal dantian again. The reason why Bai Yan did not stay in the same room as her foster sister was because she's busy making this pill. Preparations must be made and she doesn't have all that much time. Boom! The sound of explosion rocked the young lass's brain, her eyes falling into a daze of incredulous disbelief. Sister Bai Yan, you don't need to comfort me, I know my dantian is already destroyed, there's no way to cultivate anymore. Others can't let you anymore, but that doesn't mean I can't. Smiling to stir her sister's mood, Bai Yan reaches over to hold those hands as reassurance. I said it already, before I leave, I will make sure this place is safe for you to live. This pill is one of the things to help improve your strength. While I'm here for the next short while, I will oversee your entire training progress. Despite the comfort, Bai Yi still had the dull look of someone that couldn't take in reality. Can I really practice martial arts, cultivate my dantian again? It's not like this girl always had such negative outlooks in life, but ever since her life got turned upside from her Shifu perishing one day, then her dantian being ruined by Wen Fei Fei's cruelty, this orphaned lass had no one else to turn to. Imagine living a life on such an unstable path after being left on the streets. The amount of hardship would be something most wouldn't ever experience, let alone understand. Using this uncertain mindset, Bai Yi stiffly went towards the bed. She intends to do as told and practice again after consuming the pill, but things take time, and this time would be for the whole night. Next morning. Without deviating from the expected plan, the lass's shattered dantian had started to show signs of recovery, she could feel it. Unfortunately, the progress she made in the past didn't return and would require it all to be redone in strides. But that's not an issue at all, does it? The important bit was there's hope again. Looking out the window, Bai Yi once again regained the lost energy that she once held in the past. She's rejuvenated. It looks like your dantian is starting to recover. It's then Bai Yan's voice drifted over. Elated by the voice, the lass swings her head around to meet those familiar eyes. Sister Bai Yan, how did you get in here without me opening the door? Chuckling at the silliness of that question, you didn't close your door properly last night, so how do you think I got in here? Oh, scratching the back of her head in embarrassment, Bai Yi also starts to chuckle like she used to as a child. I guess my old habits are still there, I forgot to close my room like I used to. Sister Bai Yan, I'm not dreaming, right? I can really practice martial art and cultivate again. If it's a dream, then I would rather not wake up again. Aching in the heart again, Bai Yan didn't need any more hint on the sort of hardship her immaturity had brought upon this foster sister of hers. Quickly nodding so she wouldn't get any strange thoughts, of course, when did I ever lie to you? Sniffling in the nose like she's about to cry now, Bai Yi couldn't hold back her emotions anymore. Sister Bai Yan, I can't even begin to describe what I'm feeling right now. When Shifu passed away and you were gone, I didn't have anyone left. Then when Wen Fei Fei destroyed my dantian, I really wanted to jump into a river and end my life. I didn't have any hope, only struggling to live each day like a zombie. Pausing to hold in her swelling tears, but I can see the light now. My dantian has recovered, not fully but I can feel it mending. Even if I don't have all the strength I had in the past, I will work hard and not bring shame to Shifu again. I vow to avenge her with my all. 10 years ago, it was Bai Yu who adopted her and gave her courage to live. So, in this girl's heart, that woman was like a god, a goal she must pursue with her all. As for Bai Yan, well, that lady's too outstanding to the point the younger sister here couldn't even imagine catching up. Saving a lowly one, Bai Yan soon left the hotel after confirming Bai Yi's well-being. She had other things to do, however. She didn't make it far before being called out by someone from the back. "Hey beautiful, is it really you?" The voice belongs to a handsome man who directly ran ahead to get in her way. Stopping in her step at recognizing who it was, Bai Yan pricks her brow in amusement. "You need something? Didn't you say you were going to come find me, oh beautiful? I waited all night and you didn't come. Thank goodness I came searching and found you here. So how is it? Do you have a portrait of your son yet?" Ling Lang's, her cousin, mouth carried the iconic smile that he so commonly used to seduce the other sex, showing how much he's trying to put on a good image here. Sure, the other side had a son already and he doesn't know she's his cousin as well, but being the flirtatious playboy that he was, why shouldn't he go for her when there's no mention of a husband? Heck, in this modern age, it's not uncommon to find a single mother at all, not uncommon at all. Oh, Bai Yan actually forgot about the portrait and found herself in a bind. "Do you have a brush in your home? I can draw a portrait of him now. If this silly cousin of mine helps then it will be easier to find Xiaofan." "Why not? Of course, we can go to my home. I sent the jade to my grandfather last night and he liked it a lot." Grinning in the face like a curious little wolf, "I say beautiful, I still haven't gotten your name yet, and where is your husband? I haven't seen anyone with you so far." "My name is Bai Yan." Smiling at the mention of her possessive husband, Bai Yan's happiness couldn't be hidden. "He is, my husband is not of this world." Oblivious to how misleading her own sentence was there, Bai Yan only meant it as Ditsang being in the celestial realm right now and not on earth. However, that sentence had an entirely different meaning for Ling Lang's ear, who immediately perked up. So her husband's dead? It's not easy for a woman to raise a child on her own, no wonder she's struggling to find her son. Thinking of this, the playboy's gaze towards Bai Yan now had a hint of pity. "Forgive me, Ms. Bai Yan, I shouldn't have mentioned your husband without knowing better. As for your son, I will try my best to help you find him." Nodding at that, the lady here didn't think much else of her cousin's kind words. She and him are relatives, so why would blood-related family have that kind of thought towards each other? Unfortunately for this woman though, she apparently forgot Ling Lang doesn't know they are cousins and kept thinking of her as an outsider. Nothing much happened during the following drive towards the man's home, or at least in the beginning. Bai Yan was sitting in the passenger seat to rest herself while occasionally nodding to Ling Lang's constant yapping. Then it occurred, a swirling sports car that came out of nowhere on the road in front of them. Out of reflex, Ling Lang twisted the wheel and hit the brake as hard as he could. Unfortunately for the poor guy, it's too late, and by the time he realizes it, the car had rammed into a nearby pole. Fuck. Who is driving that car? Do they know how to drive? Jumping out of the vehicle despite the trickling blood down his forehead due to him hitting the windshield, Ling Lang lashes out with vigor in his voice. Saving a lowly, too. Infuriated and in the heat of the moment, Ling Lang didn't think much of the incident and began to dial the number of the police using his cell. However, his hands soon stopped when he realizes the sports car ahead wasn't stopping and appeared to be losing control, crashing into anything in its way. Specifically, the little girl that's around years old staring cluelessly at the incoming vehicle. She's in a daze due to how sudden it's coming at her. Smile. There's fluster in the man's eye as he ran towards the child. Unfortunately, the distance between him and the child made it impossible for him to get in the way. In that moment, Ling Lang's entire world seems to come apart as his head exploded into a blank stupor. But then, as all hope was lost where everyone expected the lowly girl to be ruthlessly hit by the vehicle and die from the impact, something unexpected occurred. The car hit something all right, not the little girl though, something unmoving and hard, sending the car tumbling into the air and spinning like a wheel before crashing into another corner of the road. All had gone quiet then, leaving the street so silent that they could hear a pin drop. The reason? That's because in front of the lowly girl stood a woman, a young female wearing a red skirt and a tight blouse that emphasized her hips. Ling Lang didn't freeze like everyone else in this case, running over to the little lowly like he's seen salvation. "Smile, how come you are here? Where's your bodyguard and babysitter? How come you are alone?" Perhaps it's due to the danger finally passing and giving the lowly a chance to breath, but immediately after she came back to her senses, the child by the name of Smile promptly broke out into a cry. "Big brother, I'm so scared," hurrying to pull the girl into his arms like it would protect her some more. This playboy that gave off an aloof air began to caress that head to soothe the shock inside the child. "It's okay, Smile, it's safe now, so don't be afraid. Tell me first, why are you here and alone?" "It was Auntie Wu who took me out," Ling Smile answers honestly, her mood calming down as she wiped some of those tears. Then turning around to search for the mentioned person, where's Auntie Wu?" Ling Lang's face got very ugly. It doesn't take much for him to connect the dots on what's going on here and what that Auntie Wu did today. But against the little lowly's frightened appearance, he could only hold it in and keep that fury for another time. This is a setup. I need to tell Grandpa right away. Bai Yan, I have to thank you. The man turns to the girl's savior with a look of great gratitude. "She is my little sister, her name is Ling Smile. Thank goodness she is here, otherwise I don't even want to think about the consequences." But then once he regained his composure and recalled the incredible sight of Bai Yan stepping in front of the car with one hand outstretched, his eyes would instinctively narrow in. This woman, she's a martial cultivator? Ling Lang may not be a cultivator, but he's heard enough from his mother Bai Yu about the world of martial artists. Most of those known to the public are nothing more than average with big muscles to show off their brute strength. However, there are gems among the mundane. Like breaking rocks and bending steel with their bare hands, and some could even use their internal energy as armaments like real weapons. "Why did you just do that?" Bai Yan didn't show the same smiling face as her cousin though, her expression carried the stern look of a lecturing teacher. "Do you know how dangerous it is if the other side intended for that? You would be dead if they wished to harm you." Hanging his head, the man understood what she meant. "I know, they are aiming for Smile and my family." "Bai Yan, you are a kind woman to tell me that. Anyways, that's my family's business and we will handle it accordingly. My home is nearby so we can walk the rest of the way. Let me make a call first though, I need to get a tow truck here to pull my car." As unhappy as Bai Yan was at her cousin's carelessness, she also knew the fault didn't lie with these two who was victim of this attack. Then recalling back to the car, she swiftly turns her gaze to the driver's seat of the flipped vehicle. That car, there's no one driving it. A normal person would undoubtedly be freaked out by the lack of a driver. However, Bai Yan could tell someone was controlling it using some sort of ability. There's no way a malfunction would push a vehicle to that kind of speed. That's unreasonable and unrealistic. What are those in the shadows planning? Are they aiming for the Ling family or just Ling Smile? Or, perhaps, they're aiming at them because of me? In this world on Earth, Bai Yan had no other family left aside from Bai Yi and her aunt Bai Ran. If someone intends to hurt her remaining family, then the gloves are coming off. Saving a lowly, 3, the Ling family's estate was located in the military district reserved for members of the army. Due to Ling Lang bringing back a woman with him, the famously flirtatious playboy of the street, the quiet and peaceful district has now become a rowdy gossip ground that's constantly peeking out to meet this new lady. Smile. Before coming back, Ling Lang had already called his mother Bai Ran and explained the car accident, hence their reception by the beautiful madam at the door. "Smile, you scared Mama here to death." The madam quickly runs over to throw herself at the little lowly, thank goodness you are all right, otherwise I won't know what to do. Despite being still antsy from all this, Ling's smile nevertheless kept up a smile for her own mother. Mama, it was this big sister who saved me. Only then did Bai Yan notice Bai Yan's presence, and sure enough, the madam was wowed by that incredible face. She thought she had seen the most beautiful woman in this world, thanks in part due to her older sister Bai Yu, but this lady brought home by his son was at a different level altogether. Girl, warmly reaching over to grasp Bai Yan's hand, I really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Our Ling family owes you a great deal for saving Smile's life. Looking down at how warm she's being received, Bai Yan's lip couldn't help but smile at that, making her feel like at home again. Auntie, it's been a long time, to think your appearance hasn't changed at all. Bai Ran visibly looks taken aback. There's shock, but more were confusion in those eyes. You are, Auntie, I'm Bai Yan. Bai Yan was no stranger to Bai Ran here. They've met already during their younger years. Though it's not a lot, the relationship between this aunt and niece remains good even before everything that eventually occurred, thus making their reunion all the more special. Trembling in her lips at the recognition, the madam appeared almost lost for words. You are Yenner? You are really Yen? Auntie, did you forget me already? When my mother brought me here the first time, cousin here was still wearing diapers. I could still remember uncle beating him for wetting himself that day. Compared with the average little girls of her age back then, Bai Yan had exceptional memory due to her innate talent. It's also one of the reasons she excelled in alchemy and could produce those pills at such a young age. Tearing up in the eyes following that confirmation, Bai Ran's grasp around her niece's hand tightened up like she would lose this child if she lets go. Yen, where have you been all these years? You dad and his new wife have already moved here in the capital, but when I went to find him you were nowhere to be found. Is it because they won't let you stay with them? Regarding Wen Shan, her former brother-in-law, Bai Ran definitely held a strong level of grudge. One being how selfish the man was at heart, the second being the fact that he abandoned his wife at the critical moment and allowed the Bai clan to perish under the other two families' assault. Compared with the excitement of the madam here, Ling Lang didn't fare so well and wanted to faint. Bai Yan? Why does the name sound so familiar all of a sudden? Bai Yu's daughter. In an instant, his whole face collapsed into a despairing look of irony and self-mockery. He thought he had a chance. He thought her husband was gone. But this turnout? They're related by blood? That wonderful picture of walking down the aisle just went out the window. Saving a lowly, for, I wanted to avenge my mother, that's why I left the family, but I'm back now. Ever since she crossed over into the other world, Bai Yan never thought she would be able to get the chance for revenge on the ones who hurt her family here on Earth. To be able to have this opportunity was a blessing. You two are both very stubborn. I don't know if it's my older sister who passed it on to you, but leaving without a word is improper, you understand? Too, she's just as stubborn. I wanted to help her, but because she was afraid of dragging me down, that child would repeatedly refuse my help and money. Big sis have always been the strong-headed one in the family. Father told her from the very beginning that Wen Shan wasn't a good man, not someone she could entrust her life to, but she insisted and married him anyways. In the end that coward didn't even dare go collect her body after that event. What use is there for such a selfish man? But, Bai Ran shifts her hand onto her niece's shoulder so their gaze would meet. Don't go thinking about revenge anymore, the backing those two clans have are not someone like you can handle. If you persist then you will only throw your life away. I don't want my older sister's only blood to be lost as well. Although this city was very big due to it being the capital of this nation, there's only a limited number of places for individuals of high standing to visit. Therefore, it's not uncommon for Bai Ran to run into her enemies from the two clans. It hurts for sure, seeing the ones who murdered her sister and parents, but without strength, this woman knew it's futile. A pebble trying to make a wave inside a lake, that's the predicament Bai Ran has found herself in. What's more, she also has to think about her husband's side of the family. The Ling house may be one of the founding members of this nation, but the military wouldn't really move just because of a whim of one lady. There are many cogs inside this machinery, and those opposing her father-in-law, General Ling, would undoubtedly take the opportunity to poke and prod at him. "Don't worry, Auntie, I have my own arrangements." Bai Yan saw the urgency in her aunt's eye and didn't want to worry her. She's here to take revenge regardless of what others say. However, that doesn't mean they needed to know her plans. A humph. Ling Lang finally came out of his depressed state after the initial shock. "Mom, you don't have to keep nagging her, let's first head inside and settle in. Me and cousin here still have something to talk about." Making a helpless smile at her son's behavior as she shook that head, "What are you two going to discuss that your own mom can't hear?" "Oh, Bai Yan's son is missing, I'm going to be helping her look for him." An audible shattering of glass could be heard echoing in the madam's ear. Her mind literally exploded then and became a blank slate. Yen, she married? And has a son? Yen, you married? How old is the child? Bai Ran couldn't hold back her inner woes and asked. "He's 8 years old." 8. 8 years old? Ling Lang's mouth twitched at the number. He knows Bai Yan has a son, but not 8 years old. "Cousin, if I remember correctly. You're only 22 this year, right? Don't tell me you had a baby when you were 14. You're saying during the past 10 years where you were missing, you've been having a baby? You know getting married that young and having a child is illegal." Pricking her brow at this dunce of a cousin, "Do you have opinion about it?" Going by that look and expression, Ling Lang would immediately recall back to the powerful actions of this woman stopping a car with her bare hands. Shivering slightly, he promptly shook his head with those hands doing the same. "Of course not, cousin, of course not. If you don't, then help me find my son first." Giggling at that silliness, Bai Yan didn't want to keep teasing the poor guy anymore and turned back to her aunt. "Auntie, you don't have to worry about me, I have my own plans already. Anyways, I want you to take care of EE in my place though, she's still at the hotel we're staying at right now." "Oh, yes, of course." Bai Ran almost didn't react in time and fumbled her reply. She's still lost in the idea of her niece carrying a baby at 14 years old, that's too much for her heart. This child, she must have suffered a lot after leaving home. Big sis always protected her well, there must be a lot of pain involved that I don't know of. The sensational stir of Bai Xiaofan's entry. 1. Airport. Coming out of the terminal was a delicate-looking steam bun. His casual clothes emphasized his handsome and lovely features and causing all those walking nearby to stare in amazement. "Oh my God, is this kid a star or something? How can one look so handsome and cute? Did he eat something special to grow up like this?" From time to time, someone would take out their phones and begin recording, uploading the video to their friends and blogs as well. Bai Xiaofan had never been exposed to the customs of modern-day people from Earth, thus their actions are making him especially uncomfortable. However, he's not going to tell them off like he would in the other world since they're not doing anything hostile. That's a lesson he learned from Bai Yan: only hurt those who hurt him, otherwise it's not right to harm others. "Big Bear, do you have any news on where my mother is yet?" he asks the big bodyguard that's behind himself. Twitching in the mouth over the way he's being addressed, the man tasked with guiding the boy makes a helpless face. "Little master, your father only tasked me with bringing you to the capital, I don't know where your mother is." The main reason the boy kept calling this man using that nickname was due to how thick and tall he was. He's giving off the impression of a big grizzly bear. Coupling in with the fact that Bai Xiaofan loves animals, it's only proper he address someone in his entourage as so. Of course, the poor bodyguard didn't like the name but accepted it since his repeated attempts at correction fell on deaf ear. "Oh," Bai Xiaofan puckers his lips unhappily, "with mother's personality, I know she won't go to that one clan. In that case, I think we should go look for her on our own. Let's find a place to stay first, how about it, Big Bear?" "Yes, that's a wonderful idea, little master." Big Bear respectfully complies by agreeing. He couldn't ask for a better idea honestly. "Then let's go." Unbeknownst to the little guy though, his images have already been posted across social media and gone viral, making him a small celebrity before he even made out of the airport. There are no shortages of good-looking kids in this world, however, finding one as delicate and handsome as him was a rarity. It drew millions of views online and roused a huge craze of search and investigation. Sadly, since this would be the first time he ever stepped foot into this world, no information ever came of the efforts. He's an enigma to these nosy people. Tian Clan. Following the ringing of a cell phone, Yu Snowing rubs her forehead and groggily answers it by pulling the device from under the pillow. Hello big bro, what? The son of the young lord has come to the capital? Alright, I understand, I will let my husband know. Don't worry, we will definitely seize this opportunity to please the child. Excitement could be visibly seen across the lady's face as she hung up the phone. Tian Wind, hurry and wake up, my big brother just said the little young master has come to our city. We need to hurry and find him. This opportunity won't come a second time if we miss it. Joy promptly filled the man's eye. This really is wonderful news. Let's do this. When we visit, we can bring our daughter along and let them meet. I know you don't want to force her into a marriage arrangement, so this is a good chance to let her have some time with that kid. This way it won't be so awkward if she does marry the child's father. The woman's face got very stiff then. She had no illusion about their daughter's unwillingness to becoming someone's stepmother, but what else was she supposed to do? It's not she could just tell her husband off when he's already stretching out a olive branch. The sensational stir of Bai Xiaofan's entry, too, biting her lip in a tied manner. Husband, Furan is still a woman, having her go care for a child, that. I think it's not a good idea. It might affect her reputation. Frowning now in the face due to his wife's indecision, what's wrong with that idea? If you want our daughter to climb further than us, then we must do this. Also, the Water Clan have always been very low-key, and your older brother won't let us use his name here either. Because of that reasoning, no one actually knows he's the current housekeeper of that clan. Pausing to gather his words so he doesn't mess it up, but if we can tie ourselves to the young lord of the Water Clan, then our future is secured. No one will ever dare challenge our family, nor do you have to worry about Furan's future. Yu Snowing had to admit her husband's argument was winning her over. She's the younger sister of the Water Clan's housekeeper, yet no one knows that fact, nor does she dare give the details out. And, seeing there's still a hint of hesitation, the man quickly follows up with his final move. Didn't your brother tell us to grasp onto this opportunity? Don't you get what he means by that? Actually, this time around it's Tian Wind who's overthinking the meaning of that message. Yu Snowing's older brother only wanted them to keep Bai Xiaofan happy and make sure he has a good time in the capital, nothing more and nothing less. After all, it's a well-known fact by now that Di Tsang greatly cares for this son of his and that unknown future wife. Why would he go ask his own niece to poke into this relationship at a time like now? It's the same as throwing themselves into the fire pit for roasting. Still not fully convinced since her daughter's stubborn face won't stop coming up, but Furan already stared. She's not willing. Unwilling? Tian Wind snickers derisively. She's going to be the Water Clan's bride-to-be. What can she complain about? It's a blessing that most could only dream about. I don't care how you do, just get her to follow us to receive the little boy. She doesn't need to know why, just keep her in the dark. In the end this woman could only give in. As much as she would like to discuss this some more, but she knows her husband here better than anyone. When he's like this, then there's no changing his mind. Whatever then, I won't get involved anymore. However, I still want our daughter to willingly agree to the marriage first. If she still refuses, then I'm not going to force her. I know Furan's personality better than anyone. If we do force her, then she would rather die than submit. You're fretting too much. Furan is my daughter too, how can I not care about her? Pleased by his wife's answer, Tian Wind got a lot better in the face as he spoke. Go call Furan and get her ready, we will go find the little boy now. Okay. Nodding as told, the woman slowly got out of bed and went downstairs. As it turns out, the hotel where Bai Xiaochen was staying happens to be the very same one Bai Yi was staying at. And towards the new and unknown, the boy would curiously touch and stare in amazement at the high-tech appliances surrounding himself. For example, the elevator that's able to carry him up and down caught his attention the most, like a child finding a novelty toy. The sensational stir of Bai Xiaochen's entry. 3. Big Bear, why does this thing open the door on its own? And what's an ID card? Why is the crystal on the overhead so bright? And what was the bird we were sitting in? Don't one usually sit on top of a bird and not inside it? He only came to Earth for a few days, so there are many things Bai Xiaochen still hasn't learned yet. Coupling the situation with Di Zong's inherent clinging to the old style of living, like using oil lamps and such, the boy never got much experience in the comforts of technology, thus his odd and strange questions. And regarding the plane they flew in, the steambun here didn't particularly like it very much, especially when it came to the speed at which it flew at. He could have flown here on his own and at a much faster rate. This kid, is he mentally challenged? Unaware of his own remarks though, those nearby who had heard it showed a look of surprise when staring at the boy. Or did he just come out of the mountains? How can he not know what an elevator and ceiling light is? Unlike the others though, Big Bear seems to have already become accustomed to his ward's antics and continued to walk without emotion. He knows he's better off ignoring the voices of others in a situation like this. Suddenly, a mocking snicker came from the side of the elevator. Is a high-end hotel some place any country bumpkin can come? You better get out of here before I call the manager. Originally Bai Xiaochen was still captivated by the novelty of the elevator in front of himself, but now his eyes have shifted entirely to the woman that's making a very displeased face. If one didn't know better, they might assume the boy did something heinous to her and caused a deep grudging hatred. If this wasn't Wen Fei, then who else could it be? She's been in a very foul mood ever since yesterday's excruciating pain. Therefore, she had come today to threaten Bai Yi and demand the lass in helping her get the antidote from Bai Yan. However, instead of complying like this foul girl had imagined, the once soft-minded Bai Yi had gotten a backbone again and retaliated by yelling back. This infuriating Wen Fei to the core, which in turn resulted in this outburst of the elevator. She's using Bai Xiaochen as a venting hole. Are you scolding me? The boy asks with his iconic smile of innocent nature, the prelude to the downfall of all those who cross him. Snickering some more, if not you then who else can I be scolding? A country bumpkin like you dare to stay in a fancy hotel? Don't you know the price of one night is equal to your whole village's income for a year? I have to wonder what the security guards are doing to let someone like you in here. Despite the foul words coming out of that mouth, the steambun merely stared at the filthy girl, never once blinking like a curious child. What are you looking at? Wen Fei snaps again and flew into a deeper rage. You never seen a beauty before or something? Why are you staring at me like that? Oh, that, puckering his lips to one side, mother told me I shouldn't talk to the mad dogs in the city, that's why I didn't say anything. I've always wondered what she meant, now I do. The sensational stir of Bai Xiaochen's entry, for, since Bai Xiaochen followed his mother around since he was a baby, the boy had seen a lot of pieces of work over the years. However, meeting one that's this special that would inexplicably rush over to cause trouble was a first. He had nothing to do with her, so it flabbergasted even him who's a known troublemaker. Growing irate after getting the boy calling her out, Wen Fei growled menacingly, You just scolded me by calling me a mad dog? I didn't scold you. I'm only calling you a mad dog because that's what you are. Is there a problem? Using his childish facade, Bai Xiaochen's face makes it really hard for others to doubt his innocence. What's more, where's the issue with him being from the countryside even if that's the case? Why should he be scolded by some random stranger when he did nothing? Miss, there's nothing wrong with what this child said, why are you? An onlooker couldn't keep watching anymore and decides to speak up to help. However, that murderous glare instantly shuts the crowd up. Who do you people think you are to tell me what to do? What is wrong about what I just said? The money he has must be stolen. I'm going to call the police right now and get him jailed. Originally Big Bear didn't want to interfere into this silly scuffle of verbs, but when he overheard the way Wen Fei Fei insulted not only the boy, but also his origin, then that's already past the line. Getting stern in the face, my young master here rarely goes out, so it's normal for him to not know these things. But when did a black diamond credit card become so common that anyone can just steal it? Visibly freezing in the face at the mention, the wench almost couldn't believe her own ears. Black diamond credit card? How can these country bumpkins have a black diamond credit card? What's going on here? It's then the manager of this establishment came running over due to the noise complaints. He's flustered in the face and wanted to get the situation under control due to how much of commotion it's causing in the lobby. Manager, the receptionist at the front desk finally gathered her wits and spoke up nervously. Just now this little boy and his attendant used a black diamond credit card to check in, but Miss Wen here claims he stole it. Wen Fei Fei actually only said the boy stole money, not the card part. However, as we all know, words are easily twisted when landing on others' ear. Feeling the pressure of the situation, the manager hurries to wipe the sweat from his forehead to deliberate on the proper action of diffusing the heat. This black diamond card, as if one can steal it? That's the first time I ever heard of such a thing. Miss Wen, maybe you don't know this, but a black diamond card is not something one can use even if they pick it up from the streets. So, that shouldn't be the case. His words acted like a slap across the foul girl's cheek, making her all red and indignant. Glaring at the boy like a wild animal, if you have a black diamond card, then why didn't you say so earlier? Puckering his lips like an aggrieved child, Bai Xiaofan's reply left many unable to doubt his sincerity. You didn't ask me, did you? If you didn't tell me, then I would have thought it was my bodyguard who stole it or something. Besides, how can you expect a little kid like me to know such things? Turning green from white, Wen Fei Fei's anger couldn't be withheld and exploded like a volcano at the gathered crowd, who's snapping pictures left and right. You're not allowed to film me, all of you close your phones right now. Sadly for this wench, it's too late by this point. Someone had already videotaped the whole encounter and posted it online. I will remember this brat, sneering viciously in the face. You will quickly learn that money isn't the only factor that decides one's status, it's strength. Even if you have more money, there is going to be a moment where you trip over after crossing someone you shouldn't. The sensational stir of Bai Xiaofan's entry, 5, grinning along his cute little face. Auntie, you are so old already, don't you know it's not proper manner to call someone else a brat? Moreover, my father told me no one can make me feel wronged while in this country. Wen Fei Fei's gaze grew hard and jarring as she got up close in order to slap him as punishment. Sadly for her though, those legs didn't even make it 2 steps forward before being blocked off by the big bodyguard that exuded an aura of danger and dominance. This man, he's a martial artist, a real one. And from the looks of it, he's not the boy's family either, more like some sort of bodyguard. Who can afford to pay someone like this? The foul wench thought, unable to comprehend why Big Bear would willingly work under a child. Sadly for Wen Fei Fei though, the big man didn't want to waste time dealing with a nobody. Reaching down with one hand, he lifts the lass up and readily moves to toss her out like a dog through the sliding glass exit. This behavior would have long warranted an interference from the bystanders. This was a young girl being thrown out by a big strong man here in public. However, Wen Fei Fei had quite the reputation around these parts, and the good kind for that matter. She's an arrogant bitch, a well-known Karen that's been long despised by those of high society. Therefore, seeing such karma coming around against this girl sent them all in delight and found it justly deserved. Little brother, the manager quickly speaks up after seeing the situation was devolving even further. That lady is the daughter of the Wen clan, a powerful family in these parts. If your bodyguard hurts her, then her people will definitely come back for revenge. I suggest you leave right away and hide abroad. This boy doesn't deserve what's coming, he needs to leave and save himself. No matter the influence and reach of the Wen clan, they can't stretch their claws to other countries. The Wen clan? Mr. Manager, are you talking about the same family that has a person by the name of Wen Shan? He asks while stroking his little chin, a sure sign the steam bun was coming up with the naughtiest plan in his head. The manager nods seriously with all the strength of a kind stranger. Yes, there is such a man in that clan. He's a well-known individual around here. But why do you ask that, little brother? Oh, then that's perfect. Bai Xiaochen jumps up in glee. Mr. Manager, if they do come looking for me, then please send them up to my room. I can save some trouble in looking for them myself. The manager literally gawked his mouth in shock and disappointment. In his view, this child was still too immature and was seeking his own demise by not fleeing right away. Didn't you hear my young master's command? Big Bear had finished tossing the package out when he returned to see the scene. That's why he got harsh in his voice, seeing the hesitation in the manager's face. They are the Water Clan, individuals at the peak of the martial world in this country. Forget about some puny Wen clan and their lackeys, even government officials would have to think twice before crossing members of their clan. And sure enough, the manager yielded to the request after seeing the resolute face of his patrons. He's a worker here only, not some savior that should pry into others' business. Some time later. The event in the lobby didn't upset the steam bun at all today. In fact, it's brought him great joy when a second party suddenly showed up at his doorstep and now currently stood before himself across the table. I'm so lucky to think I would meet Mother's enemy this quickly. Will she praise me if I punish them properly? Oh, what to do? How should I deal with these people? Of course, the smiling grin of the boy had an entirely different meaning for Tian Wind, who had come today specifically to welcome Bai Xiaochen. He even thought it's because the kid liked his own daughter a lot and hurried to push the lass forward. Little young master, it's a great pleasure of ours to welcome you to this city. If I had known you were coming ahead of time, then I would have arranged an entourage for you at the airport. Please meet my daughter. Her name is Tian Furen and will be happy to act as your guide while you are staying here. Tian Furen originally didn't want to come since she's being dragged along, but after realizing how incredibly handsome and cute the boy was, her eyes fell into a trance at the possibilities. If his son is this cute and handsome, then what makes the father? That young lord from the Water Clan must be mesmerizing. What a shame, his health is so poor. If I do marry him, then I can only be a widow at such a young age. The sensational stir of Bai Xiaochen's entry. 6. She doesn't seem to want to meet me at all, does she? Bai Xiaochen only needed a glance to pick up on the displeased aura coming off of the girl. Without surprise, Tian Win's expression got a huge scare at being caught and hurried to glare at his own daughter to get the lass in line. Turning back to the boy, how can that be? Little young master, you are so lovely and handsome, no one can possibly dislike you. Then that's good. Bai Xiaochen smiles accordingly while hiding the naughty grin inside. My family's Yellowy is missing a female companion, and I also like your daughter so she can be his mate. How about that arrangement? Yellowy? Tian Wind got stumped for words. What is this Yellowy? According to reason, the young boy here should be introducing Furen to the young lord. Why someone else? Yellowy is a big golden retriever in my home. I think they are a good match. Tian Win's face immediately got green. This brat wants my daughter to be a mate for a dog? And he dares to say they're a good match? Where the hell does he see they're a good match? Sir, you must be jesting me, right? He asks with a hint of displeasure, twitching in the lips all the while trying to hold in his inner anger. Remaining serious as he replied, the steambun's words were damning. How can you say I'm joking? I'm serious. But, human and dog, how do you match them? Though unintended, that sentence thoroughly angered the boy and caused him to jump up from the sofa. Are you looking down on dogs? Why can't a human be matched with a dog? In my opinion, Yellowy is loyal and obedient, many times better than some people around here. Your Tian clan wants to throw your daughter to my father's side and have her become his woman. Who do you think you are to have such ideas? In my view, she is only qualified to be my pet's mate. He's a smart one, so how could Bai Xiachen not pick up on their intents as soon as they appeared? The only baffling part to all this was how stupid these people are. Why would they expect him to turn on his own mother and help them put another woman by Di Tsang's side? That's just ridiculous and stupid. Tian Wen's face suddenly froze, his eyes showing incredulous and shock over what he's heard. It's true he wanted to use the steam bun to his own advantage and stuff Tian Furen to Di Tsang's side, but to be exposed by an immature brat left him stupefied. Getting the reaction that he wanted, Bai Xiachen retracts his angry gaze and continued with his plan. I heard your Tian clan destroyed another clan a while back, is it the Bai clan? Startled by the question, Tian Wind popped his eyes right away. How did this kid know about that? Little young master, there is indeed such an incident, but that's over 10 years ago already. May I know why you are bringing the matter up again? Bai Xiachen's heart instantly clenched up like someone just wrung it through the washer, that's how much it affected him. How much hardship did mother experience while on earth? She had to watch her loved ones die, and then watch her own father let that happen before her very eyes. These people must pay. I'll ask you one last question, why did you destroy the Bai clan? For what reason? Regarding the reason for destroying Bai Yan's family, perhaps only the ones responsible would know the answer to that, hence his persistence in pressing the matter. Tian Wen didn't know why he's being pressured for something that shouldn't be related to the current matter at hand. However, he knew enough not to cross the young child in front of himself, especially when there's a wary bodyguard from the Water clan nearby. Make no mistake, Tian Wind may be conceited and power-hungry at times, but his perception in recognizing a dangerous variable was top-notch. The Wen clan's here, little young master, this matter, it's not that I can't say. Frowning in the face, Tian Wind spent a moment to go over his own words to not let anything that he didn't want spoken to slip. It's like this. At the beginning, the reason we destroyed the Bai clan was because we got word of that family holding a treasure that could help one gain divinity. We wanted to offer it up to your father as a gift. Sadly, after gaining possession of it, there was no way to know how to use said treasure, hence our reluctance to bring it forward. Those are nice words indeed, however, Tian Wind never once thought about giving it to Di Tsang at all in fact. After all, who wouldn't want to become a god or celestial immortal if possible? But as years dragged on with no sign of them ever figuring out the secret to said item, he figured it's better to use it now today as a gift to win some points with the Water clan. At least that way he would curry some favors. Sadly for this man though, Bai Xiachen wasn't going to go along with his plan. The boy's face remains unchanged without any sign of being ecstatic after being told the lie. So, it's for some treasure that you destroyed the Bai clan? Bai Xiachen asks again, his eyes starting to narrow in. Taken aback at first, Tian Wind had to take a good second to understand the boy's words. Hastening to laugh in order to break the tension, little young master, you don't have to worry about the Bai clan's demise, no one will know about the connection between the Tian clan and the Water clan. There won't be any unwanted rumors floating around, I can promise you that. Oh? Pricking his brow at the odd reply, Bai Xiachen now got somewhat curious at what the man meant, and what would that connection be? How come I don't know? Still not following, the man continues to speak without much forethought, the housekeeper in the Water clan is my brother-in-law. I see, Bai Xiachen nods his head like he's understanding it now. Then turning to the big bodyguard nearby, Big Bear, go tell my father to change the housekeeper, we don't need such a person working under us. Batty father really messed up this time. He's been here for 8 years and doesn't even realize mother's enemy is actually right under his nose. I wonder what mother will do to him if I tell her about this blunder. Will Batty father be shown the whip? Tian Win's expression promptly crumbled into a look of horror and shock. Little young master, is there a misunderstanding between us? My brother-in-law has been working faithfully under the Water clan's rule, how can you dismiss him so readily? Grinning right up to his eyes at being called out, Bai Xiachen knew it's his time to play. That's easy, I don't like the guy and that makes me unhappy. What other reason would I need? If I don't like an individual, then it's only normal for me to change them out, duh. As for the debt with these people from the Tian clan, I'll wait till Mother gets here and let her do the final decision-making. I'm sure Mother will be very pleased. Though Batty Father did say not to let Mother dirty her hands, but I'm sure she will like to anyways. Dad. Tian Furen's complexion hadn't looked good to begin with. Now after hearing the steambun's words her face only got uglier as she stomped her feet. What's so great about this little thing? All he did is be born into a good life. If his mother didn't go seduce a sick bastard that's about to kick the bucket, why else would he be born? And now he dares to threaten Uncle's livelihood and status? That young lord from the Water clan can't be this stupid. I refuse to believe such a thing. The Wen clan's here, too, Furen. Tian Wind quickly grabs hold of his daughter's arm and drag hers behind his back. Little young master, you have to forgive my daughter, but can you give me a reason for changing my brother-in-law out? How can he just so casually say it's because he doesn't like the guy? Making a yawn as he lazily stretched those arms, Bai Xiaochen didn't reply and instead turns to his own bodyguard, Big Bear. Remove them from my sight, I want to rest now. Do not disturb me unless I call for you. Yes, sir. The one with the nickname promptly stepped up like a huge mountain that he was, blocking off the path for any chance of retaliation from these unwanted guests. Then again, the precautionary step was unwarranted here today. Tian Wind never even thought about hitting the steam bun, let alone retaliate. In fact, he's so scared of being thrown out by the big guy that he actually launched himself out the door on his own and disappeared from the corridor. And so, that's how the Tian clan had their first bout with the naughty steam bun. Dad, this little brat is too much. It's bad enough that he thought about matching me with a dog, now he even called to demote Uncle from his post. Based on what can he do that? Tian Furen unhappily stomps her feet after leaving the hotel, her eyes glaring with indignation at the glassy walls of the structure. Furen, do you now know the benefits of having power? Tian Wind also follows his daughter's gaze and glared up to the glass windows that blocked off his view from Bai Xiaochen's room. If you can become the Water clan's woman, then our family won't have to worry about this happening again. Please sweetie, I'm not trying to force you into a marriage, but our family only reached this stage thanks to your uncle's position. Now that he's unable to shield us anymore, what do you think the other clans would do if they ever figured out your uncle's gone? Tian Furen got what her dad was implying, but just thinking about how she's going to one day marry a medicine pot that might die anytime was sickening to her own heart. Dad, why did the brat target our family? We never offended him in any way, did we? Silly daughter, the man sighs at those innocent words. Did you not see how cunning that kid was? He saw through our plan from the very beginning, meaning his mother must have taught him about these power struggles from an early age. That woman is not a simple one. The boy's mother will be difficult to deal with if Furen is ever to be at the young lord's side. She will do anything to remove us from the picture, and before then I need to find out more on who this person is. The only one that can be the next chief's wife is my daughter, and if not, Furen must at least be the guy's secret lover. Tian Furen didn't say more as she hung her head in contemplation. She's still struggling on selling her own happiness out for power, but that deliberately soon started to waver towards giving in once Bai Xiaochen's arrogant face popped up in her mind. Her hands had clenched up into a ball of frustration. Am I really going to have to do this? Do I really have to sell my own body out in order to gain power? Am I that much of a disgusting character, willing to become a brat stepmother? Furen, you need to understand the situation you are in right now. That child in there is the young lord's son. Even if his mother can't marry into the Water clan, she's still the boy's mother. No matter what happens, a child wouldn't want someone else being their stepmother when his own remains. Know this, you are going to face hostility no matter the choice you make, that's a fact. After saying that, the man ticks his lips upward into a smirk like the obstacle was no problem. Dad, please don't say any more. Furen's brain remains very messy and needed time to gather her thoughts. Tomorrow, I'll give you a proper answer tomorrow. After leaving the hotel, Tian Wind didn't go anywhere else, only having the driver bring them back to their home. However, before the pair could even make it one step into the front door, the lady of the house had already come storming out of the front with an anxious face. "The Wen clan's here, 3, husband, what happened over at the hotel? Why did my older brother suddenly get a call from the young lord that he's dismissed from his position as the housekeeper?" Yu Snowing cries, her face pale and unstable. Tian Wind promptly halted in his own steps, staring right up to his own wife. "What did you just say? Tian Wind, what did you do to offend the little young master? My brother has been the Water clan's housekeeper for 30 years, and my father and his father has been doing the same during their times. Why would they suddenly dismiss him? Yu Snowing's older brother didn't earn the position inside the Water clan, rather that he inherited from his old man like a family legacy passing on the baton. The only issue was the harsh regulations that came with said post. Unless it's the individual themselves who's going to be the housekeeper, no other person from the Yu family could enter the Water clan." "Dad!" Tian Furen cries out as well as she fell into a panic. He really did it. They really dismissed Uncle just because of one phone call from that brat. How could this have happened so quickly? Uncle worked for the Water clan for 30 years, this is unreasonable. Tian Wen didn't want to quibble with her daughter regarding why. He's only growing more solemn in the face due to the indications of what this meant for his plans regarding betrothing Furen to Ditsang. It won't be easy and he knows it. "Husband." Yu Snowing grabs onto the man's arm. "Tell me this isn't happening, please tell me this is all a dream. Didn't my brother tell you to take good care of the little young master? What did you do to offend him? Tell me." At the end of the day, the lady of the house has lost all composure, grew mad crazy in those eyes. This outburst would be a first for Yu Snowing. Ever since she married into the Tian clan, this lady had never gone overboard into an argument. She's well educated and well disciplined, and that's all because of her older brother's status. But that's all come to an end, all because of her husband's folly and ignorance. "Mom, it's not Dad's fault. Tian Furen saw her parents fighting and wanted to stop it. All of this is because the brat didn't like me. He says I'm too beautiful and thinks I'm trying to steal his father away from his mother. Humph, nothing but a gold-digging slut that goes after riches, otherwise why else would that woman sleep with a medicine pot?" With her fists clenched, the lass could barely keep that breathing in check. Such evil people are bound to fail. "Dad, I've made up my mind, I'm willing to marry into the Water clan." The lass's plan was simple. She must get revenge for today's humiliation by driving the brat out using his own father's hand. Afterwards she would then ditch the medicine pot using some excuse of some kind. After all, getting revenge was one thing, wasting her life on a limp dog was another. Yu Snowing's eyes only got more anxious after hearing her daughter's outburst. "Furen, what are you saying? That Water clan is so dangerous, how can you even think about marrying into that family? You can't go. The Wen clan's here, for, if at first Yu Snowing still had the same idea as her husband in pushing Furen into an arranged marriage, then now she's totally of the opposite opinion. This mother only wants her daughter to stay far, far away from those people who would drive her older brother out after 30 years of service. Mom, I was ignorant before, that's why I wasn't willing. I know better now. I'm a daughter of this Tian clan, I won't let anyone harm us or push us around." Tian Furen appears firm and calm despite the plea from her own mother. Sure enough, Yu Snowing couldn't say more as she stammered for a proper reply. "You're too emotional. There is nothing wrong with what our daughter said. If she becomes the young lord's woman then it will only bring our family endless benefit. What do you know as a simple woman?" Tian Wind harshly lectures his own wife, not holding anything back in his tone. Before this man would always keep himself from being too harsh towards his wife due to that brother-in-law, but he's no longer the Water clan's housekeeper, meaning he had no reason to be merciful and could do as he please. "Come Furen, go inside and get a good rest. I'll think of other ways to get you into the Water clan." Giving his wife one final warning glare, the man leads his daughter inside by directing the girl along. Naturally the cold reception didn't escape the lady's eye. which in part left you snowing cold to the core as she watched the two closest kin she had slowly disappear from view. She wants to change things. Sadly, the woman also knows that without her older brother's support, her status within the Tian clan has diminished greatly. Compared with the chaos of the Tian clan, the Wen clan was also going through a turbulent time. Wen Feifei had just returned from the hotel after suffering the humiliation when the door to her room got pushed open. Startled at first, she quickly regains her head and called out to the entering individual, "Pa." Bang! Wen Shan didn't greet her daughter like usual though, instead he slams the cell phone in his hand against the ground. He's livid and green all over in the face. "Wen Feifei, do you think this city is your back garden or something? Take a good look at the stuff you pulled at the hotel, it's all over social media already. Frame a child and then threaten the crowd? Get posted across the internet and become a meme?" Wen Feifei's first instinct was to freeze along the sofa and not make any movements. She knows it's too late to hide the matter and decides to keep that mouth shut lest she causes more trouble. Husband. Chai Moon had heard the loud commotion between her husband and daughter by now and decides to intervene. However, instead of defending her child like most mothers would in these cases, the woman actually ran over and slapped the lass across the face. "Fei, what did I teach you over the years? I told you not to seek trouble or cause it, why won't you listen? Look how mad your pa is now." Staring up with tears streaking down those cheeks, Wen Feifei quietly sobs as she replied, "Ma, I didn't mean to, but when I went to ask Bai Yi to help me get the antidote, that girl humiliated me and then kicked me out. I didn't dare to fight back, so I got angry and lost control when I yelled at that boy. Oh Fei, my poor child." Weeping in the face, Chai Moon moves closer and brings her daughter into a hug to showcase how pitiful they were in front of the man. Whether Bai Yi is good or bad, she's still Bai Yu's apprentice. No matter what you do, you shouldn't have gone to bother her. You are better than that, I know you are. Don't worry my Fei, your ma and pa here won't leave you like this and let you suffer in pain. Ma, based on what can that Bai Yi do that to me? If not for our family picking her off the streets and raising her, she would be dead long ago from starvation. Just because Bai Yen returned, she's got a backbone now? I can't accept this. I can't accept such a bad person stepping all over me when I did nothing wrong. The Wen clan's here. 5. Truth was when Fei lied. When the foul wench went to the hotel and made a fuss inside the room, Bai Yi in fact didn't retort or mock her at all. The other girl merely spouted the truth and refused the request before slamming the door in Wen Feifei's face. But Wen Shan doesn't need to know that, does he? All this man needs to know was his daughter got humiliated somewhere outside, that's all. Their mouth belongs to them, let them say whatever they like. As long as I know your ma and you aren't bad people, then that's all that matters. Also, Fei, you can't vent your anger at a child regardless of your emotions. Do you know what your actions have caused to our family? The Wen clan have become a laughing stock among our peers right now. I will not permit another repeat of today's incident, understand? If he hadn't been drunk that year, then Chai Moon wouldn't have gotten pregnant. In the end it's his fault and he know it. Well, on the surface level anyways. Pa, Wen Fei sobbed some more as he met her old man's gaze. I understand, I will never do it again. Alright, I will go handle the aftermath, you two rest while I go find your grandfather to discuss the matter. Starting today, no one in this household is allowed to go out. Okay. The girl didn't argue, only behaving like a good obedient daughter. However, this wasn't enough to completely reassure the wary man here. Downstairs in the living room. Wife, you keep an eye on Fei for the coming days. I still don't feel comfortable if there's no one watching her. Raising a hand to pause the lady from interrupting after catching that moving mouth, Wen Shan wants to finish his sentence first. I know what you want to say, but that Bai Yi is a heartless wolf, there's no way she would help us get the antidote. Then how? Chai Moon still appeared worried in the face. I understand. Don't worry, I will be sure to keep an eye on Fei. I won't let her take a step outside our home. Pleased by the answer, Wunshan nods and said nothing more before heading out the door. The military housing district. Inside the second floor of the Ling household's estate, Bai Yan casually places the paintbrush in her hand away after drawing a portrait of her boy. Cousin, when did you learn to paint like that? Nowadays everyone only does it on a notepad or laptop. Is it Aunt Yu who taught you? Ling Lang was flabbergasted and surprised by how skilled Bai Yan was at the old art. With a faint smile on her lips, she hands the painting to Ling Lang without elaborating. Don't be nosy. Here, this is my son's portrait. He is called by Xiaofan. Hurry and go help me locate his whereabout. Taking it like a little dunt that he was, the handsome man was immediately taken aback by how lovely the little boy was in the picture. On top of that, he recognized that face. Cousin, coughing to clear his throat, do you ever go on the web? Web? It's Bai Yan's turn to be bewildered. What is that? Now the guy's got it. Ling Lang had his suspicion about his cousin being a hermit due to the nature of a martial clan's usual behavior. Now the reply from Bai Yan merely confirms it. Wait here, I'll go get my phone and show you. The Wen clan's here. 6. Ling Lang didn't need much effort to locate the proper webpage once he found his phone. Today there was a child that appeared over at the airport. He's very cute and adorable, similar to those little fairies you often see in those TV shows. Because of that reason, someone posted his picture on the internet and received a lot of coverage from the media. Everyone's guessing who that star child is. After saying that, he flips the screen so that the woman could also see for herself. Lighting up in the face at the recognition, Bai Yan's expression grew very excited. It is Xiaofan, that means he's also in the city? Ling Lang, hurry and go find out where he is, I'm going to see him. Okay, give me a minute to make a call. I'll have my people search where he is. Then right as the dunt of a man wanted to call for help, a ringing sound of a tweet stopped him from doing so. The following message read as so: little boy faced trouble at high-end hotel and offended the young miss of the Wen clan. Seeing the title of that message, Ling Lang immediately opened up his phone again and turned it to Bai Yan. I don't have to ask around anymore, your son is at a hotel right now. Specifically, the same one you're staying at. Bai Yan felt slightly happy that's the case, but her eyes soon narrowed into a dangerous look as she sneered over the title. It looks like I didn't give that Wen Fei enough pain to let her learn. She dares to harass my son? Ling Lang. Have you looked into the mirror lately, my dear cousin? Do you know how ridiculous it is to assume you can give birth to a boy that old? But Guy didn't give his thoughts out because he also found it rather strange that Wen Fei would know about Bai Xiaofan and go harass the child. It doesn't make much sense. Also, how would she know the kid would be staying in that hotel? Just as his lips were moving and he wanted to say something, a little lorry ran in from pushing open the door. Big brother, the big bad man from the Wen clan is here again. The big baddie from the Wen clan? Are you talking about Wen Fei or Wen Shan? Ling Lang asks his sister with a furrowed face. It's Wen Shan, that big baddie. Little Smile's cheek got all pink and flustered due to that name. Big brother, can you get rid of that big baddie? I hate them, I hate Wen Fei and her dad. Giving his little sister a comforting rub on the head, don't worry, this is our Ling family's home, no one can bully you here. After saying this, he turns to meet Bai Yan's inquisitive gaze. A few years ago, my second uncle brought Smile and my little cousin out to play. They met Wen Fei by coincidence. That's when she gave the two of them a beating. My second uncle went to the Wen clan's home to demand an explanation, only to be driven out by Wen Shan at the doorstep, claiming it's a fight between kids and that adults shouldn't intervene. Just thinking back to that incident would make Ling Lang's face sink into a dark sneer. Kids' little fight? Humph, that Wen Fei was already 18 back then and my sister and cousin is only 4 and 12. A full-grown lady bullying two little kids, what part of that is a kid's fight? And do you know what the real reason behind Wen Fei hitting my sister? It's because Smile bumped into your foster sister on the streets that day. She saw and got unhappy, that's why she vented her anger out on some kids. There's undisguised anger in the man's eye now. He wanted to get payback for his little sister and cousin, but back then he was studying abroad and couldn't do anything. Now that he's back and all grown up, there's no way Ling Lang would let things go. Big brother, little smile tugs at her older brother's sleeve, can you get rid of them, okay? I don't want that bad man in our home. Be good, smile, leaning down to speak softly so she wouldn't cry. Big brother will go now and get rid of those bad people. No one can bully our family's good, smile. When Sean gets clobbered. 1. Living room of the Ling household. Bai Ran's expression was awkward and uncomfortable as she sat across from the man whom she once called family. However, the feelings now only carried a heavy air of dislike and hostility. Bai Ran, I came today for only one thing. I'm sure you've heard of Yenna returning already? You came to me for Yen. A flicker of surprise swept across the lady's eye at the mentioning of that name. Did Wen Shan finally grow a conscience and decide to treat Yen well? But does he think he can erase his own mistakes after making her watch my sister die? Indeed, I came to find you because of that girl. Frowning in the face, the man made a dissatisfied grunt. She's been staying outside for over 10 years, so her temper has changed horribly. The first moment she returned, she immediately poisoned Fei Fei with some kind of pill, causing my daughter to suffer constant pain. I hope you can help me persuade that girl to hand over the antidote and change her evil ways. Bang! Bai Ran slams her hands against the tea table, causing the cups to spill over and hit the ground, smashing. She's very angry after hearing that disgusting request. I thought someone like you finally grew a consciousness, but I clearly thought too higgly. You expect me to help you persuade Yen to help your other daughter? Why do you think Yen did that to Wen Fei Fei? It must be because that wild daughter of yours did something to provoke her. Bai Ran. Wen Shan also grew irate at being called a heartless bastard. Getting up from the sofa, he glares ferociously at the former sister-in-law. Chai Moon is my wife, Fei Fei is my daughter, you better show some respect. Over the years, I've neglected Chai Moon and Fei Fei for far too long. I didn't think they would be under this much pressure. Thinking up to here, a sense of guilt would rise from Wen Shan's heart and make him lose control. Chai Moon is your wife, then what about my sister? Bai Ran doesn't back down and steps forward with a provocative sneer. Your sister is dead. Looking at those contemptuous eyes, Wen Shan's brain would instantly become a blank, thus letting his mouth slip without forethought. It emptied him, not only because of the truth behind that outburst, but because of how hollow he felt inwardly. For more than a decade, he never once spoke of Bai Yu's death, only because of the pain for which he partially caused due to his own cowardice. You're right, Bai Ran also darkens in the eyes after that, like some life left her soul. My sister is dead, but don't forget, you and that woman were already sleeping in bed together before she was even gone. You and Chai Moon made that Wen Fei Fei while still being married to my sister. Pack! Shocking to the both of them in this living room, a loud crisp sound of a slap resonated across the air. In its wake was a red fingerprint imprinted along Bai Ran's cheek, stinging her and stunning the woman into tears. When Shan actually didn't want to do that, he reacted out of reflex and rage in the heat of the moment. By the time he realizes what he has done, things were done and he could no longer undo things. R.A. Ran, I didn't mean to, how are you? When Shan gets clobbered. 2. Mom. Ling Lang had just walked down the stairs from the second floor when he saw this occur before his very eyes. Without a single thought, the man rapidly rushed down and pushed the bastard away to protect his own mother. Mom, are you all right? Does it hurt? Against the threatening gaze directed at himself, Wen Shan couldn't deny he's slightly taken aback in that moment due to the boy's aura. Ignoring the fact that this house was General Ling's, the fact that Bai Ran was the old general's daughter-in-law was enough to put him in a bind. Not to mention the other person across from himself was his former wife's younger sister. Whether it be on the surface of underneath, he had no right to hit her. Ran, I didn't mean it, I really didn't mean to, I'm your brother-in-law, how can I bear to hurt you, His words didn't have the chance to finish though. Next thing he knew was a blurring shadow dashing right down from the second-floor balcony and onto the open living room, causing him to fall backwards as a mysterious force roared into his chest. Wen-shan, it looks like you forgot my warning already. I told you before, if you provoke me again then I won't mind removing you from the picture. You don't want to live, is that right? Wen-shan didn't need to look up to recognize that familiar voice. Instantly, a wave of panic shook the coward's heart. Why are you here? This is my aunt's home, why can't I be here? As for you though, you're no longer my mother's husband, nor are you my aunt's brother-in-law, why are you hitting her? You're not qualified. That said, Bai Yan began to slowly stroll towards the other side, her mouth smirking a menacing cold grin that sent shivers down the coward's back. Right now, in this very moment, the bastard had no question about what would happen if he tried to do anything. The girl there would kill him, he's certain of it. Do you want to beat him? Right as everyone thought Bai Yan was about to act, she suddenly stopped and turned back to look at her cousin. Ling Lang nodded, not bothering to hide his real thought once his gaze met hers. I do. But the flirt knows himself better than anyone. He's not a martial artist, nor does he have the strength of one, meaning he won't be able to compete with an Olympic-level fighter like Wen-shan. Alright, you can go ahead, beat him as you please. Even if you beat him to death it's still okay. Stepping back after saying that, Bai Yan forms a meaningful smirk, knowing full well the woes of her young cousin. Don't worry, I've sealed his strength so he won't be able to retaliate against you. Even if you end up killing him, he won't be able to resist. Staring for a long minute, Ling Lang eventually came back to his senses and said the only words that came to his lip, thank you. He's thanking her for giving him the chance for payback. As to whether the act would incur the wrath of the Wen clan and cause a mess afterwards, that's not within the young man's consideration at the moment. Wen-shan naturally became shocked from his point of view. He tried to climb up from the ground out of reflex but found his body unable to move an inch. Then before the man could cry out in defense, Ling Lang's fist had already come flying down, hitting him right in the eye. The flirt may not be a martial artist, but he's undoubtedly a full-grown man at his prime. Beating another guy using his full strength would hurt regardless of how well built their body was, which reflected in the nosebleed that promptly followed after the first punch. Wen-shan gets clobbered. 3. Through all of this while Ling Lang beat the heck out of Wen-shan, Bai Yan never once wavered or showed any signs of pity, only indifference as if she's staring at some unrelated individual. Big sister, it's then a slight tug came from the side and catches her attention. Can you help me suppress Wen Fei Fei like you did to this big baddie? Pricking her brow up at the request, Bai Yan didn't understand why Smile would ask this of herself. Puffing up those cheeks, Smile quickly explains her reasoning. Wen Fei Fei hit me and my cousin before. In order to protect me, cousin fractured his leg and is still scared of going out to that park. Then afterwards those big baddies from the Wen clan said the fight is between us kids and that adults shouldn't intervene. I'm not very old so I don't know much, but even I know someone as old as that Wen Fei Fei is no longer a kid. I want to help my cousin get payback like you are helping my big brother. She doesn't understand why Wen Fei Fei would beat her that day, but Smiles know when one should get payback for the misdeeds she suffered at others. It's time for retaliation. Okay. Bai Yan didn't refuse and gladly accepted the idea after getting the details she didn't know before. This Smile, she's just as naughty and cute as Dragony. I wonder if that girl is awake yet, perhaps she will be sad if I'm not around. And Ling Yan and Jean Tian, those two must be waiting for me to return. I need to hurry and find out what this amulet wants me to get, I can't stick around for much longer. Showing 2 dimples along her cheeks, Smile was so cute as she giggled away after getting her way. Thank you big sister, you are so nice to me. Not only did you save me, you're also helping me beat that Wen Fei Fei. In the eyes of this little girl, anyone who helps her get payback on that Wen Fei Fei was a good person. Outside the villa, a crowd had already begun to gather due to the commotion. Ling Lang naturally wouldn't really murder Wen Shan before the crowd, however, venting his anger was a must, which showed in the level of blood staining his fist after clobbering the guy. Wen Shan sprawled onto the floor with all his teeth knocked out right now, that's how badly he's been beaten. Cousin, Bai Yan saw how more and more people were gathering and decides to make her move by winking at the heated guy. Ling Lang couldn't read the lady's mind, but he's smart enough to know the lady must be planning something, so he immediately stepped to one side. Coming forward to stare down at her one-time father, Bai Yan's gaze was dark and full of disgust. When my mother was pregnant you still had your lover give birth to a child, then after my mother died you had the nerve to bring that woman into her home. If at first the onlookers didn't know what's going, then that statement gave them more than enough hint to catch a whiff of the whole story. Unlike the other world where men would often take in multiple wives into their home, Earth was very different in its custom where having a secret lover would be a huge taboo. Even if the fault lies in the main wife's side, people would still point fingers at the third party. That's how it goes in this world. So, what qualification do you have to come make trouble for my aunt in her home? You slapped her after she simply called out the truth, and you then threatened her to persuade me? My aunt did no wrong. And you think my cousin is only beating you because of your slap against my aunt? You're wrong, very wrong. He's also beating you for Smile's sake. Gaining momentum in her words, Bai Yan's loud speech catches everyone's ear. How old is Smile? No older than a kindergartner that year, while your daughter is already 18 that year. Then when my uncle went to your home to demand an answer, all you said was that it's a fight between kids and that adults shouldn't interfere? Heartwarming by Xiaofan. 1. Wen Shan's face appeared very embarrassed. Although he's a bit overbearing at times, but the guy's not stupid. These things are well known in their private circle, but once it's brought to the forefront then it's undoubtedly going to bring shame to the entire family. Therefore, he's livid and ashamed at the same time, the indication of the guilt he had in his heart. Sure enough, the looks from all the onlookers are filled with contempt at this point. A full-grown adult bullying a child? Say it's a fight between kids? And won't let the injured side's parent come demand an answer? What a rare sight to behold, a truly shameless bastard. Ling Lang now fully understands why his cousin would tell him to back down. It's to clear his own name so others wouldn't point fingers after this beating. For that, his gaze couldn't be any more grateful. After all, the Ling household was one of the founding members of this country. Whether it be internal discipline of their members, or the reputation given to the public, the Ling family was known for being right and just. For him to openly beat another man in the streets, well, imagine the fallout for his grandfather who's a high-ranking general. Those political oppositions would have a field day making trouble for their family. Cousin, Bai Yan coldly gave Wen Shan a glare before turning back to Ling Lang. You've vented your anger, so let's go first. As for him, have some of the security guards come around and toss him out. From now on don't let any of the people from the Wen clan hear anymore. Ling Lang dumbly nodded at that order. He's overwhelmed by how quickly things were moving. Then thinking back to how he fell heads over heels for this woman at their first meeting, the guy just couldn't help but sigh in regret. Hotel. In order to stay at such a high-end establishment, those that come are usually very wealthy or influential, therefore, their confidentiality measures are top-notch and thus making it difficult for one to figure out an individual's room number. Thankfully Ling Lang had his connections. The son of the hotel's owner was the flirt's drinking buddy. That fact alone was enough to get the receptionists to make a phone call right away. Unbeknownst to his mother's arrival, Bai Xiaofan had been curiously fiddling with all of the high-end products in his room. If only little sister Andragony is here too, despite how much fun he's having, just thinking back to those two girls in his family was enough to make the boy droop that face. He couldn't share his joy and that depressed him. Little master, it's then Big Bear, the bodyguard assigned to the steam bun, spoke up. I just got a call from the reception desk that a woman wants to see you. Woman? Bai Xiaofan didn't know who, so the identity of said woman befuddled him. Is it someone from the Wen clan? No, she said she is your mother. Donk. The steam bun had just gotten to playing with the TV's remote controller when he heard this, thus it didn't come as a surprise that he would drop the item without realizing he did so. The boy flew to the door in the next, rushing to the elevator so he could get downstairs as soon as possible. Big Bear didn't expect such a strong reaction there. After his initial stupor, the big fella promptly gave chase out of fear for the boy getting hurt. He's all too aware of how clueless the young kid was towards the things in the city. Big Bear, do you think that receptionist at the front desk would lie to me? How did mother know where I'm staying? Doesn't she need time to find me? Bai Xiaochen didn't know how to work the elevator button, so he was standing around anxiously in wait. Heartwarming Bai Xiaochen, too. Will mother favor other people's child beside me since I wasn't around for a while? Will she miss me as much as I miss her? No, I'm sure I will miss mother more than she misses me. Mother has too many people to care for, and a lot of babies to worry about, meanwhile I only have mother. Swinging his head around to look up to the big bodyguard, by the way Big Bear, do you think I should change out of my clothes first? Mother likes clean children, I'm not sure if I'm clean enough in this. Big Bear. This would be the first time the big fella discovered his young charge had such a big blabbing mouth. Unlike right now, the steam bun would hardly speak to his old man during his stay at the Water Clan, and when they did speak, it would always cause the young lord to throw a fit. While the two here each had their own individual thoughts, the elevator in question had already reached the first floor of the main lobby after making a ding. And with the door slowly swinging open, a beautiful lady donning a gorgeous red of modern design came into view. Mother. Bai Xiaochen was the first to recognize that face, causing his smile to grow exponentially wider to the point where he threw himself at her waist. Oh how great, being next to mother is the best. It's so comfortable and warm. Bai Yan was just as happy as her boy. Reaching down to embrace the clingy child, her face radiated a heartwarming shine that could never be found elsewhere. Against this picture, Ling Lang who was behind the lady found it surprising and hurting. It goes to show how little importance he was to this newfound cousin of his. Mother, you are the warmest light in my heart. Without you, my heart will always be dark and without clarity. So, mother mustn't go looking for other babies to care for, okay? You must only like me. Ling Lang was still lamenting at his own menial existence when compared to Bai Xiaochen's grand entrance when he overheard that poetic phrase. Immediately, the flirt started to twitch in the eye and mouth because he felt ashamed at his own supposed skills to woo the opposite sex. Truly, if a boy that young could spout so much lovely-dovey words, then what would he do when he grows older? Ling Lang couldn't even imagine the sort of storm this nephew of his would rouse once the time comes. Xiaochen is so good, giving her son a peck on the cheek. Bai Yan couldn't hide her inner happiness in the way she's smiling. Of course I won't go look for other babies to care for, you will always be the shining sun in mother's heart. Without you, the world will be dark for me too. These days, Bai Yan could never get a decent rest due to not finding this boy. She's a mother, and as any mother would do, they would worry about their children's welfare, like if he's eating right or sleeping well. Heartwarming Bai Xiaochen, 3, it's so nice to have a son around, I can't lose him anymore. Xiaochen, I'll introduce you to someone. This is your distant uncle. Bai Yan points to Ling Lang who's behind themselves. Turning to the indicated young man, Bai Xiaochen's eyes were moving like a good fawn before he spoke, hello uncle. Instantly, Ling Lang's heart melted away due to how adorably cute the boy was in the way he's addressing himself. Without hesitation, the man pulls out a credit card from his wallet and offers it over. Good Xiaochen. Uncle here didn't bring any gifts, so this credit card will have to act as our meeting present. The password is 6xxxxxx, go ahead and spend it as you please. The young mustn't refuse a gift from their elders, so thank you uncle. I don't have anything special prepared either, so please accept this from me. That said, Bai Xiaochen promptly pulls out a bottle of Dan pills to offer. These are the snacks mother gave Xiaochen, I hope uncle won't mind. Ling Lang's smile literally bloomed with delight then. He didn't think this newfound nephew would be so polite and clever to the point it's making him jealous the boy's not his own son. This child is so sensible, he even knows not to refuse a gift from his seniors and return a gift with his own. Most children nowadays wouldn't know such courtesy. Cousin here taught her son very well. Of course, Ling Lang wouldn't know how valuable the gift he received today was until later on, otherwise he might lose his wits and return it right away. Big Bear the bodyguard on the other hand wasn't so clueless. The second the boy brought out that bottle was when the big fella locked onto it like hawk. He could feel the intense spiritual power oozing into the air. Did I hear it wrong? The little young master said those snacks were prepared for him by the young madam? She has Dan pills in her possession? Even though the Water Clan also had alchemists working under them, but they're the strongest in this region. And based on the big guy's judgment, Bai Yan would at most be one of the members of the 4 lesser martial families in this region. That could only mean it's this lady who refined the precious pill. Uncle, you mustn't eat too many of my snacks at once, okay? Only one at a time. If you do then you will become like that Wen Fei Fei. The lad already knew what Wen Fei Fei did during the first encounter, hence the warning. He doesn't want this kind uncle to be inferior to those of the same level. Ling Lang naturally felt puzzled by the warning but dismissed it as nothing more than a child's innocent reminder. Reaching over to rub the kid's head, "Good Xiaofan, uncle here is very happy and will cherish it greatly and not eat a single one. I will keep it on display. Besides, he's already so old, why would he gorge himself on sweets at his age?" Bai Xiaofan immediately got all serious after hearing that remark. "No uncle, you must eat this. Eat the green one first, then eat the others. Your physique and mine are different so you mustn't eat more, otherwise it will be harmful." Ling Lang's mind only got confused after that little outburst. Even so, he remains calm and smiling against that stern-looking child. All right, uncle here will try your snack as soon as I get back home. As it so happens your little auntie is also quite fond of snacks, me and her can eat it together." How old is my auntie?" Bai Xiaofan asks after murmuring to himself about something. "Oh she just turned 9 this year." 9 years old? Then she can eat it. "Uncle, you must remember to never let anyone under the age of 5 to eat the snacks, promise me." Heartwarming Bai Xiaofan, for this time Ling Lang did not think too much about the remark. After all, young children shouldn't gorge themselves on candies or snacks. There's no wrong in Bai Xiaofan's request. Bai Yan did not explain in this situation despite knowing what her son was worried about. She's rather happy the boy would go to such lengths for Ling Lang because it shows the boy does care about this distant relative. "Big cousin, you should go back home first, I still have something to talk with Xiaofan." Against this request despite only getting to know his nephew, Ling Lang didn't deny it. He understood there must be a lot of things to talk about between the pair who just reunited. Making a cool laugh, "Of course, don't worry Bai Yan, your big cousin here knows how to make himself scarce. When you are free, do bring Xiaofan to my home, I'm sure my mother will love to meet him." Once he finished saying that, the flirt promptly realized he's been disregarding a certain someone nearby. His eyes slowly turned to Big Bear and got all wary and vigilant. The guy may not be a martial artist, but he's from a military family, hence his ability to discern danger and those who's physically trained their body. This man, he's just like them. He's a real preconditioner of martial art. "Uncle, he's my bodyguard from my father." The steam bun picked up on that gaze and casually explains. When Bai Yan heard her boy said, "Father," the lady's heart literally skipped a beat. Hurrying to grab the steam bun soldier so she could get a proper answer, "Xiaofan, are you saying your father's here? In this place? Deet Song's here? On Earth?" There's a indescribable feeling circulating within the demon queen's heart. Excitement? Not quite. Worry? A little bit. But more than both of those feelings, it's a sense of deep guilt. In this life all she's done was to make that man follow her wherever she goes. Whether it be through danger or peril, it's always like that. Meanwhile she on the other hand couldn't do a thing aside from being a burden. Mother, let's go inside before we talk. Bai Xiaochen takes a look at the people that's staring over and decides to go elsewhere. He's not comfortable being stared at like some item. Okay, let's go back to your room. Taking hold of her son's hand, Bai Yan led the way into the elevator. Big Bear didn't follow suit though, he instead went to the parking lot with Ling Lang since he knows it's not his place to eavesdrop on the pair while they talk. Instead, he wanted to give his own advice to the flirt who's clearly clueless to the value of his newfound gift. The thing you got from the little young master, it's some really good stuff. Don't waste it. This time around Ling Lang simply became bewildered. He knows his nephew wasn't exactly your average kid based on the fact that he could use true martial artists as a bodyguard, but what's so special about the gift? Inside the hotel room. As soon as Bai Xiaochen went inside and saw no one was looking, he promptly threw himself into Bai Yan's arms like a little kitten wanting to snuggle. If it was in the past then this act would surely make the woman reprimand her boy that he's no longer a little baby. However, she also knows it's been hard on her little precious boy since they came to Earth. Xiaochen, where is your father now? Where is he? Bai Yan asks after giving her boy a soothing rub on the head. Mother, father will come soon, you can ask him in person then. Also. Mother, did you know State Teach sent father back here 8 years earlier? Heartwarming Bai Xiaochen, 8 years ago? Why is that? Bai Yan pricks her brow in confusion. Batty father told me that if he wanted to come to Earth, he would need to find a body that's closely matching his own. However, State Teacher could only locate a body through his prophetic ability that should have died 8 years ago to use, that's why Batty father transferred over earlier than us. In other words, Di Tsang arrived on Earth 8 years ago while she and her son only arrived recently? Bai Yan's heart immediately tensed up in pain, causing her fists to clench up like she couldn't breathe. Di Tsang had to wait for me for 8 years in some far-off land. I did it again, I made him suffer so much because of my own willful wishes. It's then the woman suddenly recalled back to the time where she spent wandering out in the wild by herself on Earth. Something snapped into place inside her mind because aside from the initial 2 early years where she encountered danger and suffered a lot of injuries, Bai Yan couldn't say the following 8 years were all that perilous. This leads her to believe that must be because her husband's working in the shadows. For example, on many nights the lady would find her senses tingling like someone sneaking around in the dark and stalking her. Of course, Bai Yan never thought too much of it and left it as weariness and fatigue playing at her mind. But now, well, it doesn't take much to connect those dots, especially the hair-raising cold shiver of when she's bathing in the wild. It's obvious Di Tsang was peeking at her naked body while in the water. Mother, Batty father said he watched you fall from the lightning strike back then. He really wanted to help you block, he really did, but he didn't because he knew how much you cared about the family and friends on the other side. Bai Yan understood why her boy was saying that and smiled in agreement. Yes, I don't blame your father, he made the right choice. I would rather die than to miss the opportunity to meet everyone in the other world. Also, I wouldn't be able to have you if I didn't die that day either. Mother loves you so much, Xiaochen. That said, the woman went ahead to pull her son into a warm embrace to show her affection. Really? The steam bun happily wraps his little hand around hers to show his affection. Nodding, Bai Yan strongly reaffirms the notion, I've used up all my good karma in this life to meet your father. Because of your father, I now have you, Ling Yan and Jean Tian. Besides, there are so many people who cares for us on that side, what else could I ask for? Exhaling a small breather after hearing that statement, the steam bun appears very much relieved. He's been worried Bai Yan would regret dying just to have him and his siblings. If that's the case, what would he do then? Mother, I will be very good and obedient, those people who brought you harm will pay for what they did, I promise you. Xiaochen here will always be your most intimate and kind baby. Those people who hurt mother will know what sort of a mistake they made. No one can hurt my mother, no one. Heartwarming by Xiaofan. 6. Bai Yan did not make any friends in the previous life on Earth, nor did she bring Bai Yi along with her. The reason for that secluded nature wasn't only to enhance her own strength by diving into alchemy and such, it's mostly because the lady had no will to continue living after revenge. She intended to off herself after the fact. However, in the other world, that idea had long left her due to all the warmth she experienced from the friends and family she made along the way. Di Tsang knew this of course, hence the reason the Demon King didn't save his wife from that thunderbolt. Otherwise, the outcome would be that Bai Yan remains the same old her, the same woman who's only out for revenge and without a will to live. If that's the case, what then? It's not like the Demon King could just rewrite history and then still get the same outcome. That doesn't work. Mother, Bai Xiaofan looks up with his small little head. I miss Grandchefus and them, I also miss Sister Yi and Auntie. Once we go back to the other world, can we go see them in the human realm? Of course, there's no objection on her part. After all, Bai Yan received a lot of help from those friends and family, especially those who were there at the very beginning where she was at her weakest. On this new lease on life, it's unforgettable. But then just as the mood was going well, the steam bun decides to throw a bomb down that destroyed it completely. Let's go without Batty Father, just us. Batty Father is too intimidating, and Sister Yi have a small heart so she will be scared. Immediately, Bai Yan's mouth twitched over that comment. I'll have your father control himself. Getting all pitiful and teary, Bai Xiaofan knew he's not going to get his way this time around. He wanted to hog Bai Yan to himself on the trip, that's why he suggested to leave Di Tsang behind. Also, don't say bad things about your father. Bai Yan pinches her boy on the nose as a tease, knowing full well how naughty the rascal could be when it came to her own husband. Making a wronged face after hearing that remark, then can mother still snuggle with me if father is around? Can you still give me a kiss on the cheek too? He purses his lip like some pitiful pet waiting for its owner to consent. Why not? You're my son. Yeah. We can take Batty Father with us then, I'm fine with that as long as I can snuggle with you mother. Batty Father may be annoying at times, but I will bear with him if you insist mother. As long as he could do as he pleases, then what does an extra Di Tsang matter in the equation? Anyways, Xiaofan, when is your father, when is he coming? Waiting for a good moment, Bai Yan eventually asks after succumbing to her own desire. 8 years, no matter how patient the lady was, 8 years was still a long time for anyone. How could she not want to console her own husband after knowing that fact? I don't know, but Batty Father said he needed to do one more thing before coming. I don't know when, but he said at most 2 or 3 days. That said, the steam bun went ahead to tug at her sleeve. Mother, Batty Father will definitely come find us, you just need to wait for him, so don't worry. Thinking it over, Bai Yan eventually accepts this fact despite her own urge to search. Okay, I will listen to you. I believe your father will come find us soon. Bai Xiaofan's present. 1. Ran. Running into the main living room of the Ling household's estate, the man by the name of Ling Yun appeared anxious in the face when searching for his wife's whereabout. Only by seeing Bai Ran loftily sipping tea on the sofa did the man calm down. Ran, I heard when Shan that bastard came to make trouble, are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? Before he came home, Ling Yun had been busy dealing with some business at work when one of his subordinates reported the news of Wen Shan making a scene in his home. That's why he came running back so quickly without checking what has happened on the phone. I'm okay, our son beat up Wen Shan for me. Hubby, regarding our son beating up that guy, do you think you and father can settle it somehow? I'm worried that Wen clan will try something, Bai Ran asks with a troubled expression. Initially the lady did not stop her son Ling Lang due to her own grief against Wen Shan, but after cooling her head down and figuring out the gravity of the situation, she knew it's going to get messy. After all, the coward may be a bastard, but he's still the son of the current chief of the Wen clan. That's bound to cause some trouble for their family. Don't worry about that, me and Dad can handle the aftermath. Ling Yun smiles reassuringly. Oh right, our son shouldn't be a match for that one Shan, right? How come he's able to beat that guy? There's a obvious look of puzzlement in the man's eye because he knows his own boy the best. Aside from being a flirt with those movie stars and girls of high society, Ling Lang didn't have any other special ability. Ah, that. Here, sit down with me and let me explain. I got something really good to tell you. Bai Ran wraps her arm around her husband's and make him sit. Do you remember my older sister's daughter? Thinking back to that name, Ling Yun starts recalling back to the fuzzy memory of that young girl who would often hide behind her own mother. Unlike his wife, he himself didn't have much of an impression from that side of the family anymore. The only impression would be that his niece was well-behaved and sensible, often clingy and very likable. Pity. If the Bai clan didn't face destruction, that child wouldn't be missing for all these years. I remember her. She's called Wen Yen, wasn't she? No, she's called Bai Yen now. Bai Ran harshly corrects her own man. That's what I want to talk about. Bai Yen, that girl, she's back. Not only is she back, she's grown up to be a fine lady. Appearing shocked along the face, Ling Yun quickly speaks. Then did she go back to the Wen clan? Does she know about Wen Shan's new wife and new daughter? Honestly speaking, Ling Yun had a very bad impression of Wen Shan and held the guy in great contempt. For one thing, taking on a new wife and daughter right after your first family broke apart was enough to make anyone frown. Then did you invite the girl to our home? I would like to see this niece of mine for dinner. It's time we did our part to take care of that poor child. No matter what, she's still our relative. As her uncle, the least I can do is make sure she's doing well. Showing a gentle smile, Ling Yun really meant it when he said he wants to help. Also, go call that rascal that is our son back home for dinner. I want him to help his cousin out since they're around the same age. We're too old to be too involved, so it's better if the young ones interacted more often. PFF. By Xiaofan's present, too, Bai Ran could no longer keep her eyes from forming a curve after hearing her husband's words. She's too happy that it's showing on the surface. Why are you acting so happy all of a sudden? Did I do something? Ling Yun couldn't understand the inexplicable look he's getting, like he's some gullible child being praised. Oh that, you don't need to fret about Ling Lang getting to know our niece. Grinning now in the face, Bai Ran pauses to keep her husband hanging as a playful tease. But you did return in time. I want to talk to you about something else as well. Before you return, our daughter almost got hit by a speeding car along the road. What? Ling Yun's complexion got deathly pale, understanding the severity of how close his baby girl came to death today. I know you're busy out there working for our family, but hubby, I suspect someone is out to get us this time. That speeding car is no accident, it's likely premeditated. Ling Yun's beating heart won't stop at the suggestion, causing his hand to clench up greatly when he spoke with that cracking voice. Dear, don't worry, I will make them pay for going after Smile. Dad is already getting old, so don't let him know. I will personally handle this matter. They won't be able to hide from us. The man understood. Unless the one behind the plot gets identified, then the danger would continue to lurk around. By then their family would never be able to rest at ease knowing a shadow was after them. I know you will keep our family safe, hubby, the lady sighs, but we also have to thank our niece Bai Yen as well. She's the one who saved Smile before the car crash. Apparently she's a martial artist like my sister and parents. If at first Ling Yun only took his niece as someone that needs help, then this newfound piece of news only made him feel grateful and proud. Grateful for saving his young daughter, proud of having such a strong-willed niece who doesn't give up despite the cruelties of life. If so, then we need to invite her over to our house even more. I need to thank her personality and show our hospitality. Unable to hold back a giggle over her husband's antic, Bai Ran couldn't ask for a better response. I'll go have Ling Lang tell her. As the old saying goes, when you speak of someone, then they are bound to show up. Exactly then the main door was pushed open and in came a handsome youngster who appeared all excited like he's just came home from the carnival. Mom, guess who I met after going out with Bai Yen? As for his old man, Ling Lang just ignored the guy like he's thin air. That's how little care the flirt had for his own father. Laughing at her son's childish behavior, Bai Ran didn't reject this and happily asked the question, "Oh? And what sort of person did you meet that is making you so jolly?" "You will never guess, we were able to find Bai Yan's son right away. That little guy is so cute and adorable, I wish I could kidnap the little rascal to our home. Though the boy is only 8 this year, but he's so clever and smart. If Smile and the boy wasn't related, then I would love to pair them together. They would look like dolls together, I tell you, Mom." Bai Yan's son? 8 years old? Ling Yun's voice suddenly got all menacing when he spoke up from the side of his son, thus scaring the flirt to death under that threatening gaze. It couldn't be helped. Ling Lang had always been the carefree and flamboyant son of this family, constantly disregarding his old man after being old enough to do so. However, before then, Ling Yun was known to be very serious and stern regarding his own son and would beat his bum whenever the flirt caused trouble outside. By Xiaofan's present, 3, Bai Ran hurried to wink at her own boy to stop before angering the man some more. Hurrying to help calm the situation, "Hubby, Bai Yan's child is very good. Perhaps she got conned in some way back then, that's why she gave birth so young. We don't know the full story, so let's judge her without getting the details, okay? It's already sad enough on what happened to her." Ling Yun did not respond despite the plea, leaving the whole room in an awkward air of heaviness. Against her husband's heavy expression, the lady only grew more anxious and worried. She couldn't stop staring into the man's eye out of fear on he might think. Ling Lang definitely felt the oppressive air hanging in the room. Lowering his head in guilt at making this mistake, "Dad, don't be like that please, I think Bai Yan likes her son very much and seems happy too. Sure, she did get pregnant very young, but I see the child as a gift to her and not a burden." After saying that, the guy also took out the bottle of Dan pills in his possession to show the gift he got. "See this, Dad? This is something that child gave me. If anyone is to blame, then it's those bad people who conned my cousin into the ordeal. The two are innocent and shouldn't be blamed. Both of you don't have to be so nervous, I know that girl is a good child, nor will I be prejudiced against her. After all, she didn't have anyone beside her during those tough years, no one can blame her for what happened. But you though, son, if I find out you ever get a girl pregnant without marrying them, then I will break your leg." Ling Lang simply gawked, his mouth ajar in shock after hearing that ending. "Isn't this too biased? I didn't even do anything and I still get hit. Dad, then what about Smile? How dare you jinx your own little sister?" Ling Yun grew furious and glared at his own unfilial son. "If I find out someone knocked Smile up at that young age, then I will break that animal's leg. As for the baby, our home is more than big enough, we can afford to care for another mouth. Besides, you think everyone is like you who likes to hook up with any beauty that crosses your way? Don't you dare try me. If I find out you really do knock up a girl without marrying them first, then I would rather disown you before I let you step foot into this home." Ling Lang literally squealed, his hair raising into a sweaty mess at that warning. "Dad, would never dare. It's true this flirt likes to hang around those beautiful flowers, but when have he ever played around like everyone think? He's not the type to mess around, okay? At most a little kiss or a little touch here and there, but even when he does sleep with them it's only with a condom, never raw. Of course, the woes of this playboy would never reach the ears of those closest to him." The behavior portrayed to the public was simply too strong, to the point where Ling Lang would never be able to shirk it off even after marriage. At that point the man would constantly be dictated around by his wife due to his philandering playfulness. "Don't dare." Ling Yun sneered at his own son's promise, "I will believe it when I see it. If you ever become someone like that heartless Wen Shan, then I would send you back to the maker than to keep you in my sight." A shudder gripped the flirt's back. For once in his lifetime, he got this sensation that he better keep his manhood in check lest he loses it. He knows his old man wouldn't really murder him, but making his manhood go limp wasn't something out of the equation. There are plenty of medicine and drugs to do just that. Son, it's then Bai Ran finally took notice of the pill bottle in Ling Lang's hand. Did you say that is from Bai Yan's son? Ling Lang finally regained some sense back into himself and nodded. This is the snack Xiaofan gave me. He says it's our meeting gift. Hearing this, Ling Yun immediately focused in on his son and with more anger this time around. You animal. How could you take candy from a child? You are his uncle, it's you who should be giving him a present and not the other way around. By Xiaofan's present, for, Dad, if I was an animal then what would you be? Ling Lang meekly mutters this, too afraid to openly speak his mind. Ling Yun. It's at this moment where Bai Ran finally took a better look at Bai Xiaofan's present. Reaching over with her hand, son, let me have a look at that bottle. Oh, here ma. Handing it over, the flirt scratches his nose like a good son that he was. Initially the lady only had her suspicion due to the familiar scent she smelled from the container's surface, but that suspicion immediately turned to certainty after popping the cork. That scent was intoxicating and brought old memories back to the forefront. Dan pill, these are alchemic pills. What did you say, Ran? The husband nearly lost his own breath at the outburst. I'm certain, these are definitely alchemic pills. Bai Ran's voice sounded very excited. Back when I was living with my parents in the Bai clan, my father had a couple in his treasury, so I was able to come into contact with a few in my younger years. This smell, it's unmistakable. On Earth, only big powerful clans like the Water clan would have their own personal alchemists in their service. As for the smaller family clans like the Bai clan and such, they could only resort to purchasing a few from various auctions in rare occasions. Mom, you must be mistaken, these are only snacks Xiaofan gave me. Ling Lang didn't buy the idea and started to doubt his own mother. However, that suspicion quickly changed to belief after he recalled back to the steambun's warning about eating only one at a time. There's also the comment from that big bodyguard about the bottle being something really good. It can't be. Are these seriously alchemic pills? By now Ling Lang's body had started to tremble because he's only now starting to understand the gravity of the situation. Mom, I really didn't know these are Dan pills, I thought they're only Xiaofan's snack. If I had known then I wouldn't have accepted something so valuable. Should I return it back to him? Now I see why cousin was making that smiling face. Bai Yan knew what her son was giving me. Did Yan say anything? Bai Ran was just like her son and was visibly shaking due to the value in her hands. Alchemic pills, these things are no different from being legendary items for them who weren't part of the martial world. Not to mention they have a whole bottle's worth here. My cousin didn't say anything, and she didn't tell me the truth. Ling Lang was ready to cry at this stage. They likely won't accept it anyways even if you send it back now. Contemplating the issue, Bai Ran eventually came to a decision. Since it's Xiaofan who gifted this to you, then keep it. Just don't forget their kindness and know this will change your life forever. Ling Lang's nervously received the bottle back from his mom and held it like some miracle drug. Mom, you're a martial artist so you should take these pills, don't you want to get stronger? Bai Ran appeared pleased by her son's offer but shook her head anyways. My talent is already set in stones at this point in my life. Any more will be wasted on me. Besides, the stronger I get then the longer I will live, that means I will have to grow old by myself after your father passes. Spending a lifetime with your father is what I want, not some lonely extension on my lifespan. What's more, she's not going to steal this opportunity from her own children. That's foolish beyond belief if she did. The younger they are, the more benefits these pills would have on them. I remember little Xiaofan said to take the green one first. Mom, should I try it now then? It's not like the flirt doesn't want to be a martial artist like his own mom during his childhood, just that Ling Lang knew his own talent and there's limited resources at their family's disposal. However, the opportunity has now been laid before him, so how could he refuse? It's also a mean for him to get the power for revenge on those who wish his little sister harm. The guy didn't forget that traumatizing moment where Smile almost got ran over by that sports car. By Xiaofan's present, 5, Mom, I understand, I will not let my cousin and nephew down. Ling Lang appears determined along the eyes as he stared down at the container. He remembers Xiaofan asking him to take the green pill, so he did. Immediately, a burst of air came gushing out of his pores and left the man soaked in his own smelly sweat of grime and filth. The guy had just made the first step into the world of cultivation, a requirement for all who wish to start absorbing the energy around themselves. In reality, there are no lacking in people wanting to dive into the mystic and unknown. Sadly, Earth has become too polluted and impossible to get started. Like in the East, where martial arts need to learn how to wield the energy in the air to begin cultivation, they couldn't really do it due to their veins being plugged with unnecessary elements. As a comparison, it would be the same as a car filled with gas but couldn't ignite it due to its tube being clogged with dirt. Then in the West there's magic, a powerful art that manipulates the energy of this world to the user's bidding. The arcane art may be different to martial arts, but its final goal was the same, where they want to use the energy in the air to their own bidding. That's how they create fireballs and other elemental spells and such. Cleansing Dan pill? If my guess is correct, this is a cleansing Dan pill used by us martial artists to clean out the filth inside our veins. Years ago I was able to watch an auction selling this type of alchemic pill once. The final asking price was in the billions, so my father was greatly disappointed because he couldn't outbid the final winner. Bai Ran explains, her face showing surprise and joy. Unlike his wife's mood, Ling Yun's brow had furrowed up into a knot. Instead of being happy, "Wife, I'll go close the door first and not let anyone in. You stay here with our son and watch over him." Right now the Ling family was at the tip of the iceberg. Any sudden movement or mistake would allow their opponents to catch onto it and make a mess of things, including ruining Ling Lang's evolution right now. Or maybe worse, murder them for these alchemic pills that's worth billions. The cleansing process took a very long time, by going from the afternoon all the way to the evening. Nevertheless, the flirt's done it now. He may be covered in a sticky layer of grime that turned off even his own mother, but he's done it. "Mom, I just had a look inside the bottle and there's more than one of these pills. We can save one for Smile, so you and father should split the rest." Ling Lang offers after coming out of the shower. He felt incredibly refreshed, like all those years of drinking and smoking had never happened. Bai Ran simply gawked her eyes at the container and didn't try to reach over. Instead, she grew hesitant, like she's struggling inside. Truth be told, the woman does want to try one of these alchemic pills for herself and grow strong as well. That way their family would have another trump card against those foes lurking in the shadow. Ling Lang seems to catch on to his own mother's woes and quickly cocked that iconic grin of his. "I know you want to stay with father, but look at me, Mom, don't I look healthier than ever? That pill didn't just push out the dirty stuff inside me, it also did something to my health and I feel great. Just look at how pearly white my skin is. Don't you want to feel healthy and pretty? I'm sure Dad would love to see that too, don't you think?" That did it. All females are prone to fall victim to any beauty products, especially when it could help turn back the age of time on their skin. Without hesitation, Bai Ran picked out one of the green ones and held it before herself. "General Ling Kaiyuan's birthday, 1, husband, these Dan pills." Bai Ran moves her mouth like she wanted to say something but couldn't due to the content. She's obvious worried about something. "It's okay, you don't need to say more. In a few days it will be father's birthday. Don't forget to invite our niece to the party. As for the 4 smaller clans, don't invite anyone from their end." Bai Ran immediately showed a surprised look, because this meant her husband intends to side with Bai Yan and disregard the 4 smaller clans. Make no mistake, this was no easy decision. After all, they're all part of high society, and openly snubbing that side meant their Ling household would be telling everyone they are not on good terms. Undoubtedly more enemies would take advantage of this fact later on and use this opening. "Okay, I'll tell Yen Yen this, I'm sure she will be happy to attend if I ask." Bai Ran sighs a breath of relief. This was exactly the trouble she had. On one hand she wanted to look out for the benefits of her own family, on the other she wants to protect Bai Yan and help the lass. Picking one meant damaging the other. Regardless of her choice, someone's going to get the shorter end of the stick. Now it's all become a non-problem thanks to their boy's sudden surprise entry into the equation. Hotel. Bai Xiaofan was currently fast asleep while nesting himself in Bai Yan's lap. This little thing, he's so cute while asleep. He must be dreaming about something delicious. Look at that drool and happy face. Bai Yan thought, pleased to have her son around again. Bad little rice. As if in compliance to the comment from the lady, the little guy suddenly started to furrow his forehead in displeasure. You're stealing my snacks again, I won't play with you anymore. Bai Yan. This little guy, even when he's dreaming, he's still fighting with little rice over their snacks? But before the woman could go further in her own train of thoughts, a series of phone rings catches her ear. Bai Yan didn't want to wake her son up, so those hands moved fast. However, the number on the screen wasn't one she recognizes. Sure, she did give the cell number to Ling Lang, her cousin, but this new one didn't match up with the flirt's ID. Abruptly, another thought hit the lady like a train wreck, because not long ago Big Bear had asked her for the phone to use. It can't be. Thinking of the possibility that her heart wanted, Bai Yan carefully climbed out of the bed without waking her boy, moving quickly and silently towards the direction of bathroom like a sneaky housewife that's about to meet their secret lover. Once inside and after pressing the receive button. Yen, the voice that came through was low and hoarse, yet it carried a hypnotic tone that sucked the very air out of the lady's throat. It's too familiar and causes her eyes to tear up. Yen, the man on the other end didn't get a reply, so he called out again through the phone, this time carrying even more tenderness and yearning to the point it could melt a woman. I'm here. Bai Yan finally realizes she's being too quiet and muttered this out with sobbing tone. After a long pause on both sides, Yen, I miss you. 8 years of yearning and separation, that's all he needed to convey his feelings. Not far away in the back mountain of the Water Clan's estate, a big orange cat was currently loafing around in the grasses and enjoying the soft breeze when it overheard that lovely beckoning. Immediately, the critter promptly looked up in surprise at the man who never showed such emotions. General Ling Kaiyuan's birthday, too. If anyone else were to be present, then they would surely be taken aback by how humanistic this cat was behaving. It's not normal to act this way for an animal, almost like its intelligence has been elevated beyond that of an animal. Di Tsang, where are you now? Bai Yan whispers this, her fingers growing tighter in anticipation for the reply from the phone. I'm taking care of some business outside, don't worry, I'll come as soon as I'm finished. Yen, wait for me. The man's voice promptly made Bai Yan chuckle due to how apologetic it sounded. Okay, I'll wait for you to come to me, and if you need me I'll go find you right away. Don't worry, I'm your man, I'll fix anything that comes my way and give you a safe haven. That's the initial promise he made to her, so he's going to see that through. Whether it be on Earth or the other world, it's all the same. The corner of Bai Yan's mouth curved upwards, her smile warm and glowing after that lovely cooing. I estimate Xiaofan already told you the full story. When you disappeared that day outside the demon city, I immediately called state teacher back for help. But for some reason, I could only come to the Earth 8 years prior. I've been following you since. Many times, I watched you dive into danger without thinking it through. I hated the experience. On more than one occasion I had the urge to drag you into bed and give some sense into you. When spouting this sentence, Bai Yan could hear the gritting teeth of her man through the phone. He's really angry with me, isn't he? I'm sorry, Di Tsang. This would be a rare occasion for her in not arguing with Di Tsang, which in kind tempered some of that flair in his attitude. At the beginning, I lost hope after the Bai clan was destroyed. So, in order to avenge them, I would pay anything to grow strong. I know the Tian clan has a strong backing, but I did not know how strong they were, so all I could do was to improve and improve. If I survive, then I could avenge them, and if I die, then I don't have to live with such pain. But then I went to the other world, the world where you lived. I met my brother Bai Xiao, Chu Yi, and my Shifis along with many more people. It's your presence that made me want to try living again, try living so that I can be with you. I'm grateful that you didn't stop me from going to the other world where I got meaning to my life. If I didn't, I would have ended myself even after my revenge. There's nothing in this world binding me here. Bai Yan's now afraid of death, afraid of leaving all these friends and families behind. Therefore, in order to avoid such an outcome, Bai Yan has put her all into growing stronger again, but for a real reason and not just blind vengeance. On the mountain of the Water Clan, Di Tsang had grasped onto his own chest like he's unable to breathe due to the words coming off of the cell phone. His wife's confession wouldn't stop ringing in his ear, and it's killing him, all for one simple reason: that so-called backing in causing the Bai clan's demise was the Water Clan itself. Though he turned back time and came to Earth 8 years prior, he couldn't change the tragedy because that had occurred already. Also, he's not the true young lord of the Water Clan, so what right does he have with messing in fate of those living here? General Ling Kaiyuan's birthday, 3, that said about the past, Di Tsang also knows the future remains fluid and ever-changing like the flow of a river. He couldn't change the events that's already set in stone, due in part thanks to state teachers' advice, but this demon king would be damned if he doesn't set the future in proper arrangement for his wife. Didn't those people want to use the Water Clan as their backing? Humph, I will have them fall heavily and deeply into the ground before I leave. Yen, believe me, I will solve everything for you. I won't let them off without settling this blood debt. I will also let them have a taste of the pain you suffered. Some things could not be solved with mere death, only by making them suffer immeasurably while being alive would it be enough to quell that hatred. I'll wait for you to come, Bai Yan says, her voice growing ever so more yearning like her own husband's. But yearning was yearning, it won't help even if they kept talking through a phone. Therefore, the conversation quickly ended after that when they hung up. If Yen calls again, remember to hand me the phone. Di Tsang tosses the device over to the big orange cat after hanging up. Meow. The cat complies by calling out, his paws resting on the phone screen and poking at it like a human child playing with a toy. Di Tsang didn't mind the fact that his pet was playing with the device, as long as he knows someone he trusts was on watch for Bai Yan's call, then that was enough. Cocking a devious smirk, Tian Clan, Fu Clan, and the Wen Clan. I will definitely make all 3 of your clans suffer for making my wife endure those grievances. General Ling Kaiyuan's position within this nation was very high. Even though they rarely meddled in the political affairs of each day-to-day business, it still doesn't mean their household had fallen from grace. In fact, it's the opposite, they've never been higher. This time around for the old general's birthday, the family has arranged for a huge banquet to invite those of high assignments. Take for example the leading figure of this nation. Though the number 1 official couldn't come attend in person, they still sent a representative to congratulate the old general, thus giving the Ling household immeasurable glory in the public's eye. Despite the desire to flatter such an influential family and its members, those attending wouldn't dare to bring gifts tonight. They've been told specifically not to today, plus they all know the sort of position the old general was in. If they did bring gifts, then it would only give the political opponents opportunity to prod at the old general, claiming he's dirty and easy to bribe. Virum. It's then the guests that were still heading inside were stopped in their tracks because a luxurious-looking SUV had pulled into the driveway. Normally expensive cars were commonplace for these wealthy and influential guests, but the car plate was something special in of itself. Who would carry the word "rich" in its plate numbering? No one, that's why. For one thing, it would be ridiculously hard to get such a combination. Secondly, such a taunting plate name would rouse jealousy from anyone who had an ounce of influence. Yet this guy did, and he's openly flaunting it before high society. But their curiosity was soon quelled once the driver stepped out of the car. Wearing a casual set of brand name's clothes, the guy was definitely handsome, no one could deny that. However, what's important was the fact that they all recognized who this one was, the younger son of General Ling Kaiyuan. Of the Ling household, there are 2 sons currently holding the helms. The eldest would of course be Ling Yun, the flirt's father who majored in politics. Meanwhile, the younger one would be the business tycoon who currently dominates the businesses under their name. To be clear, this sort of arrangement wasn't out of thin air. Each son took after their parents well. Ling Yun had his father's talent in politics, meanwhile the younger one had the mother's talent in business. The old madam of the Ling household wasn't just some flower vase put up for looks, she's actually a famed business tycoon in of herself who carved a business empire before marrying the old general. General Ling Kaiyuan's birthday, 4, but who would really care for a middle-aged man anyways? The ladies here are more captivated by the next man to come off of that SUV. Specifically, Ling Lang, who's the only adult male in the Ling household who hasn't married yet. They're showing love star eyes at the handsome flirt who immediately captivated the female guest's eye. Unfortunately for them though, their hopes aren't going to come to fruition tonight. Instead of greeting all those fancying females, the guy remains preoccupied with opening the passenger seat door for his important guest. For a moment, all the men attending the birthday banquet was gobsmacked by how beautiful and stunning this new lady was. To be fair, there are no shortages of beautiful women on earth due to cosmetic surgery, but this sort of beauty didn't fall into that sort of a bracket. It's too natural, too pristine and unique. Who is this woman? Why is she with Ling Lang? I bet she's Ling Lang's new girlfriend. He changes it so often, I bet this is another one. Trust me, this woman won't last more than a few days. The Ling household is so prestigious, only a proper lady would be able to step through its door. There are only so many females of high society in this capital city of the country, the very fact that they don't recognize Bai Yan leads them to believe she's not part of their circle. And what happens to those who don't mingle well in their circle? Obviously they would be shoved away and frowned upon, especially in this case by the females attending the banquet. You could literally see the jealous flames burning in their eyes. Bai Yan naturally overheard their gossiping discussions due to her sharp ears. Even so, she could care less and instead turned around to help a certain little steambun off the vehicle. Mother, Bai Xiaochen's been trying hard to push his side of the door open when he got dragged out from his mother's side. The boy actually almost fell over due to this. It couldn't be helped that the rascal would appear so pitiful and teary. This would be the first time he rode on a car and it nearly scared him to death. Then the tin can wouldn't open its door, which only made him more frantic because he didn't like the fact that he's trapped somehow. Sir Ling Lang is playing with some woman that has a child this time around? In that case I bet she won't even last a day if she's that old. The old general would be furious if he finds out. Che, and what's up with the way he calls his own mom? Who calls mother nowadays? Does that kid think he's in some kind of old martial arts drama or something? The voices of these people were very sour to the ear regardless of their gender, apparently upset by the fact that Bai Yan and her son got to ride with the flirt. Then again, this outcome was to be expected. Whether it be men or female here tonight, they had one or more reason to get close to Ling Lang, like setting up a marriage arrangement or trying to form a business relationship. There's just so many benefits to getting close to the Ling household. You've been looking like you're in a daze for a while already, can you come back to your senses now? Bai Yan asks her foster sister, who stood there in a blank state. Bai didn't really come back to reality though. Stiffly turning her head like a robot, the young lass still showed the same disbelieving dull look in those eyes. Sister Bai Yan, I still need a minute to digest this. Bai Yan dragged her out tonight and took her to see Bai Xiaochen. Originally the poor girl thought the nephew would only be a little baby, yet it turns out he's already so old, so how could she not be surprised beyond compare? General Ling Kaiyuan's birthday, 5, if you don't come along then I'll leave you in this place. Bai Yan knew she had to tease this foster sister of hers, otherwise they would be standing here till the next morning. Bai immediately sped forward like a good Girl Scout. She didn't even want to give that idea even a sliver of hope. Bai Ling Lang also saw the dazed face of the lass and decides to join in on the fun. However, his voice suddenly stopped and got uncertain after noticing something. Are you able to practice again? Ling Lang could not feel these before, but ever since he consumed the green pill from Bai Xiachen, then he's been able to discern certain aspects of everyone around himself. For example, his own mother Bai Ran was a martial artist, and the way she moved was certainly different from all the rest. It's very precise, like it's always ready to move for combat. Huh? Startled in her initial response, Bai Yi quickly realizes what he's asking and got all flushed in the face. Ling Lang silently felt relieved at the good news. That's wonderful to hear. You are my aunt's apprentice, so it's good to know you have recovered. When my mother offered to help you and you refused, we've always been worried. That comment only made the lass hang her head even lower. It's true she refused the aid of the Ling household, mainly because she didn't want others to gossip around, saying she's only out to steal other people's wealth. That would be a smear on Bai Yu, who brought her up from the streets, a sin Bai Yi would never allow for her late teacher. Therefore, the lass would rather live in a basement than to take charity from others. Those females at the entrance were already jealous to begin with due to Bai Yan's presence, but this time they're downright showing contempt for Bai Yi, who got the opportunity to speak with Ling Lang. In fact, it's so bad that one of them actually openly chuckled for everyone to hear. Ling Lang's footsteps suddenly stopped at the noise. Turning to glare at the individual woman, your parents never taught you that it's not okay to mock others behind their back? Just listening to you all talk about others is hurting my ear and making you all look very ugly. Sure enough, the smile in those ladies' faces disappeared. They couldn't believe this for one. How could the flirt hear their conversation when it's so low? In reality though, the average person wouldn't be able to. The reason why Ling Lang could in this case was due to the fact that he's evolved into a real genuine martial artist. The very same type that could break rocks and chop bones with his fist, that kind. Merely picking on some noise nearby had become an easy task for him after consuming that green pill. Sir Ling Lang, you misunderstood us, One of the females in a bright red dress wanted to explain but was cut off by a voice from inside the manor. Ling Lang, why are you not coming inside yet? Recognizing who this individual was, the sorry excuse of a guest that wanted to make an excuse stopped in her tongue. She's now looking on with delight at the expected drama that's going to unfold. Mrs. Ling is here. I like to see how that woman with a brat tagging along is going to play this. She's definitely going to embarrass herself. Coming out of the manor was none other than Bai Ran, of course. She saw her son, so she called out, but her gaze had locked onto Bai Yan right away and then shifted to the little figure standing next to her niece. Immediately, Bai Ran got all elated in the face as she quickly walked over to reach out for a big affectionate hug. Yan, I knew you would come today. Your uncle has been waiting for you already. This child is Xiachen, is he not? How lovely is he, the boy got your eyes, you know. Grand Auntie Ran, you are so young and good-looking. Other people could easily mistake you as my mother's sister if you stand next to her. General Ling Kaiyuan's birthday, 6, Bai Xiachen has never been shy since he was born and would honey up to anyone he meets. Therefore, he had no issue buttering up this newfound relative of his. Though Bai Ran herself knows the little guy only said those words in order to please herself, nevertheless, it's working like flower pollen to a bee. She's very happy, and that's making her mood very delightful. This kid, he's such a sweet talker and so lovable. Yan, all of you should be tired by now after a long ride. Let's go inside first, it's windy out here. Just like that, the anticipated drama for these sour guests were promptly swept away after this brief greeting. Their faces were frozen on the spot and unsure of what to say. In particular was the bit about Bai Ran saying Bai Yan's uncle was waiting inside. Anyone with a brain would realize this young lady and her kid was some sort of relative to the Ling household. It can't be, she's Sir Ling Lang's cousin. Mom, just now these people were talking about cousin behind her back. Ling Lang suddenly speaks up and points to the bunch nosy bitches near the entrance. They not only said Bai Yan is my girlfriend, but they also tried to insult her. Bai Ran's smile disappeared like a magic show in that moment. She's glaring at the bunch. Auntie, you misunderstood, we did not mean any of that, we didn't know she's Sir Ling Lang's cousin." The lady wearing the bright red dress who openly chuckled spoke again, her demeanor awkward and losing color by the second. Faintly nodding, "I see, you don't need to explain. From what I can see, all of you don't want to attend anyways since you've been standing around for so long on the outside. In that case, my father-in-law's birthday doesn't need anyone that doesn't wish to stay. I will oblige your wish. All of you don't need to attend now. Son, go ahead and send these guests away." After giving this dismissing order, the lady of the house promptly reached over to grab Bai Yan and the steambun's hand to lead them inside. She's back to her old joyous self like the unhappy moment didn't occur. "Come, let's go inside. Quit standing there and come inside too, I'm sure you are getting cold too." Bai heard that of course despite how surreal this all seems to her. However, the last didn't follow like most would assume and instead she turned to Ling Lang who stood beside herself. Making a shy face, "Ling Lang, do you want me to help you show them out?" In cases like these, a flirt like the guy should have picked up on the lass's behavior since he's known to be a playboy. Yet he didn't, in fact, he's downright oblivious in this situation. It's not like Ling Lang was a dunce though, rather the females who pursue him are all very open and mature in these sorts of relationships. "That's great, you can help me then. Just don't let these people bother my cousin." Soft as a mosquito, her voice was so quiet that it would be difficult to catch there. Fortunately, Ling Lang's ear had improved greatly since his rebirth and heard it. Towards the two's lovey-dovey interaction, Bai Yan had caught it when she swung her head around before entering the old manor. It's not difficult for the lady to see the pink sparks flying in the air, and for that, she's starting to get some ideas in mind. "Mother." Bai Xiaofan's call suddenly brings the woman back to reality. "What's the matter?" she asks by looking down. "Does mother like Auntie a lot?" Bai Xiaofan scratches the back of his head due to the oddity of him saying that. He's just not comfortable with that name since the other world had Chu who liked to play with him and cause trouble together. Bai Yan shows a faint smile like someone reminiscing the past. She could be counted as one of the most caring people I know on earth. "When your grandmother passed away, it was who took care of me. She's clearly younger than me, but she did everything nonetheless for me. I was foolish, not knowing when to cherish what I had until now. General Ling Kaiyuan's birthday, 7, can you take her with us? I don't want to see you sad, mother." Bai Xiaofan grasped onto his mother's hand, showing how concerned he was of her well-being by saying that. "I'm afraid that's not possible," Bai Yan says, her face showing disappointment over her own words. "But before I leave, I will make sure to arrange everything. She will be worry-free for rest of her life." That's all she could do for her foster sister if they aren't able to take Bai along. Breaking through the world barrier was no easy task, and it's like Bai Yan knows a surefire way to do just that either. "Dear." It's then Bai Ran calls out after locating her husband's presence, thus bring the pair's whispering conversation to an end. Ling Yun wasted no time in walking over at the beckoning. His eyes were all smiles after seeing who has arrived. "This girl should be Bai Yan, right? You don't look like your mother very much, so I didn't recognize you for a second." Guffawing a laugh, the man attempts to break the ice by trying to be funny. Giving her husband a jab in the side, Bai Ran shoots a look as any wife would do in these embarrassing cases. How could anyone be exactly the same even if they're parent and daughter? Yan is not like my sister, but it's fine as long as she's not like that when Shan." Clearly, Bai Ran's opinion of that coward has fallen to the level where she wants to vomit even at the mention. "I'm only just kidding, don't mind me." Ling Yun laughs again like a silly elder. "I remember the last time we met you were only up to my waist, to think you've already got a son of your own in a blink of an eye." Smiling in return to as thanks for the warm reception, "Uncle, everyone will eventually grow up." At that, the host of this party only smiled and said no more. This girl sure changed a lot. As a kid, she was so clever and smart, a total troublemaker, and now, she's very calm and mature. That event likely changed her personality. Hello granduncle, Bai Xiaofan finally chimes in with his happy-go-lucky self. I am so envious of granduncle, you were able to see mother's younger self. Ling Yun actually didn't know why the boy would say that and asked for a follow-up. Why is that? Because, back then mother still hasn't experienced that tragedy yet. I never seen mother like that. In my view, mother has always been courageous and strong, never needing anyone to help. I sometimes wish me and father can be that reliable, that way mother will rely on us sometimes. Bai Yan's heart inwardly trembled in regards to that comment. Tightly hugging her son, she felt so happy to have this sensible child as her boy to the point it's making her feel guilty. Ling Yun's face grew even more surprised. Before Ling Lang mentioned you are not like a normal child, now I can see why he said that. Xiaofan, you're much more mature for your age by thinking that way. Bai Xiaofan giggled delightfully at that. Mother suffered too much. If I'm not more sensible then it will only cause my mother more worry. Ling Yun's been left astounded at this point. He's very envious of Bai Yan having such a filial son while he himself had such a heartache of a flirt. Is Yan here? An old voice eventually came from the rear, causing Bai Yan to turn around and see that old figure slowly strolling down from the second-floor staircase. Dad, it's Yan. Huh, it's great that Yan is here. I haven't seen this child in more than a decade. General Ling Kaiyuan's birthday, 8, Yan sure have grown compared to her old child self. She's so mature now. But then you are still the focus of the crowd whenever you come. I remember when I first got a glimpse of you I was wowed by your cute and adorableness. If only you weren't my daughter's niece, then you would be able to become my granddaughter. Ling Kaiyuan's boisterous laugh was refreshing and lively in this moment. Dad! Ling Yun got all sweaty in the face like an embarrassed son. He doesn't want his old man's words to scare away the lady who only just arrived. Am I wrong? Back then this lass was a real eye-catcher. When little Ling Lang saw her, the first thing he did was cry to everyone saying he will marry her and make Yan his wife. But this isn't old society anymore, so marrying members of their own family isn't allowed anymore, otherwise the babies will be born mentally handicapped. The old general didn't let up though after spouting all that and huffed a few more grunts. Oh, why does it have to be this way? If only Yan isn't Rant's niece, then I would be able to take her as my granddaughter-in-law. What a pity, what a pity. This time it's no longer just Ling Yun who got all black and awkward anymore, Bai Yan as well was making a what the hell face. Dad, I'm rather glad Yan is my niece. It's not like you don't know my son's personality. If we put Yan with him then wouldn't be the same as ruining her? Yan just came, so don't scare her. What if she makes a run for it because of what you say? Bai Ran really does worry about this because her hand had already grasped onto Bai Yan's sleeve in case the girl makes a run for it. Ling Kaiyuan just scoffs another laugh like it's not a problem. I'm only joking, just a joke. Oh right, I still need to introduce her to everyone. Attention please, attention please. This is my daughter-in-law's niece, and next to her is her son. Don't get any idea about them, alright, otherwise I will be the first to disagree. Originally some of those nearby were already getting funny ideas, but after the old general's introduction and the warning underneath, they immediately lost the idea. For them who are after wealth and power, taking in a mother and her child was nothing especially hard in their view. Just another mouth to feed. Come, Ling Kaiyuan smiles and wave for Bai Yan and the steam bun over. Though a little taken aback by the behavior, Bai Yan nevertheless went ahead to move forward. She didn't have the heart to refuse such a loving and silly old man. Yan, please go ahead and call me Grandpa from now on like Ling Lang that rascal does. Grandpa here doesn't have anything special for our first meeting, so I can only give you this. It's a jade, I do hope you like it. In an instant, Bai Yan suddenly found the world to be extremely small after seeing the jade in question. Unlike the others who showed envious looks when staring at the precious object, she on the other hand recognizes it. A few days ago, she had only just arrived back on Earth and needed money. In order to remedy the issue, she specifically sold a jade in her possession to Ling Lang to use as a present for the old grandpa. As a result of that, the old general would on multiple occasions flaunt the precious trinket to his peers and made all his friends envious. Oh Yen, some time ago Smile almost got hurt. The old general then points to his son and daughter. These two wanted to hide that incident from me, thinking I would get too worried. They really think I wouldn't find out? I may be old, but not useless. I know you're the one who saved Smile. I have nothing but thanks to you. This jade, I cherish it greatly, but compared to my grandchild's life, I can't think of anything more valuable to give. The Wen clan's intrusion. 1. Ling Kaiyuan had already gotten someone to value this jade prior to the banquet tonight. Its value was immeasurable according to the inspector. Grandpa, the flirt had just come through the entrance when he saw his old grandfather pulling out the item. Immediately, he couldn't help but chuckle at this scene. I don't think I've said it before, but this jade was given to me by cousin here. You're technically returning it to its original owner, their grandpa. Sure enough, the old general's face froze into an iceberg level of awkwardness. He's embarrassed at his own mistake. Retracting that old hand, I'm sorry Yen, I didn't know it was from you originally. I'll look for something else. There's no need, Bai Yen shakes her head, it's good enough that I know you have the heart Grandpa Kaiyuan. I'm not short on anything. Ling Lang was the first to complain about that comment. Well, that's obvious. Cousin, you have so much stuff that it's making me feel poor, you know? The fact that you can give Xiaofan Dan pills as snack is enough to make many go crazy. But if you do want to give me something then. Bai Yen pauses to organize her own words. When I eventually leave this place, do look after Yi for me. I hope Ling Lang cousin here could do that. This way my sister won't feel so lonely without me by her side. Bai Yi had also come in at this point when this conversation started. Immediately, the lass's eyes got all teary red because she knew what it meant. Truly, the poor girl didn't want to think about the future and has been avoiding subject. After all, Yi only had Bai Yen left as a family, she has no one else. Don't worry Bai Yen, as your cousin, I naturally have the duty to look after your foster sister. I will take good care of her. Ling Lang pats his own chest to convey confidence. Bai Yen didn't respond right away, instead she gets all meaningful in her smile while facing the flirt. Then how come she still suffered those grievances while I was away during this period? Ling Lang's voice stalled over that remark. His handsome face showing embarrassment and shame. Over the past 10 years, their Ling household had on several occasions offered to help Bai Yi. However, the lass would always reject the kind offer. One for being not wanting to drag the Ling family down with herself for fear of those enemies returning. Secondly, she also wanted to keep her self-esteem and be able to stand on equal footing with Ling Lang. Anyone with a sharp eye could tell Bai Yi had the hots for the flirt. Sister Bai Yen, you've misunderstood them. Hurrying over with a panic face, Bai Yi quickly steps in to defend her crush. They've helped me already. I didn't want to accept it, but I know for a fact that they've secretly did a lot for me in the background. That's all Bai Yen needed to hear. She couldn't stay on Earth, but she does want someone to help support her foster sister from a mental and spiritual level. After all, one's mental health was just as important as their physical one. The former she herself couldn't give, so it could only be relied on someone else. In this case, it would be Bai Yan's cousin. While this family was having their own little fun conversation in the banquet hall, the rest of the attendees weren't acting so calm anymore. The gaze coming off of these guests were burning with desire and were locked onto Bai Yen like hawks meeting a treasure box. Miss Bai Yen, do you have more jade of such excellent quality? I'm willing to pay your asking price if you do. The Wen clan's intrusion, too. Bai Yen contemplated the idea before nodding slightly to the one who asked, I do. In a few days come see Ling Lang, I will have him hold on to what I have for sale. She didn't want to openly sell her jades on Ling Kaiyuan's birthday, that would be rude and unfit for tonight's celebration. Of course, my jade won't be cheap either. They're no ordinary gemstone like you find elsewhere, they're known as spirit jades. Spirit jade? Isn't the one here an imperial jade? Imperial jade, a highly coveted type of jade that's able to fetch astronomical prices due to its rarity in modern-day times. It's also one of the reasons why Ling Kaiyuan would flaunt his newfound treasure to his friends. Such gemstones aren't something money could easily buy. There's a limited number of supplies on the market, and even then, the price would be beyond belief. Grandpa Ling, you can tell by now, can't you? Bai Yan didn't answer the person's question and instead turned to the old general for an explanation. Slowly nodding his old head, it's as she says, the jade is not some imperial jade. As you all know, my body's been feeling unwell in recent days, that's why I didn't want to meet anyone and was about to cancel this banquet tonight. But do I look sick to any of you now? It's because of this jade in my hand, I'm feeling refreshed and rejuvenated after getting my hands on it. When one grows old, they are bound to be stricken with aches and pains. Often this would be untreatable, that's just how the human body works, but this spirit jade from Bai Yan could rectify that flaw by moistening his cells with spiritual particles. Everything in this world has a soul, the same is true for this jade. Materially it's no different from an imperial jade like this guest says, but it's also a jade that's able to bring in the spiritual energy around us. For that reason, Grandpa Ling is able to benefit by indirectly absorbing the spiritual energy as well, thus helping him feel rejuvenated. So, what's everyone's take on its value now? Naturally the claim seemed outlandish in the eyes of these people, but the proof was there with the old general standing before them. The word of the powerful and influential beats any scientific reasoning, that's how the world works and will always work. Ling Lang, I'll get a few more of these jades ready, you can sell it to them as you please. Afterwards give the money to Yi. Stunned by this, Bai Yi tears up immediately. Sister Bai Yan, you don't need to say more, I can't stay in this place, so making sure you have enough to care for yourself is the least I can do. It's not like I can use the money anyways. But you still have Xiaofan, you can give it to him. Xiaofan will be leaving with me too. The place we're heading to can't use such money. Are you expecting me to hand the money over to the Wen clan instead? Bai Yan smirks sarcastically at the mention of that family. I would rather burn it than to give them a penny. That only made Bai Yi sound more pitiful as she started to sob. Sister Bai Yan, where are you going? Can't you take me with you? Following that plead, Bai Ran and the rest also started to focus in on Bai Yan because they're getting curious. Nowadays taking a plane abroad was a simple gesture of pressing a button through the computer. Why would anyone claim they wouldn't be able to use money? I can't tell you the details for the time being. If fate lets us, then we will meet again in the future. Bai Yan consciously glanced over to Ling Lang. I hope you will eventually be able to get others to care for you instead of only you caring for others. Don't worry about me, Yi, I will live very well. The Wen clan's intrusion. 3. Gripping the bottom of her skirt, Bai Yi felt tied inside her heart over this reality. She's unable to let go. It wasn't easy for the poor lass to reunite with her older sister again, yet she's leaving again so soon? How could she give that up with a snap? Sir. It's then a servant came up to Ling Yun's side and whispered a few words into the host's ear. Immediately, the middle-aged man got all gloomy in the face. What's the matter? Did something happen? The old general saw the change in expression and quickly asked his son with a deep frown. First turning to look at Bai Yan, then back to his old man who's still looking at himself, Ling Yun started to explain with a troubled face, the Wen clan, Tian clan and Fu clan. They're all here. Dad, do you want me to drive them away? No, Bai Xiaofan suddenly cuts in using his childish voice, don't drive them away, let them inside. I want to see how these shameless people would try to hurt my mother. This, Bai Ran the aunt got all worried instead of complying. Yen, why don't we have them leave instead? It's all right, let them in. Cocking a brow, Bai Yan looks down at her boy with a sly face since she could already imagine the outcome. The three families coming together could only mean one thing, they're here to make trouble. Why should they hide from it if that's the case? It would just be a matter of time before they butt heads anyways. In no time at all, the group of ill-minded people have walked into everyone's view. The one leading would be Tian Wind and his daughter Tian Furen, since they're the de facto leader of the 4 small clans. Immediately, the pair had noticed the steam bun who's been eyeing them, which made Tian Furen the spoiled brat fall to the ground. Dad, why is he here? The bitch exclaims in panic. They came today to shut down Baiyu's supposed daughter who returned after 10 years of being missing. Yet instead they come to meet Bai Xiachen for a second time in this event. Making a frown, Wen Shan promptly shuts down his daughter down since it's embarrassing for others to see this. Quiet. It couldn't be helped in Wen Fei's case. She's not someone who doesn't know manners, she does and know she messed up by crying out like that in public. The issue though was her mental state. She's been suffering every day since Bai Yan forced-fed her that poison, thus not only making her unstable and losing an unhealthy level of weight, she's also miserable and wanted to vent. Who is this boy to you? Wen Shan gloomily asks his former daughter after glaring down at the steam bun. Smiling with derisiveness, Bai Yan bluntly replied, "My son." My son. These words outraged the coward. Going livid and green, Wen Shan lashes out with vigor in his voice, "You rebellious girl, you bring shame to me. How old is this boy? You dare say he's your son? Are you implying you had him when you were only 14? How can you face your deceased mother by committing such disgrace?" The Wen clan's intrusion, 4, Wah. The crowd instantly flew into an uproar over this shocking truth. They assumed Bai Yan would be around 40-something since her boy was already this old. To think she's a 20-something-year-old was unimaginable for them. After all, it's not surprising to find a middle-aged woman to maintain their face this well since there's so much beauty products around in the market. Against the reprimand, Bai Yan only scoffs a snicker. "The one to be sorry to my mother is you, isn't it? Originally you claimed to be in love with my mother, then when crisis strikes the Bai clan and my mother, you abandoned her in a blink of an eye. How do you have the face to lecture me when you commit such disgusting acts?" Taking the steam bun's hand, Bai Yan pushes forward with strength in her posture. "You said that no man in this world would sacrifice themselves for a woman? If you had to choose, you would always choose power over a woman? Those were your own words, is it not?" Now looking back at things, Bai Yan really does find it ridiculous on how selfish this man was and why her mother would like someone like that. Wen Shan's face had gone green by this point and how livid he felt. "You unfilial girl. I am your father yet you would talk to me that way? I do love power more, but that doesn't mean I don't love your mother. If I didn't love her then why would I marry her?" Bai Yan only chuckled at that retort. "For you, a woman is no more than a tool for pleasure, is it not? If you really did love my mother then you wouldn't have remarried as soon as she's passed. Not only that, you also cheated on her while she was pregnant and produced an illegitimate daughter on the outside." After the Wen clan moved to this capital city, only Wen Fei and her mother Chai Moon had followed along. That meant aside from Bai Yan herself and the Ling household who doesn't like to spread rumors, no one here really knew there was another daughter, nor did they know Wen Shan had another wife prior. "Bai Yan, shouldn't you blame your own mom first if my dad cheated on her? If she's that good then how could a husband go look elsewhere? At the end of the day, it's your mom who failed in her duty as a wife, that's why I was born." Wen Fei suddenly cuts in, her voice venomous and condescending. To sum it up, she wants to pin the blame on Baiyu who's already dead, while they themselves had done nothing wrong like usual. Fei. Wen Shan snaps back at her own daughter since he had more sense than the girl herself. He could explode from humiliation at this point. Despite the outburst, Wen Fei continues to protest like someone that didn't know why they did wrong. "Dad, I am helping you, you shut up for me first, there's nothing for you to say here," Wen Shan says in exasperation. The Wen clan's intrusion. 5. Chai Moon is such a gentle and clever woman, why is this daughter of mine not inheriting her positives? Fei Fei is always bringing me trouble. The coward thought, disappointment starting to flicker in those eyes. As expected, Wen Fei Fei did not shout anymore after being yelled at. She's still very much afraid of her old man in this family, nevertheless, the glare she's showing against Bai Yan remains strong. Meanwhile, for the rest in the banquet hall, everyone attending has been blown away with incredulousness. This was especially true for those madams and ladies here tonight. For one thing, none of them would like their man going out to cheat, but to hear someone like Wen Fei Fei acting so strong and just while the main daughter stood around simply baffles them. Che, a husband stealer will always be a husband stealer. It's bad enough the guy would cheat on the wife, but for the husband stealer to pin the burden on the wife is just unbelievable. This is a real eye-opener. I know, right? Who would even think like that? This is honestly the first time I met someone so shameless. Wen Fei Fei's expression had gone green after hearing those whispering voices. Immediately, she shoots a warning glare towards those madams in question. How dare they talk about us like this? These are all that Bai Yu's fault. Why should we bear it when my mother suffered so much? Mother, Bai Xiaofan pulls at Bai Yan's sleeve, his eyes smiling. I've learned a lot today. Originally I thought she was only a mad dog. But to be able to turn black into white is truly a skill. Such a person, how are they even able to live this long? Reaching down to ruffle her son's hair, because this is a peaceful society. 10 years ago, the two other clans was only able to destroy the Bai clan because they haven't integrated with modern society yet, but 10 years later they're now part of the system. So, what does that mean? It means they could no longer openly fight within the boundaries of the city, otherwise it would bring in the unwanted attention of the authorities. Nevertheless, it doesn't mean they couldn't resort to assassination. Anything goes as long as it's not on the surface and in the shadows. When Shan, Tian Wind who also came tonight smirks as he speaks, you don't have to be this angry. I believe your daughter isn't the type to pull an underage birth. You don't know it yet, but this child is a member of the Water Clan. That brought the coward into a standstill. He of course knows the great name of the Water Clan, but for this kid to be a member of that great family, how was he supposed to take this news? Furthermore, Wen Fei Fei just offended the boy. No matter what happens, it won't be good. The Water Clan. Water Clan? Wen Fei Fei stutters this out, her face wild with horror. It must be a different Water Clan, it can't be that one, right? Tian Wind very much relished in the way these two are reacting. It helps his sullied soul after experiencing that incident in the hotel. Smiling in the face, as if there would be another Water Clan. However, I can conclude this girl isn't the boy's biological mother though. I bet she's only using him to get close to the young lord since the boy's his son. If Bai Yan really did give birth to the future heir of the Water Clan, then why would their Tian clan be alive still? They would have been destroyed by now. From that fact alone, Tian Wind could conclude the relationship between the pair must be non-biological, perhaps even a lie. This boy, he's not only a member of the Water Clan, but the child of the current young lord? When Shan and Wen Fei Fei both appeared frozen like a rock, their faces going white and green at the same time. Ridiculous thought, Dad. Wen Fei Fei finally flew into a panic. Reaching to catch her father's sleeve, her eyes showed horror like never before. As the daughter of the Wen clan, how could this bitch not know the importance of the Water Clan? In this country, almost every martial family or power must submit to the Water Clan lest they be crushed by their fellow peers. If I knew he was the little young lord of the Water Clan, then I would never have said those things. Why did I do that? Will he order his people to kill me? What will happen? No. No. Oh. Thinking up to here, Wen Fei Fei's expression was bordering on the line of tears. She's ready to cry and lose her mind. Bai Ran the ant heard this also, of course, since she's so close. Turning to stare at her niece Bai Yan, Xiaofan is he really the little young master of the Water Clan? Then your relationship with Xiaofan, are you two really parent and child? They had only heard of Bai Yan say Bai Xiachen being her son, they never heard anything about them being blood-related. Perhaps a stepson? After all, a 20-something woman having an 8-year-old son was difficult to imagine. It's not unheard of, just difficult to comprehend when it's so close to home. Bai Yan didn't directly refute the idea, instead she looked down at her boy and thought for the proper wording, he is indeed my son, there's no question about that. As for his father, I guess you can say he's the young lord of the Water Clan. Di Tsang came to Earth using a borrowed body and his own soul, therefore it's technically correct to say the young lord was the Steambun's father. Sure, biologically it's not, but the most important part wasn't the genetics, it's the bond they share and feeling they had for one another. Take for example adopted orphans, would a parent consider such a child not their own after building up a bond? Of course not. Mom, why can't I understand anything what you're saying? Ling Lang rubbed his own temple with a frown. What is the Water Clan? And what is the young lord? What does some other family have to do with ours? Bai Ran simply smiled bitterly before answering her own son. Ling Lang, I only found out these things while your grandmother was still alive. The specifics I can't tell you, but I can only say one thing, this Water Clan, no one can afford to provoke them. No one can provoke. This warning made the flirt feel dizzy and light in the head because this would be the first time he's ever heard his mother rate another family so highly. Who could possibly be so dangerous that they're off limits? Wouldn't that make that Water Clan more powerful than the 4 martial clans here in this city? Lang Lang, you have also stepped into the realm of a martial artist now, so I'm sure you understand the power they wield. In terms of status, the members of the Water Clan would be equivalent to gods in these parts of the world. Do you understand now? Not even the government would want to get into a conflict with that family clan because they really do have people in their ranks like that, manipulating powers beyond our imagination. Thankfully Bai Ran had more head than his own son. Regarding that last bit, she only whispered it and made sure others couldn't hear. The flirt grew even more shocked in the eye as a result. In this world, there really are people who's able to train until they're gods? Mom is only telling you this because you're part of their world now. Don't tell your dad and sister though. Whether or not Smile wants to be part of it will be her choosing, I want that girl to pick her own future. As for your dad, me and him, we just want to be normal people and live out our lives. Ling Lang nodded stiffly at that request, feeling a surge of courage like he's never had before. If there's really a way into godhood, then I will step into it. I'm a man and a man must fight to the end. Ridiculous thought, too, however. It would not be until Ling Lang becomes an immortal at Bai Yan's level would he understand being a genuine cultivator wasn't the ending, but the beginning. The path of cultivation was never-ending, limited only by the individual's will and fortitude. Mom, I see then. Also, don't listen to their gibberish. Just look at cousin and how clingy Xiachen is to her. There's no way they're not related. The flirt had a very good impression of this nephew, so he's all in on supporting the Steambun. And if others claim otherwise, well, he doesn't mind giving them a beating to teach the blabbermouth a lesson. Of course, the premise remains that he could come out on top during the fight, that is. Ho ho. The flirt's comment there didn't escape Tian Win's ear though. Making a sly smirk after being indirectly called a liar, that's only because the little young master has an innocent heart and is easily deceived by others. Little young master, this woman is only trying to get close to you in order to carry out her bad intention. I also hope you can understand this point and not be fooled. After all, your father is a prestigious and important individual. Many would do anything to marry him, let alone cheat some young child to their advantage. Do you understand my meaning? Some of the guests may not understand what's going on still with the whole Water Clan detail, but this comment from Tian Wind was easy enough to grasp. Che, so this woman isn't the boy's biological mother? How dare she call someone a husband stealer when she's a husband stealer herself? What a hypocrite, calling someone else out when she herself is one as well. Bai Xiachen had very good hearing, so he immediately got cold in the face when they started to gossip. As a way to vent his anger, the boy promptly rushed at the bastard who dares to downgrade his own mother by punching Tian Wind in the chest. Immediately, the guy loses his own balance and allowed the steam bun to sidestep to one side and trip him fully by kicking him in the ankle. Just like that, using two simple maneuvers, Bai Xiachen was able to cause someone that's capable of flipping a car into falling heads over heels into the floor and making a mess of himself. "Dad!" Tian Furen exclaims in shock over her own papa's untimely fall and wanted to help. However, the second she moved was when the steam bun struck with that cold hard glare, thus causing her to freeze on the spot. This kid, he's so cuddly and cute in the face, yet those eyes are so frightening and terrifying. As if I wouldn't know who my mother is? Are you implying you know better than myself? Bai Xiachen's childish voice slowly rang across the banquet hall, leaving it dead silent due to how oppressive it was, like a king facing his subjects. "She is my biological mother, also me and my father's most precious person. My father only sent me here because he doesn't want mother to tarnish her own hands with your people's blood," that's his exact words. In that moment, Tian Win's expression had gone deathly white. It made perfect sense to him when he suspected the steam bun to have a different mother. After all, the young lord of the Water Clan was known to be a sickly fella that rarely went out of the estate. How could a teen like Bai Yan back then, who had no backing or family left, meet someone so prestigious? On top of that, how come the Water Clan didn't discard his brother-in-law, who was the housekeeper of the Water Clan then? Who would keep their wife's enemy by their side? Nothing adds up, nothing. I know, it must be this woman's doing. She must have fed the kid some sort of drug to bend his mind to her will, that must be it. This sly wench, I will make her understand what it means to cross me. Slowly pulling himself together as he crawled up from the ground, Tian Win didn't have the attention to contemplate why the boy would be able to hurt himself and instead shot his daughter a signaling look. Understanding what her own dad wanted, Tian Furen promptly stepped forward with a charming smile. "Little young master, my dad is only looking out for your own good. He knows you like this woman, that's why you are defending her in public. We can tell you understand she's not your biological mother." Ridiculous thought. 3. Yen. Ling Lang sounded a little anxious after that remark from the bitch. "How come you're not speaking up? Xiachen is still a child after all, how can he be as slick as that Tian Furen?" But when he saw how relaxed and calm Bai Yan was by taking up a chair to sit for the show, Ling Lang didn't know what else to do. "Come on and sit, what are you all standing around for?" Bai Yan chuckles as she met the strange gazes coming her way. "We can relax and watch them play this out." Ling Lang was absolutely speechless. "You're that confident Xiachen will be able to handle this evil girl?" "Why wouldn't I be confident? My son and husband said I can rely on them. Why shouldn't I in that case?" The flirt didn't miss the pride in his cousin's voice and got a bit sour inside because he also got this strange feeling of wanting a son as well. Getting their own children to stand up for themselves was something any parent would like. "Oh, what to do, I also want to get married and have some kids all of a sudden. Didn't you get divorced before?" Ling Lang suddenly thought of something and blurted this out. He's puzzled on why Bai Yan would have him look for Xiachen when she had a husband to help. Cocking her head to one side like she's watching a dunce. "And why would you think that?" "Well, one wouldn't usually ask others to help look for their own child when their partner's already with their kid, wouldn't you agree? I thought you and your husband were divorced, that's why you needed my help. Besides, you never mentioned anything about finding your husband either." "That's only because I didn't know my husband was coming. However, even if I did ask you to look for Di-tsang, you likely won't be able to find him anyways." Upon being reminded of that seductive and handsome face, Bai Yan's lips would inexplicably curl into a warm smile. She's just that happy whenever things revolved around her own husband. Bai Xiachen didn't miss this change in his own mother's face, of course. He may be busy dealing with these shameless bastards, but he would never neglect Bai Yan's existence. Immediately, the boy's face got all sad and aggrieved at being neglected himself. Mother must be thinking of baddie father again. In contrast, Bai Xiaochen only found Tian Furen's supposed charming smile to be disgusting and ugly once he turned around. I remember you, Bai Xiaochen cocks his little head to one side, you're the evil woman who came with your father before. Didn't you learn not to appear before me, or are you so brave that you're now trying to displace my bond with my real mother? Tian Furen's smile froze. Little young master, you misunderstood. I did not. What's not to misunderstand? Don't think I can't see it. You're going after my batty father in order to seduce him, but look at yourself. You got neither ass nor chest. As if my batty father would even glimpse at you. Tian Furen seems to have been extremely humiliated based on the way she's staring at the steam bun. Sadly for her though, before she could even speak up in objection, the boy's threatening glare promptly shuts her down. Xiaochen. Bai Yan snaps out with a displeased expression, who taught you those words? Without surprise, Bai Xiaochen's face suddenly got all white from fright. He didn't mean to say those foul words in front of his mother, it's a slip of his tongue. It's father's dog who taught me. Blinking his eyes innocently, the rascal throws all the blame onto the poor golden retriever back over on Di Tsang's side. As if he would dare say he learned it all from the books, that would be disastrous. Ridiculous thought, for Di Tsang's dog? Next time I see him, I'll have to teach that pup a lesson about teaching you that language. Such vulgar words. I will let you off the hook this time since you're using it to describe Tian Furen, but you are not allowed to continue learning those words, understand? Hearing Bai Yan's going to let himself off the hook, Bai Xiaochen promptly flew into an elated grin. I know my fault, mother, I will be a good baby boy and listen to you. Big Bear, who's been hiding in the shadows to act as the boy's shadow, almost lost his own balance then. He's seen firsthand how bratty and troublesome this little young master was at the Water Clan's estate. So in front of the young lord he's a troublemaker, but in front of the young madam he's a good baby boy? Isn't his ability to change too quickly? Mother, do you still remember those who hurt the Bai clan all those years ago? The steam bun asks, wanting to help avenge Bai Yan's family on Earth. Of course, the boy's not really going to kill them here tonight, rather he's going to dish out some proper punishment acceptable in this peaceful society like how Di Tsang explained before. I remember, those people, every face, every smirk, Bai Yan remembers it clearly like it's from yesterday. That's awesome then. Bai Xiaochen claps his hand once. Big Bear, you go summon the members from the Tian clan and Fu clan for my mother to distinguish, also. Doesn't that Wen clan have that Chai Moon? Grab her here too. Tonight, he's going to let his mother experience the pleasure of exacting payback on these people reaped what they sow, little young master. Tian Wen finally panicked, you can't do this, my brother-in-law is also part of your Water clan. How can you do this to us? And she's not even your real mother, why do you go out of your way to be exploited by an outsider? The steam bun only shot a cold glare at the idiot in question. Mother, Uncle Ling Lang, how come there are so many self-centered people here? I already said I am born from my mother, yet you continue to claim I am not. What, are you claiming to have seen my mother or something? The man promptly shuts up. It's not like he could openly say he and the Fu clan destroyed the Bai clan and killed its members back then. Sure, stuff like that was normal back in the day for those who didn't participate in modern society, but they're now living in the city. Having their reputation tarnished wouldn't bode well for their family's future. No matter what. I know she's definitely not your real mother. Bai Xiaochen simply chuckles at the ignorance of this fool. So my mother is not my mother, is your daughter supposed to be my mother then? A stupid idea promptly struck Tian Wen's brain. Regarding his own status today, most of it was due to his wife's connection with the Water clan, therefore his IQ wasn't at the top bracket anyways. Now for this seed to be planted in his brain, the guy would of course grasp onto it like a moth to a flame. Yes, this is feasible. Sure, Fern will have her reputation damaged somewhat, but who cares? The Water clan's young lord likely only had a one-night stand with this woman anyways, otherwise why else would he only recently recall this child being born from the outside? he probably doesn't even remember this woman with everything considered. Suddenly, an event from 8 years ago hit the man, reaffirming his plan to make his own daughter the future lady of the Water clan. Didn't the young lord go missing one day and then get incredibly sick afterwards? That's how his personality go through a drastic change, isn't it? That must be it. He must have met this woman during that period and got into a one-night stand. Yes, I can use this to my advantage. If the young lord is that sick, he likely won't even recognize who he slept with. If I say Furin is the one, then who would know? Though this plan sounded far-fetched and incredibly stupid, there's been far worse things happening in this world. For example, there's been kings who had their children swapped out in ancient times, thus effectively stealing the throne right under their noses. What does it matter if a woman claims to have slept with a king at some point despite not? As for the paternity test, Tian Wind had every confidence to make it work using his own connections. A small sum payment would be more than effective in changing the DNA report. Breathtaking Di Tsang, 1, Little Young Master. Tian Wind appears tied in his expression but eventually grew firm in his next words, since you found out, then I won't keep the secret from you. 8 years ago, it was indeed my daughter Furin who had a one-night stand with your father. She gave birth to a son, and that son is you. PFFF. This time not even Bai Yen could hold back herself and spurted out the tea she was sipping. Taking the offered napkin from the flirt to wipe the stain, the lady immediately showed a sarcastic smirk after regaining her composure. She couldn't wait to see how these people are going to swing the story because it's truly enlightening. Bai Xiaofan on the other hand wasn't so amused, rather he's stunned beyond belief. Truly, he never thought a person could be this shameless. How can he even say that? Does he take me for a fool? You claim that the mother whom I've been with since I was born is a fake, while your daughter who I don't even know is my real mother? The steambun found it hilarious just saying that, let alone believe the humor in that claim. For one thing, he was born in the other world, not here on Earth, so the idea held zero ground to stand on. Yes, after giving birth to you, Furin became too afraid and abandoned you. She did not expect you to be picked up by this woman over there, therefore she's only your adoptive mother and not your real one. Anyway, we've already offended this kid, what does it matter if we go all the way? At least we will have a sliver of hope if things work out. Dad? Tian Furin popped her eyes in shock, not able to hold back the trembling in her body due to the anger flaring out. Her willingness to accept the sick medicine pot from the Water clan was already a great concession on her part, now her own dad was going to ruin her reputation. What would the others in the capital think? How was she supposed to continue living here in this city? All of these claims are nothing small, they're all very heavy-handed claims. First it getting pregnant before marriage, then discarding a baby? Little young master, Tian Wind ignores the way his own daughter was looking at himself and continued with the farce, from the first time we saw you, Furin already knew you were her child. The only reason she didn't come out and tell you was because she didn't want to scare you, however, I could no longer stand idly by knowing someone wants to use you to their advantage in order to get close to your father. If you don't believe me, then we can do a DNA test for clarification. The hospital will have the proof you need. As long as Bai Xiaofan was willing to go to the hospital with him, then everything's set in stone. Making a false report would be a piece of cake, by then their Tian clan would stand at the top again with his daughter leading the helm of the Water clan. Against that suggestion, members of the Ling family here were all beginning to go crazy. This was especially true for the old General Ling Kaiyuan, who started to frown deeply in the face. But then, just as the old grandpa wanted to lash out at the shamelessness of these uninvited bastards, a light chuckle cuts in and stops him. The laughter was taunting and full of contempt, thus resonating loudly in this quiet banquet hall, who are now entirely drawn to the source of this voice, aka Bai Yen, who was sitting there holding the stomach in a laughing fit. Breathtaking Di Tsang, too. Originally the stares coming Bai Yan's way before were that of captivation and astonishment over her stunning beauty, but now after that oral exchange, the guests are staring at her with near contempt for the lies. After all, in comparison to an unknown lady who came out of nowhere, these individuals from high society would much rather believe Tian Wen since the guy held a decent reputation in public. Xiaofan, come here. Bai Yan beckons her son over with a wave. Initially the steam bun was ready to explode like an angry lion, but after hearing his mother's words, that irate feeling promptly subsided and was replaced with a docile mood of a kitten. He toddled over so smoothly that it's difficult to imagine the lad getting angry at all. Tian Wen didn't miss this at all. Immediately, a surge of anger sprouted within the bastard's heart at the sight. What sort drug did this fox demoness feed the little young master? How can he be so obedient to her? The guy only intended to say that inwardly to himself only, but due to his own carelessness, Tian Wen accidentally blurted this comment aloud for all to hear. Fortunately, that way of addressing someone didn't sound derogatory for the likes of the steam bun. He only found it strange, which made him furrow that little brow in confusion. Mother, why would he say you're a fox? Bai Xiaofan asks his mother, Batty father and me is clearly the fox, not you mother. Why are they calling mother a demon? It doesn't make sense. It's okay Xiaofan, don't dwell on their wording. The word fox has several layers of meaning on Earth, so I'll explain it to you later. Also, this isn't our home, so. Killing in public was too bloody for these people, especially on Grandpa Kaiyuan's birthday night, which needed calm and peace instead of panic and fear. Therefore, Bai Yan didn't want to see death tonight, otherwise it would affect the Ling family negatively for years to come. Of course, there's no way the Demon Queen would let these people off the hook. They are going to pay, fully in fact, just that she intends to make them pay the interest only for now and leave the main dish for another suitable day. The female head, Fu Qingran, of the Fu clan who also came tonight wasn't as brainless as Tian Wen though. She's always been the careful one among the 4 martial clans in this city and did everything by proxy, therefore instincts told her it's better to slip away while it's still possible. Hold it. Bai Xiaofan calls out after seeing the maneuvering escapee in the back, if you dare leave then I will break your leg. Fu Qingran instantly stopped in her feet. Under the pressure of the steam bun, she felt an uneasy chill running through her spines and knew she's done for this time. 10 years ago I shouldn't have gone with the Tian clan to destroy the Bai clan. I didn't even get any benefits from that event, and now I'm going to throw my life away for someone else's business. I've said it, I'm here to exact revenge on behalf of my mother. Don't think for a second any of you are going to get off scot-free, especially the 2 of you who are so shameless. Bai Xiaofan coldly says, his eyes directing to the 2 from the Tian clan, just because you are stupid doesn't mean others are. I'm not blind, nor is my father. Breathtaking Di Tsang, 3, Bai Xiaofan may have come only few a day ago, but even he knows the importance of public opinion in this peaceful society. They aren't going to stick around forever. Even if they don't care about their own reputation, they must still look out for Ling Lang and his family. That's what relatives and friends do, look out for one another. Didn't you all want to know how my parents met? 8 years ago, my mother fell into someone's scheme and was drugged. In order to cure herself, she picked up my father who was also injured at the time and used him as an antidote. Tian Wen falters into a tremble after that bombshell of a news, that, maybe she made that up too. Bai Xiaofan didn't care about the bastard's objection because it's not even worth acknowledging. It wasn't until 5 years later by the time my mother and I encountered my father again. My mother knew who my father was, that's why she hid me from him. Unfortunately, I was eventually discovered by my father's subordinate and taken away. Father wanted to use me as a bargaining chip in order to make mother leave with him, but I was clearly the extra one in their relationship. My father would blackmail me on multiple occasions in order to help win mother over so she would go home with him. Bai Yan didn't know for certain, but she somehow got this feeling that her son had a very high level of grievance when going over the story from the past. Yen, so you, Bai Ran wiped some of the tears from the corner of the eye before reaching over to hold on to Bai Yan's hand. She's aching inside for not being there by her niece's side when something so tragic occurred without her knowledge. Bai Xiaofan didn't stop though after laying all those details on everyone. Instead, He shifted his gaze towards Wen Shan, who was clearly showing a disgusted look. Some people though aren't so kind. In order to obtain power, they would sacrifice even their most intimate person. But my father is different. For my mother, he would abandon the world. Those last words only made Wen Shan snicker a sneer. As if this coward would believe in a child's claim over his own belief? If he did, then wouldn't that make him a bastard worthy of being thrown into the chopping block? Mother, Bai Xiaochen ignores the sound coming from the coward and showed a blooming smile at Bai Yan. Father said I am a boy, and as a boy I must fend off anything bad at the forefront. Mother, I am actually very grateful to be born a boy instead of a girl like my little sister. When Bai Yan heard her boy's last remark, her heart actually trembled somewhat. She didn't know it before, but it's clear her son had a lot of grievances due to her lack of attentiveness. As compensation, she reaches out to caress his little head for comfort. Still smiling in the face, the steam bun continues while being patted, because, only as a boy will father be as strict with me. He can be so tolerant with my little sister. Bai Yan. Is he happy or complaining? As a boy, I can assume the responsibility of protecting my mother and little sister. Oh right, this bad person wouldn't try to claim Jin Tian and Ling Yan is also born of someone else, would he? The steam bun asks his mother after making a glance at Tian Wind. Breathtaking Di Tsang, 4, Bai Ran appears taken aback after hearing there's more. Yan, you still have other kids? Why didn't you bring them along for me to see? I'm sorry, aunt, but they're too young to travel still. Right now they're being taken care of by my husband's people. Tian Wind felt like his head spinning at this point as well. The little young master has other siblings? Why haven't I heard anything? Ha! But unlike the surprise felt by others, when Fei Fei the stepsister decides to cut in with her snarling laugh, you expect everyone to believe that lie just because you say there are other kids? Who's going to believe your farce at a time like this? Fei Fei. Wen Shan urgently pulled the girl back to make her stop. This is the Tian clan's fight, don't speak out when you are not asked to. As expected, the lass immediately got all red in the face after being reprimanded. In light of the embarrassment, she didn't stop glaring at her half-sister who remains unfazed at the accusation. For when Fei Fei, she just couldn't get used to Bai Yan's way of speaking and found it arrogant and hypocritical. It's obvious she's obsessed with Tian Wind's accusation and wanted it to be true. Suddenly, the ringing of a cell phone broke the tenseness in the air. Tian Wind was the first to react. Hurrying to answer his phone since it came from him. Hello, brother? What? The young lord is coming to the capital? You're also with him? He also wants to see Furen. Are you serious? Yes, right, we're at the Ling household's mansion right now. Today is Ling Kaiyuan's birthday. The brother mentioned would of course be the man's brother-in-law who was recently dismissed from the Water clan. Therefore, it's no wonder why the guy would be so surprised and joyful to hear they're coming to the city and together with Di Tsang at that. Furen, the Water clan's young master is coming. He also wants to meet you. From what your uncle said, he's likely here to marry you. If his daughter becomes the young lord's woman, then what does it matter if there's a son? My daughter can produce plenty of children in place of this runt. Wen Shan took this as his signal to act as well. Turning to Bai Yan to speak in his harshest voice, Yan, are you still not going to admit your mistake? Don't forget the blood in your vein is that of my Wen clans. Do you want to drag me down with you? Still indifferent in the eyes, Bai Yan turns to the coward in question. So you're implying you're going to abandon me like how you abandoned my mother? Wen Shan's face promptly changed for the worst, his fist clenching into a ball. Truthfully speaking, even if Bai Yan did repeatedly went against his will, the coward would still give her a chance since she's his own daughter. But that's no longer possible in his opinion. After all, the ones getting involved has upgraded to the Water clan. Yan, as long as you admit your mistake and personally explain to this child about his biological mother being Furen, then, only then will I forgive you. Mother, is this man stupid? Bai Xiachen asks as he moved closer back to his mother's side. He's behaving like Wen Shan's stupidity would be contagious. Do you want me to teach him a good lesson? Breathtaking Deed Song 5. Wen Shan's instantly flew into a raging shout, I am your grandfather. Grandpa? Bai Xiachen rolls his little eye, my grandfather is Yun Feng. Don't go making connections on your own, I'm not as stupid as you. It's only the Tian clan who's spouting all these stuffs, as if he would believe his baddie father would like that Tian Furen. He must be brain dead to be that gullible. In response, Wen Shan only showed a confused face. Yun Feng? Who is that? How come I never heard of such a person? Alright, fine, since you won't listen to my advice then I won't recognize you as my daughter anymore. From this point forward, I am disowning you as my daughter. I gave her a chance and she did not cherish it. In that case no one can ever blame me for giving up on her. Yen. Bai Ran suddenly intervenes and reached out to hold onto his niece's hand. Turning around to face the old general, she appears exhausted as she kneeled to make a kowtow. Dad, this will have to be my last time calling you Dad. In the future you need to take care of your own body. That said, the lady bursts into tears like something bad was about to occur. Ran, what are you doing? Ling Kaiyuan became shocked by the suddenness of this behavior and shot his own son a look to move it. What are you standing around for? Hurry and go help your wife up. Ling Yun was just as shocked there, so it took a moment for the husband to respond. However, he didn't hold back once he did in helping his wife up. Ling Yun, divorce, we're divorcing. Trembling all over, Bai Ran forces this sentence out with those pale white lips. Losing all the color from his face as well, Ling Yun stammers his reply, what did you say? You're going to divorce me? Mom! The flirt exclaims, also shocked by what he's hearing from out of the blue. Of the Ling family, the daughter's smile was among the smallest, so she didn't hold back and openly cried, don't divorce, I don't want you two to divorce. Dad, Ling Yun, Ling Lang, smile, 10 years ago when my parents and sister died, I couldn't accompany them or even offer my prayers during their funeral. It wasn't until my body recovered when I finally got to go back. By then Yen had already gone missing. I don't know how much suffering she endured during her time away, but I can no longer turn my back on her and look the other way. Growing stern in her eyes, Bai Ran found incredible strength in what she's going to do. Now's my chance to make up for my own inability. I don't want to drag the Ling household down with me, so, I ask for a divorce. Bai Ran. Ling Yun grew angry, I don't object to your wish of protecting Yen, but I am not like Wen Shan who is a coward. What's more, my position is already that of a general, even that Water clan must watch themselves lest they want to declare war on the entire country. No, it's not the same. The Water clan is too scary, you don't get it, they're really that terrifying. Bai Ran didn't have the same opinion and shot her husband's idea down, if there was any other way, I wouldn't, so you're determined to protect Yen? Ling Yun looks down at his crying wife and asks again using that deep strong voice while holding the woman's shoulder. Nodding with pursed lips, I wronged my parents, I wronged my sister, and I wronged the entire Bai clan for not being there during that crisis. My older sister has always been very kind to me, so I can't ignore the fact that my niece is in danger. Okay. Ling Yun's hand loosens like he's also come to a decision. Wen Shan watched on with pleasure and sneered at this humorous scene. He believes Ling Yun has decided to abandon his own wife like he did in the past, thus giving this coward a triumphant sensation. However, he thought wrong. Ran, we are husband and wife. Whatever you decide is what I will decide. I'm going to ask my dad to expel me as well if that's what you've decided. Originally still gloating in the face, Wen Shan's expression instantly took a 180 turn into a frozen popsicle. Breathtaking Deed Song 6. He's planning to die with his wife? Why? Does he not care about his own life? Outrageous. Ling Kaiyuan's angry old face had turned green now as he slammed the table. One of you is demanding a divorce, and the other is saying he's going to leave? Do you two still have me in your eyes? Neither of you are allowed to go. Yen too, you're staying as well. If Bai Yen says she's not shocked by the strong aura coming off of the old grandpa, then she's lying. As a child, Wen Shan did not like it when they visited the secular world, therefore she rarely got to meet her relatives in this city. For that fact, Bai Yen didn't have much of an impression regarding this aunt and her family. However, Bai Rant's decision to stand with her to the bitter end has moved the Demon Queen. Truly, it did, they all did. Sister Bai Yen, Bai Yi also pulls on Bai Yan's sleeve. I don't want to go either, I want to be with you, I am not afraid of anything. As long as you are there, then I have no fear. Grandpa Lingyun, why are you like this? Wen Shan too? Bai Xiaochen's childish voice breaks the heavy mood. Why are you all believing what he says? My father will only love my mother in this life. If you don't believe it, then you can ask my father yourself. It's exactly then, a powerful aura swept over from the pitch-black darkness of the night, catching everyone's attention despite not being able to verify who has arrived. Bai Yen was the first to locate its source. In that moment, a beautiful and handsome face reflected into her eyes. Though the man's appearance has changed, but the Demon Queen would never mistake her husband's iconic air. Di Tsang's very existence exuded the dominance of a king, an arrogant king, but also powerful to the point it's suffocating. It's he who has arrived at the banquet hall's entrance, and it's he who drew the focus of all. Tian Furen was no different, of course, in this regard. Like all the females in this hall, she's currently eyeing the man with love-shot eyes. So this is the Water Clan's young lord? He looks so handsome. He's nothing like the medicine pot portrayed by those rumors. Involuntarily walking forward a few steps, the ignorant lass nervously places her hands on the chest like a maiden who just experienced the first spring. Di Tsang didn't care about the unimportant like he always does in this case. He only wants to get to his wife, who was clearly nearby. However, what the Demon King didn't realize was that his dismissal of others had directly brought himself before Tian Furen, who stepped in front of him. To make matters even weirder, Di Tsang didn't come alone. He also brought the Water Clan's former housekeeper Yu Ran along. Without saying anything, the Demon King pushes his peasant of a servant forward and steps on his ankle, thus causing the poor guy to kneel before everyone. Tian Furen didn't get this, of course, on why there's third person between herself and the man of her dream. But the lass didn't have time to think though, for that charming smile was all that she cared for. OMG! How can anyone be this handsome? I'm going to die. I'm going to die. My heart. My heart. He's smiling at me. Lo! Lord, Tian Furen finally pulls her fanciful heart together. My uncle already told me why you are here. I'm willing to marry you, I don't mind your health being poor. Bang! Unfortunately for the love-struck girl, her words never got to finish in that moment. Why? Because the man in front suddenly kicked her across the chest and sent the girl flying into the dining table where all the food was placed. Naturally, the utensils and dishes came crashing down, but the hardest hit would be the pride of the one called Tian Furen. What just happened? Why did he kick me? You're blocking my way, eyesore. Di Tsang's anger, won. The man's wording was cold, ruthless, and bone-chilling like the devil itself. As a result of this, the temperature in the room promptly fell a few notches down and causes everyone to shiver out of instinct. This would be especially true for Tian Furen, who had curled into a ball after being knocked away, her eyes staring nervously at her own uncle. Unfortunately for the lass though, Yu Ran, the former housekeeper, could hardly worry about his own niece right now. He just suffered a stomp on his ankle and wanted to howl in pain. However, he would never dare lose himself before Di Tsang, that would be suicidal. Di Tsang ignored the deafening silence which he caused, only quickly coming before the seated woman that was his wife, who made him dream of this moment for years. Yen, his voice low and hoarse, full of magnetic attraction, I miss you so much. That's all Bai Yen needed to hear in order to make her body melt into a soft mellowing mush of softness. Without thought, the lady gradually places her hand and leans in on that chest. He misses me, but does he think I don't miss him? Fortunately, he came to see me. Batty father, you're finally here. Bai Xiaochen smiles brightly as he tugged at Di Tsang's sleeve. Only noticing there's another small steam bun around, the man says the most damning thing, "Oh, you're also here? Bai Xiaochen. Does Batty father only realize I'm here now? How insignificant am I? Am I your own child? Or did you pick me up from the streets?" The boy protests with incomparable grievance in his voice. Batty father clearly knows I'm the one who found mother, yet he can ignore me so thoroughly. It must be because I'm picked off from the streets. I do hope you were picked up from the street, that way you won't be able to compete with me for your mother's attention. Bai Xiaochen became speechless, his eyes staring incredulously at his old man. Despite the silence, everyone and anyone would be able to feel the grievance in the child's heart. They almost wanted to cry for him since it's so heartbreaking. This son, is he really biological? Which father out there would worry about their own child competing with himself for the wife's attention? Batty father, Bai Xiaochen eventually shifts to the curled-up girl that's trying to hide her own existence after coming with a plan for payback. He's a sly fox, so he's going to act like one. You asked to meet Tian Furen, did you not? They say you are planning to make her your woman, don't you think you should give mother an explanation for this? Tian Furen? Di Tsang frowns, his voice gradually coming forward like he found it bothersome. Who is the one in this room? Come out. That said, the Demon King releases his grasp around Bai Yan's hand and scanned the room with his cold hard eyes. Originally the girl in question had wanted to speak up at being called, but that idea was instantly sapped out of Tian Furen's body once she met those eyes. It's too terrifying, and obvious enough that it's not a good thing. Furen. Yuran the housekeeper saw this and hastened to signal the niece. Unlike everyone else, this former housekeeper of the Water clan knows hiding would only make the matter worse. You're Tian Furen? Di Tsang followed Yuran's gaze and eventually locked onto the very girl he kicked away. A while ago you came to make trouble for my son. I naturally have to make sure you're here as well, that way I can dispose of you all at once. Boom. Di Tsang words were like a thunderbolt raining down above their heads. Tian Wind, who was still arrogant and proud at the man's arrival, had gone green until his face eventually turned to a deathly white of despair. The young lord only asked for Tian Furen to punish her? Why didn't Yuran say it clearly at the time? That way it won't cause such a misunderstanding. Compared with the despair of the fool who wanted to betroth his own daughter to the Demon King, Wen Shan only had a deep gash of regret cutting through his stomach. He's trembling with guilt when facing Bai Yan, who's indifferent to his stare. Di Tsang's anger, too. Bai Yan naturally knew what Wen Shan wanted in that look, however, her own eyes only spelled cold hard hostility. Grandpa Ling, she then turns to the old general. I'm sorry to have turned your birthday banquet into this, but could you have the guests leave first? Ling Kaiyuan immediately pulled back from his shock and nodded. Ling Yun, go ahead and send our guests away. Also everyone, I would like this event to be kept a secret, I hope you all understand. The guests appeared sluggish at first but eventually got it anyways. They are not low in terms of status either and are accustomed to big events, but today's twists and turns had gone beyond their comprehension. Even so, it doesn't change their look of contempt towards Tian Wind, who made himself to be the biggest fool here tonight. What's this absurd lie about the child's mother being a fake? What's this about Tian Furen being the real birth bearer? The own child's father has arrived to disprove such a claim. And the Wen clan as well, they're nothing good either. Regarding Wen Shan, they have mostly pieced together the whole story. In order to save his own hide, the coward would abandon this daughter and even side with the foe. They say a tiger wouldn't harm their own pup. In this case such a saying holds untrue. Bang! Bending his knee, the coward hugged his head against the ground and cried, I was wrong, I am wrong Yen Yen, please forgive me. I did give you a decade of love, that isn't fake, right? Still unmoved in her seat with that smirk, "You weren't saying that when you gave up on my mother and me, why should I save you?" Yen, I'm your father, how can you be so cold-hearted? I really know my fault. Can you please forgive me? When Shan's face showed all the features of a guilty one, the typical behavior he's become accustomed to when his life's on the line. Getting hard in her voice now, "If you do not want to die then shut up. I'll settle the matter with you afterwards. First is the Tian clan, it's time they pay for their debt." This holler promptly shuts the coward up. He could see the killing intent in his former daughter's eye, and for that, he's scared. "Batty father," Bai Xiaochen smiles innocently, "Tian Furen not only made trouble for me before, her old man also said mother is not the one who gave birth to me and insisted I'm wrong for not believing them. These people are so funny, as if I wouldn't know who gave birth to me. They must be quite slow in the head or something." Without surprise, Di Tsang's eyes narrowed in at this news like a predator finding its prey. He's not concerned about them bullying his child, rather he's mad that they would insult his wife. I didn't make trouble for the little young master. I only went to seek an audience that day." Tian Furen crawls backward in a panic after blurting this out. "Because the last time you grossed me out, that's how you made trouble for me." The steambun shrugs, not caring in the least about the excuse. "Did you really not connect the dots when my father removed your uncle from his post right after the event that day? And now you still have the nerve to come make trouble for my mother?" Di Tsang's anger, 3, that matter can be kept to another time. Di Tsang slowly comes before Tian Wind who was now cowering in fear. "First I want to know, when did my wife become an impostor for my own child? How come I didn't know this? Lord. You lost your memory 8 years ago, that's why." The bastard gulped, his throat itching from a dryness he couldn't describe. "Maybe this is my last hope. If I can swing this detail to my own advantage then I can still push Furen to this man's side." Unfortunately for this bastard though, Tian Wind never got to finish his next words when an amused laugh cuts him off. "Apparently my coming has been late, that's why you're so daring. Yen is my heart, the lifeblood of my existence, how dare you have others impersonate her?" Swoosh. The mighty aura unique to the demon body promptly explodes out of the man's body, causing those in the banquet hall to shiver in appalling fear. For Tian Wind, who's the main recipient of this force, he's suffering the most of course. It's like a mountain was pressing down against his body, causing the guy to collapse onto the ground and curl up into a fetal position, his face distorting from pain. "Years ago, you used the name of the Water Clan to move against the Bai Clan and killed my mother-in-law. For the pain you've caused to my wife, I today will let you experience a pain worse than death." "Ah!" Tian Wind continued to cry out in agony, oblivious to the judgment given to his own head. "It's just too painful." Not only does the bastard feel like he's being stabbed by multiple swords at once, the guy also felt the strength gradually leaving his body through the dantian. Gush! The pain subsided in that instant where his internal core shattered, but the price was his strength leaving him for good. Tian Wind understood, he's no different from a cripple without his internal core as a martial artist, but that's not a problem. In this modern age of Earth, a commoner could still live a prosperous life, and for that, he's thankful and felt lucky in this. Unfortunately for this bastard though, Di Tsang clearly had other plans in mind because the Demon King suddenly stomped down at his chest and made him spew even more blood from the mouth. "This man, he doesn't intend to let me go just because I've lost my strength. Dad!" Tian Furen cries out in a panic, rushing over to help her father up with tears flowing out. "Dad, are you alright?" But before the guy could answer, Di Tsang's next maneuver completely cuts him out. This time the attack wasn't a simple stomp anymore. Rather, it's a direct palm strike from the Demon King at Tian Wind's chest. For that hit, a visible dent could be seen across the guy's chest like it just collapsed. It's clear as day to everyone that he's going to suffer miserably even if he survives. The lass fell into a shell-shocked state at her father's horrific condition. Cusping her mouth, no sound could come forward as she wept, only tears slowly streaking down the corner of those eyes until she eventually turned around. Lord, please let my father go. As long as you spare him, I am willing to service you for the rest of my life. Please. In light of this heartfelt plea, Di Tsang didn't care. Raising his hand again, Tian Furen's whole figure promptly flew up into the air before crashing down like a rock. The lass could feel her bones making a cracking sound, bordering on the line of shattering if more force was used. It's not that Tian Furen was overestimating her own beauty in this case by using her own body as leverage. Instead, she's always gotten her way when she teared up before the other sex over the years. It's technically her killer move to win men over, which was her last hope tonight. Wen Feifei was scared silly by this point as well after witnessing what has befallen the two from the Tian clan. She may be the stepsister of Bai Yan, but there's no delusion in this girl about getting mercy from such a heartless and cold demon like that young lord from the Water clan.